Sandman, 1989, is an award-winning series that tells the story of the Endless, the metaphysical entities of the DC universe that are responsible for keeping the world going. The story deals with a lot of themes, has a lot of allegory, and no wonder is one of the finest pieces of art created by Neil Gaiman and Michael Zully. Oh, and before I begin, please consider hitting those like and subscribe buttons. Those 2 small clicks from you will help us tremendously in bringing you more of these marvelous long reads. And now, let's dive headfirst into the story. Sandman issue number 1, A Mortal Life, A Minute for the Endless. The story begins in Witchcross, England. An elderly museum curator is driven to a lavish mansion by his driver, only to be greeted by a shady butler. He's here to meet Mr. Burgess, but the meeting isn't on his own volition. You see, Burgess is a cult leader who tried to recruit the curator, Dr. Hathaway, a few weeks ago. Hathaway didn't believe him at first, but now that his son has died in the war, he has changed his mind. Burgess wanted the Magdalene Grimoire, an occult book with rituals and magic practices beyond the ages. Hathaway had denied his request at first. After all, Burgess wanted to capture and imprison death itself, but now that Hathaway's son is dead, he's desperate. And if Burgess can really capture death, maybe he can have his son Edmund back. He hands the book to Burgess, and the latter eagerly clasps it in his clammy hands. He has finally achieved his goal, and now all that's left is the ceremony. The ceremony will be held in a fortnight at the next full moon, and all Hathaway has to do is wait. We then see glimpses of children around the world. In Toronto, Canada, Ellie Marston has a tough time sleeping because even though Alice in Wonderland is supposed to be a bedtime story, it terrifies her. In Kingston, Jamaica, Daniel Bustamante sleeps soundly while dreaming of castles in the clouds. He sleeps peacefully. And then we see Stefan Wasserman in Verdun, France. He is on the front lines and he is contemplating all the choices he's made. He lied to enlist in the army, and now the 14-year-old is regretting doing that. We then see another girl named Unity Kincaid in London, England. She sleeps peacefully, but she experiences nightmares. She experiences visions of a tall, dark man, his eyes glowing like they're burning stars, and the sight of this makes her mutter and murmur under her breath while she sleeps. And while this is going on, we get a glimpse into Roderick Burgess's mind. Now that he has the Magdalene Grimoire, he dreams of power and glory. And although faint at the back of his mind, he dreams of death too. After all, death is what he fears the most. He's an old man whose time is running out. And so at midnight, he summons his son, Alex. It's time to carry out the ritual, and he ensures Alex knows why it is so important. Burgess's order has been made fun of time and again, but not anymore. After this ritual is complete, the world will hail them as heroes after they manage to trap and capture death itself. He tells Alex that they're halfway to glory already, because even if the ritual fails, they have a museum curator in their pockets. Dr. Hathaway can't exactly go back on his words, and they can blackmail him for the rest of his life because he gave them the book. They open the cellar to the basement door, and waiting inside are the other members of the order who have set up the ritual. A ritualistic circle with an octagon of sharp edges surrounding it, encased in runic symbols on the floor, candles lit at each point, and members dressed in cloaks. This is all stereotypical, but for a moment Roderick Burgess hesitates when he lays his eyes on this entire setup. It sends shivers down his spine. Could it be? Will he be the one to capture death itself? Is he going to enslave the Reaper? And if so, what will happen afterwards? Once trapped, will death do as he's told? Will Roderick reap unlimited rewards, or will it consume him and make him beg for mercy? These questions plague him, but now that he's here and all his followers are watching him, he can't back away. Burgess opens the book and begins the ritual. I give you the coin I made from stone. I give you a song I stole from dirt. I give you a knife from under the hills, and a stick I stuck through a dead man's eye. I give you a claw I ripped from a rat. I give you a name, and the name is lost. I give you the blood from out of my vein, and a feather I pulled from an angel's wing. Now mind you, these aren't just phrases. Burgess actually has these items. He's placing the coin, the song, the knife, and the stick in the circle. He's cutting his arm to sacrifice his blood, and then once it's done, he and his followers begin chanting these phrases again and again. He bleeds, sweats, and the followers chant. Among them is Alex, wide-eyed, surprised, and clearly too young to be experiencing this. Yet, he can't help it. His father is doing something otherworldly, and he needs to be present for it. Burgess continues chanting, and slowly the air in the circle turns into a shimmer. Like a mirage slowly shifting, it's as if the darkness itself has been manipulated. It twists, concocts, and finally, when it comes to a rest, there's a figure in front of them. Falling out of nothingness, this figure is weak, as if the ritual has drained all of the energy out of him. Adorned in a cape, a helmet, and baggy robes, the figure falls in the middle of the circle with a loud thud, and unfortunately, it's unconscious. And this fall from grace exposes his bounty. Lying beside him is a precious red gem, as well as a small pouch. Humble possessions, yes, but Burgess won't see it that way. Everyone around Burgess cheers and rejoices in their victory, but for some reason, Burgess has his head buried in his hands, and that's because he is the only one who knows they failed. They've failed to capture death, and have instead captured another one of the endless. But now that he has come so far, Burgess isn't walking back, and so, with a swift move, he steals the entity's possessions. The gem, mask, pouch, and even the clothes are stolen, and the entity is left naked, trapped in its cage, while Burgess revels in his victory and moves out of the cellar. Burgess knows the entity that he has captured is Dream, yet he has no idea the consequences his entrapment will have on the world around them. Every child we saw earlier, everyone who dreams, is now lost in the dream world. Ellie Marston has fallen asleep again, and as her father carries her to bed, we know that she won't ever wake up again. We then see Daniel Bustamante. He is enjoying his dreams of a castle in the clouds, and he is enjoying floating through the air, but that is until he can't anymore. The castle vanishes, and Daniel falls to his death until he suddenly wakes up. Cold, shaken to his core, Daniel won't ever be able to sleep again. He sobs all night and keeps himself awake till dawn. Stefan Wasserman, the kid who had enlisted in the army by lying, has now been awake for a few days. The doctors are perplexed. They're under the impression that he is experiencing shell shock, but in reality, this is all a consequence of Dream being trapped by Burgess. And then comes the case of Unity Kincaid. The young kid from London now finds it harder to stay awake each day. She sleeps almost 20 hours a day, and although previously she could breathe, it's as if she's slowly dying now. She no longer dreams, and her breathing gets slower with each day that passes. We then see Dream's perspective as Burgess and his circle stalk him like animals. They threaten him and try to bargain with him, but only one word echoes through Dream's mind: patience. We then time skip to 1920. It has been 2 years since the First World War, and the museum has finally caught up to Professor Hathaway. Numerous ancient books and manuscripts are missing. Naturally, the curator, Professor Hathaway, is under suspicion. Right now, he's in his bedroom. He has written a suicide note that implicates Burgess explicitly, but in the past decade, Burgess's power has grown tremendously. Right now, he is keeping an eye on Hathaway through his crystal ball, and once the professor has killed himself, Burgess simply burns the suicide note from a distance. He will no longer be implicated, and Professor Hathaway will die a fool's death. The next few days were utter chaos. The police tried to link Hathaway's death to Roderick Burgess, but they couldn't find any substantial proof. At least his Order of Ancient Mysteries was revealed to the public, but Roderick never commented about it publicly. The condition that many around the world were suffering from was termed the sleepy sickness. People fell asleep and did not wake up. They lived their lives on the bed. They only ate if they were fed, and if by chance they woke up, they would speak nonsensical, dreamy phrases. We then see that Stefan killed himself a year after he was discharged from the army. He didn't sleep for an entire year, and the exhaustion got to him. We then catch up with Burgess again in 1926. He has grown older, and so has Alex, his son. Alex has finally researched enough to figure out that the man in the cage is Dream himself, and we learn that Burgess hadn't revealed this to his son because he was testing him. He wanted the order to be in capable hands once he was dead, and Mr. Sykes is witnessing this entire conversation, another high-ranking order member who seems to be plotting something. 4 years later, Sykes' machinations come to fruition. He was second in command in the order, but now he has disappeared and is accompanied by Roderick's mistress, Ethel Cripps. They've absconded from the Order and have stolen around €200,000 in cash and many of the Order's treasures, including Dream's possessions. This has started a magical war, and in the same year, 1930, we see Sykes making a deal with another magical entity that grants him protection from magical assassination. The only catch? Sykes has to hand over Dream's helmet, which he willingly does. In return, he is granted an amulet that will protect him, and it works, because even though Burgess and Alex try to magically assassinate him the next day by sacrificing a cat, Sykes doesn't die. Roderick vows to keep trying, and 6 years later, in 1936, his wish finally comes true. Ethel walks out on Sykes and takes everything with her, including the amulet. In the middle of the night, Sykes wakes up in frantic pain, and the next second he is crushed to a pulp from the inside. We then see what has become of the children in 1939. Ellie Marston still sleeps in a charity ward. She has only woken up twice in the last decade, and every time she has woken up, she has cried for her mother. She still thinks she is 8 years old. As for Daniel Bustamante, he did his best to hold out, slept only a few hours each day, and even managed to marry the love of his life. Unfortunately, he fell for the sleepy sickness in 1926 and has now been asleep for 13 years. His children and wife dearly miss him. As for Unity Kincaid, she was assaulted in 1932. She gave birth to a baby girl in her sleep, and the entire scandal was hushed up. The universe as a whole knows that one of the Endless is missing, and so it is now trying to correct itself. Wesley Dodd had been plagued by nightmares all his life, but now the universe helps him by stopping the nightmares if he goes out every night. He has become a vigilante. He knocks out evil people using a potent gas and then leaves them in a place where the police can find them easily. His gas mask is made of golden metal, and his calling card is the sprinkle of dust that he leaves on each criminal he subdues. We learn that this idea came to him in a dream, and ever since he has stopped having nightmares. His nightmares were about a man in a mask with big glowing burning eyes. Then in 1947, 8 years later, Burgess is on death's door and he can't take it anymore. He barges into the cellar and blames Dream for not granting him what he wanted. Burgess wanted to live forever, but his dreams never came true. Burgess cries and then lashes out again. But Dream inside the cage knows that his time's near, his captor's death is near, and all he has to do is wait a little bit more. And then, a few days later, Burgess dies, and we again skip time to 1955. Things have begun to get a little better for the people suffering from sleepy sickness. Ellie Marston now wakes up 4 or 5 times a year. Sadly, each time, she wants someone to read her a story. Daniel Bustamante is awake once again. In fact, he tries to be awake most of the time. Sadly, he doesn't utter a word. Everyone thinks he's a zombie. Unity's parents are dead, she has been put in a nursing home, and she wakes up occasionally. Unfortunately, her clock resets each time, and she has to be told where she is and what has happened every time she wakes up. We then see Alex in his father's estate. He has grown older and has taken up an apprentice named Paul. Paul doesn't believe in magic, but Alex tries to instill in him the things that he has seen every chance he gets. That night, Alex decides to speak with Dream once again. He tells Dream that the deal still stands. He grants Alex immortality, power, and the promise not to seek revenge, and he will let Dream go. Unfortunately for him, this time Dream answers, and he simply denies the offer. By 1968, Alex had started treating the Order like a sham. He uses it to profit, to get laid by telling people tall tales of things like Kundalini yoga, tantric sex, astral projection and such. Nothing important, but just interesting enough to keep the Order running. He ensures no one sleeps on the premises, not even the guards keeping an eye on Dream, for he fears that if someone sleeps near Dream, they will grant him power. Ellie still sleeps and has now been transferred to a hospital designed to cure sleepy sickness. Daniel continues to be a zombie, and Unity continues to be cared for by the nursing home staff. They pretend she is awake and take her through her daily routine like any normal patient because they don't know what else to do. The guards keep keeping an eye on Dream are supplied with unlimited coffee and amphetamines. Alex can't risk them falling asleep. By 1970, Alex had given up being the magus of the Order. He has handed the reins to his assistant Paul, and Paul still doesn't believe in magic, though he understands the Order enough to keep it going so that they continue swindling people. Alex now spends most of his time in the study. He has written a memoir for his father and continues writing articles and letters to defend him. He is trying to defend his father's reputation, but the futility of this existence gets to him one night, and he slashes his father's portrait in sheer rage. He doesn't read books on magic anymore. However, he continues to obsess over the one single page he found all those years ago, the page that told him about the man he and his father had trapped. We then see Alex and Papul withering away from 1972 to 1982, another decade of trying to convince Dream to take the deal, yet nothing works. Alex tries to be persuasive, tries to threaten, but nothing works. In 1986, Alex was on the brink of death and he had become delirious. He has accepted the delusion that Dream is just a common man that they hold hostage, that he never had the power to grant them what he and his father wanted. But Dream knows that the time for his escape will arrive with Alex's death, and one night, after one of Alex's rants, as he is being wheeled away in the wheelchair, it manages to scrape the sigil on the ground. Nobody notices, and the guards go back to doing nothing as they have done for the past decade. But then, both of them suddenly begin to dream and fall asleep, and Dream's machinations have now begun. He pretends to be dead in the cage, and when the guards and the Order start to panic, one of them decides to open the crystal cage and check on him. As soon as the cage unlocks, Dream gets up and blows a handful of sand in their faces. Whoosh! With one single move, all the people in the cellar are asleep. He then summons the sands, and by the time the Order members wake up, he is long gone. He finally gets to enjoy the world that has always been his, the dreams of other people. And right now, he is in the dream of one of the guards. He is in Mort's dream. Mort dreams of him arriving at a Hollywood party dressed as a clown because he thought it was a costume party. Everyone present laughs at him, even Marilyn Monroe. But then, something odd happens. A naked man streaks through the party, steals food from the buffet, and then runs away. Mort doesn't think too much of it. After all, this is a dream, but this was Dream feeding himself after almost half a century. And once he is done, he closes his eyes, imagines fabric on his skin, and the next second, he is dressed in his familiar clothes, a black trench coat that at the ends turns into flames. Now it's time for revenge, and it's time to find the tools that Burgess stole from him. And with this, people begin to be cured of the sleepy sickness. Ellie Marston and the rest of the patients in the specialised hospital wake up. Daniel Bustamante wakes up and begins to speak, and Unity Kincaid sheds tears as her eyes open. She remembers dreaming of being assaulted and then giving birth. Paul checks in on Alex and gets the shock of his life because his lifetime mentor has broken his golden rule. He has decided to nap in the manor while Dream is trapped in the cellar. Alex dreams of a long hallway, and as he makes his way through it, we see him slowly getting younger until he is the same age as he was when his father and he had trapped Dream. A black cat scares him, but then goes and sits on a nearby chair. The cat turns into Dream, and Alex is left speechless. Dream laughs, and Alex begins to plead his innocence. His father did this. His father trapped Dream, and Alex never wanted any of this. He begins to apologise, but Dream simply tells him to shut up. The offences of their family are unpardonable, and he is going to exact revenge. Exact revenge for all the torture, for all the wasted time, and for all the puny demands he and his father tried to make. Dream demands answers, and Alex kneels down and confesses that they were trying to capture death, not him. Dream bursts out laughing because he knows the bullet Burgess dodged. He has had his fun, but now he needs his possessions. He needs his pouch, his helm, and the ruby Burgess stole. Alex tells him that Sykes absconded with them, and so Dream has no use for him. He curses Alex with eternal waking, which means Alex is going to spend the rest of his life walking through nightmares. Alex seems to wake up from a nightmare and relaxes only to see Paul's face melt away right in front of him. The curse of eternal waking has begun, and the second time Alex seemingly wakes up from his sleep, he watches the nurse's head willingly detach itself from her body and fall into his lap. She speaks to him in a twisted tone, but the words don't belong to her. They belong to Dream. Alex mumbles and suffers in the real world, but despite numerous tries, the nurse and Paul can't wake him up. and so begins the revenge, and Dream's search for his tools. Sandman issue number 2, The Journey Home. The comic opens up in a dilapidated house in a marsh, supposedly in the middle of nowhere. This is the House of Mysteries, and inside are 2 brothers, Abel and Cain. Cain has gotten Abel a present and is forcing Abel to open it. But through Abel's thoughts, we learn that Cain isn't a good brother. Because they are immortal, Cain is quite harsh towards him and kills him every now and then, just for fun. Abel, on the other hand, is quite timid and innocent. He can't understand why his brother is so mean to him. Thankfully, before Cain can force him to open the present, there's a loud knock on the door, and when Cain goes to check the door, he hears a loud growl from the outside. We learn that these 2 know the beast outside by the name Gregory, and though Abel doesn't want to open the door, Cain forces him to do so. Though a bully, Cain is just as timid and scared as Abel. When Abel opens the door, he finds Gregory holding Dream himself in his arms. He's their lord, and they quickly invite him in as the gargoyle stumbles into their house. Dream wants their help, and although Abel wants to happily serve, we see that Cain is quite deceiving in his persona. They let Dream rest in their bed as he remembers all that has happened after he cursed Alex Burgess. Abel helps him remember the House of Mystery and then runs off to fetch him some food. When Abel goes, Dream remembers how he tried to clamber back to his castle beyond the gates of horn and ivory, only to realise that he wasn't strong enough. He was stuck in limbo for days, months, years. He doesn't remember. Time is weird in this realm, and he is thankful that Gregory was able to find him. Cain then walks in with food and cunningly offers it to the god of sleep, but Dream doesn't need food. For sustenance, he needs something that he left behind, something to add to his whole. He asks both of them if they possess something given by him, and although Cain tries to deny, Abel comes clean and tells Dream that they possess his letters of commission. Those letters bear his signature, and as it was written, Abel still carries his letters with him. Cain tries to stop his brother by intimidating him, but in Dream's presence, Cain holds no sway. Abel hands his letter over to Dream, and the god quickly absorbs the fragment of himself that he left behind in the signatures on the letters of commission. And though Cain is reluctant, he is forced to also hand over his letter. They then ask him the most pertinent question: where has Dream been all these years? And as the god answers these questions, in the realm of the mortals on Earth, a 90-year-old mother visits her son in Arkham Asylum. The man at the reception tries to deny her requests, but it has taken a decade for her to trace her own son, and she has travelled 8,000 miles to see him, so there's no way she's going back without meeting her son. The woman is Ethel D, and her son is the notorious John D, aka Dr. Destiny. When she finally meets her son, it's as the attendant had promised. He is old, withered, and not of a sound mind. John's skin has withered, his face is gaunt, and his teeth are those of a 100-year-old man. He begs his mother for help. After all, someone took away his dreams, and he is not himself anymore. The attendant has seen enough, and he quickly begins to escort Ethel outside the asylum. Cain sits beside Gregory, while Abel avidly wishes Dream a final goodbye. Dream has gained enough power to make it back to his castle, and though Abel wants to tell him what's become of it, Cain stops his brother and tells him that the Lord of Dreams has every right to find out on his own. After all, Abel has a present that needs to be opened. As Dream walks through the dream world, he gives us a glimpse into its inner workings. The dream world is infinite, but bounded on every side. His castle sits in the centre, and the way there is slow and tedious. You have to start by passing the House of Mysteries, then the old way stations of the Frontiers of Nightmares, and you then chart a course towards Nightwood until you reach the gates of Horn and Ivory. The gates are designed to keep the dreams away. They were built by Dream. The gates are designed to judge, and beyond these gates lies Dream's castle. However, when he steps through, he gets the shock of his life. His castle is destroyed, and the only person there taking care of it is his loyal librarian, Lucien. Lucien welcomes his lord with the utmost reverence, but seeing his castle broken, Dream is devastated, and seeing that Lucien is the only loyal servant waiting for him, Dream asks Lucien to drop the tone of formality. As Lucien informs his lord what happened, we learn that the dream time began to decay after Dream was trapped. The dream world began to transmute, and although the process was slow at first, it quickly picked up pace. Lucien tried to save his library, but slowly the words began to fade, and the entire library was gone one day. day. Lucian also informs Dream that someone named the Raven Woman has decayed badly while he was gone, and now she only exists in nightmares. Most of his servants have been wiped out of existence, including the Fashion Thing, who also goes by Mad Madonna Witch and the Mad Yuppie Witch. Lucien also informs Dream that Cain and Abel have been spiraling ever since he vanished. They've grown weirder in his absence, and it's only going to get worse. This is contrasted by Abel opening his present at the House of Mysteries. It's an egg, and it hatches instantly to reveal a gargoyle chick. For a moment, Abel thinks that his big brother is being nice to him, but Cain's ramblings in the background indicate that giving his brother the gargoyle egg is a last resort. Abel wants to name the baby Gargoyle Irving, but this angers Cain. After all gargoyle names begin with a G. Cain grows angrier with each passing second, and when Abel tries to rebel by saying that he likes the name Irving, Cain pulls out his weapon and kills Abel with a loud thwack. The baby gargoyle is traumatized. After all, it had imprinted on Abel. That was the whole point, but this is something Cain does often. Kill his brother again and again, all because they can't truly die. They're immortal. Back in the dream world, Dream crushes the castle he made in his hands. Through his conversation with Lucien, we learn that although Dream gets power by simply being in his realm, he still needs his tools. He made a mistake by placing too much of his essence in his tools, and now that they're gone, he can't feel whole. Lucien suggests summoning the witches known as the 3-in-1, Earth, Vertandi, and Skald. Dream likes this idea, so he sets off to traverse the people's dreams once again, to get what he needs for the summoning ritual. He gets the crossroads from the dream of a Cambodian farmer who wishes for a new ox cart. He gets the gallows from a Japanese horror movie fan. He finds the honey, snakes, and the crescent moon rather rapidly, but finding a black lamb is going to be tough. He finally finds it in the dreams of a child in Adelaide, Australia, and although this would be more than enough to summon other entities, Dream knows he needs something more, something precious, because the 3-in-1 are quite fickle. He finally sets the scene by summoning them at midnight, at the witching hour, and the air around him begins to sizzle with electricity. Slowly, a small dust devil appears in front of him, and out of it step 3 witches, the Hecate. The 3 of them stand as one, but differ vastly in terms of appearance and age. There's an old hag, a middle-aged woman, and a young pretty face. They refer to him by his real name, Morpheus, and they all know that he wants something from them. Morpheus uses flattery, and they finally reveal the new names the witches have taken. The young witch is named Cynthia, the middle-aged one is named Mildred, and the oldest one is Mordred. As Morpheus continues to flatter them and make his request, we see Mordred catch a critter, but Mildred is the one who devours it, only for Cynthia to then gulp it down and let out a burp. Although they may seem like 3 individual entities, they are in fact the 3-in-1. Morpheus demands their help. He knows that just like him, they're bound by laws and owe him 3 answers. He wants to know about his stolen possessions, the helm, the ruby, and the pouch. And so the game of words begins. Cynthia tells him that his pouch was the last one to purchase his pouch, but whether he has it now or doesn't will be something Morpheus has to find out on his own. Mildred tells him that Sykes traded the ruby with a demon many years ago, and that it is long gone from the mortal plane. It's then Mordred's turn, and she reveals that his ruby was last seen with the League of Justice. He thanks them, and the witches abruptly leave while telling Morpheus ominously that his problems have just begun. As he walks back towards his castle grounds, we see Abel returning to life again. His spine is broken, yet the pain he feels is much better than the cold of death. He begins to clamber back towards the House of Mysteries, and we see Morpheus battling with his own thoughts. He is too weak to confront a demon, and the League of Justice. They are mortals with powers, so the only choice is the Englishman named John Constantine. Dream walks towards the gates of horn and ivory, thinking that Constantine is going to be an easy task. And this is contrasted by Abel sitting in a corner with his new gargoyle chick. The entire page is dripping blood when it comes to art, and Abel decides to give in and call his gargoyle Goldie. He tells Goldie a story that reveals his pain. All he wishes for is a good older brother that loves him, a brother that supports him, a brother that never hits him, let alone kills him over and over again. Abel begins to bleed bleed from his eye. His eyeball is about to fall out, and although the gargoyle chick is worried about him, Abel wipes the blood off and reassures the gargoyle that he's fine. It's just a little blood, he says, and then his big brother, Cain's words echo in his mind like a past trauma that will haunt him forever. It's just blood, little brother. You'll be fine. Sandman, issue number 3. A simple ask and a simpler answer. We start this issue while focused on a suburban home. Its only occupant is a dying and withering woman. The stench of her impending death wafts through the air. Her skin is flaky and full of sores, and on her bedside is sophisticated radio equipment. She is a shell of her previous self, and her counting to 100 echoes through the entire room. A broken graduation photo, twisted watch, and a pouch full of sand lie on the table beside her, and once she has counted to 100, she reaches out for the sand. Just as she reaches out for the sand, John Constantine also reaches for his cigarettes beside his alarm clock. He might not realise it yet, but the song on the radio, Dream a Little of Me by Doris Day, is about to hold a lot more meaning in his life than he intends for it to. John sits up, smokes a cigarette in bed, and then goes about his morning routine. He's just had a nightmare, but John isn't a kid. He pushes it at the back of his mind, and then heads out of his house to get on with his day. He stays in London, so naturally he's greeted by rain as soon as he steps out. He's going to Ed's Easy Diner for breakfast. He places his order, but when he tries to play his favourite song on the jukebox, Sweet Dreams by Patsy Cline begins to play instead. John isn't someone who believes in coincidences, so now he begins to take notice. And when Mad Hetty begins to bang on the store window and call out to him, he knows something's up. She lives her life as a homeless person, but she dabbles in magic as well. She tells him about Morpheus's return, but John doesn't believe her. To him, Sandman is a fairy tale, and despite Mad Hetty's best efforts, John simply walks away. We then see a wealthy investment banker partake in the recent trend of creepers, people who invade people's homes just to spy on them. He enters the suburban home we saw earlier, but as soon as he steps inside, he goes into a trance. He imagines having sex with the woman we saw earlier, imagines himself driving the fastest car in the world at maximum speed. He dreams of being Jesus himself, and then he dreams of being Superman. The possibilities are endless, and here in this dreamlike state, he could be anything. We then catch up with John again. For the next 3 days, the radios around him kept playing songs related to dreams, Sweet Dreams by Eurythmics, Dream Lover by Bobby Darin, etc. John has grown suspicious, and he has begun researching Morpheus, but by the 3rd day, he doesn't need to. Dream himself shows up to greet John himself. Though John tries to crack jokes, Dream gets straight to the point. He's here for the sand pouch John acquired years ago. John tells him that he bought it at a garage sale because he knew it was a powerful magical item, but John was never able to get it open. It's likely at Chaz's lockup, where stuff from all of his old apartments resides. They decide to head there this instant, but John has Dream change his clothes before taking the public transport. They reach the lockup, and it's massive. John has been rummaging through his past belongings for 2 hours now, and Dream has begun to lose his patience. John tries to make small talk to keep Dream occupied, and learns that Burgess stole the pouch from him. He then decides to go through a box of photographs, but when it stumbles to the ground, John finds an old photograph of his long-lost love named Rachel, and just like that, John knows where the pouch is. Chaz drives Dream and John to Rachel's new place, and the tension in the cab is palpable. Chaz wants to talk to Dream, but John tells him to stay quiet. You don't address such entities unless they call upon you. We then learn that John and Rachel had a steamy relationship, but unfortunately, Rachel was a junkie and addicted to drugs. The two were living together in East Croydon, but when John went to Alaska for 6 months over the lupus affair, Rachel decided to skip town. By the time John returned, she was long gone, and she had taken most of his belongings, anything that could be sold for money. She'd then used that money for drugs, and although John hated her for doing that, he still missed her. Seeing her photo after all these years made him realise that she had stolen the pouch as well. When they reach her place, Dream feels an unnatural pull towards the house, and he knows that the pouch is here, but something is wrong. He knows that the pouch has been opened, and he warns Constantine that the house is dangerous. John knows the stakes, which is why he quickly turns around and asks Chaz to take off at the first sign of trouble. Even he isn't strong enough to mess with what one of the Endless considers to be dangerous. As John tries to open the front door, door, he remembers Rachel's obsession with the pouch, remembers how she always wanted to open it, but never could. When John fails to open the front door, Dream flicks his fingers through the air and opens it using his powers. When John enters the house alongside Dream, he gets a strong scent of rotting flesh and formaldehyde. Dream tries to warn John that this place isn't safe for him, but Constantine is adamant on finding out what happened to Rachel. Things don't look good, there's no electricity, and the front door has a huge pile of unopened mail. John stumbles over a body in the dark and finds a man dreaming with open eyes on the floor. Dream tells Constantine that the man is being eaten by dreams, and seeing that John is using his lighter to help with his vision, Dream decides to conjure electricity in the house for him. This is when John knows he's out of his depth here. He has faced demons and angels before, but he has never felt this out of place before. They reach the bedroom, and for the first time in his life, John is afraid of splitting up. Dream and Constantine enter the bedroom, and when John turns on the light switch, his hand gets covered in liquefied flesh. The next second, he is miles up in the air, high above the clouds. And down below, he can see the buildings in the city approaching him at breakneck speed. How did he get here? Was he in a plane? Was he the passenger or the pilot? All he knows is that he doesn't want to die, and just as he begins to panic, Dream swoops in, grabs him by the shoulders and grounds him. In an instant, the sky is gone, and John is back in Rachel's house. It was just a dream. It was only a dream. It was only a dream. John begins to mutter to himself loudly, but that is when Dream tells him that it wasn't a dream, not in this room, and that's because the pouch has been opened. He conjures more light, and that is when John sees the ungodly sight before him and the reality of this room. The entire room is covered in flesh, every inch of it, and Dream summarizes that this is likely what's left of Rachel's father. John inspects the flesh on the walls and realizes that Rachel's father is still alive. The eyes on the wall still blink, and suddenly Constantine's stomach is aching to send back his breakfast through his mouth. He steadies himself, and when Dream and John walk into the next chamber, they can hear muffled, otherworldly voices. "Leave her, leave her, leave her, leave the woman. She is ours. Do not disturb. We hungry, we always hungry." John knows that these green entities covering the walls are talking about Rachel, and he begins to threaten them. They laugh at him, but when Dream orders them to let them through, they quickly stop. He orders them to stand down because they have exceeded their bounds in his absence. And instantly, the green entities know that their master is here. They begin to apologize, and that is when John realizes that these are manifestations of dreams, and that Dream, aka Morpheus, is their master. They finally enter Rachel's room to find her seemingly alive and well. She is on the bed, and she recognizes John's voice. But when the light hits her, John recoils in horror. Years of substance abuse have withered and decayed her body, yet somehow she lives, and all she wants to do is dream. Morpheus quickly picks up his pouch and tells John that they can leave now, but John is concerned about Rachel. They can't leave her like this, and this is when Dream tells John that Rachel is long gone. Her metabolism has already been destroyed, and the only thing keeping her alive were the sands from the pouch. She is meant to die painfully when they leave. That is the end she chose for herself, but John won't stand for it. John screams, and Dream realizes how attached he is to Rachel. He gives in and orders John to wait outside, and once he is gone, Dream takes a bunch of sand and pours it on Rachel's head. She dreams of the beautiful end she and John both dreamed they could have, walking into the sunset for their happily ever after, while teasing and playing with each other every step of the way. Dream covers her body with sheets caringly and then leaves. Once outside, he tells John that Rachel's dead, but she died peacefully and happily, dreaming of what she had always longed for. John asks where Dream is headed next, and Morpheus tells him that he's going to hell. John thinks he's joking, and Dream begins to dematerialize in the background, realizing that this is his only chance. John calls out and asks for a favor. Ever since Newcastle, 10 years ago, John has been having nightmares. Dream knows what John is asking, and he has no problem fulfilling John's wish. Dream dematerializes, and we see John walking away into the night while singing Mr. Sandman by the Chordettes. Sandman issue number 4, A Hope in Hell. Dream stands on the nightward shores, darkness surrounds him, and force once in his life. He feels loneliness more than he ever has. As an endless, he has been alone all his life, but the precipice of his next venture and the coldness of the nightward shores make him feel lonely and powerless. He reaches into his pouch, sprinkles grains of sand, and watches them burn as they fall. He knows that this task is Herculean. He is going to meet Lucifer Morningstar, the Lord of Hell, the one he watched falling from grace. Dream still remembers Lucifer's eyes as he fell. Undefeated, proud, the Lord of Hell is no joke. He doesn't have high hopes for the meeting, and as his thoughts conclude, the sands manifest appear beneath his feet. Dream takes a deep breath, steps off of it, and plunges towards hell. He knows he can't bluff demons, can't bluff them like the errant dreams in Rachel's house. He will have to be smart, calculative, and use the minimal power that the pouch provides to his advantage. And with that thought, Dream is at the gates of hell. Formed by bodies and dismembered heads, the gates of hell are a glimpse into the grotesque artistry that creates hell. Dream hits the gong at the gates, and the tormented that form them begin to announce his presence. The gatekeeper, Squatterboat, shows up, and though he knows who Dream is, he begins to taunt him by asking him about his missing helm, by asking him about his missing ruby. Dream stays calm and graceful as ever. And when Squatterboat opens the gates, Dream tells him that a demon stole his helm and he's here to get it back. Squatterboat then insults Dream again by calling him a clown, and that is when Dream holds Squatterboat by the tongue and throws him away. He is a guest here, and Lucifer won't like it if Squatterboat insults an honoured guest. This is when Etrigan shows up and orders Squatterboat to go back to his duties. He will escort Dream to see Lucifer. Dream remembers Etrigan and realises that he has risen through the ranks of hell since Dream last saw him. Etrigan now speaks in rhymes, and this is when Etrigan hints that things have changed since Dream's imprisonment, a concept that Dream will have to struggle with through his entire time in hell. They walk through the woods of suicide, and the trees around them represent all the tormented souls that have killed themselves. Dream remembers when this was just a small grove, but now it resembles a huge forest. They then climb the mountain of pity, where pitiful souls are trapped in cages. Here, Dream meets Nada, a soul he condemned to be trapped here for her betrayal 10,000 years ago. She begs for his forgiveness, but as Dream walks away, he says, "It has been 10,000 years, Nada. Yes, I still love you, but I have not yet forgiven you." Dream and Etrigan continue their journey to Lucifer's palace in silence, and once they reach it, Dream realizes the extent of change hell has experienced. The palace is now bigger, more grotesque, yet thankfully, he still holds the presence of a guest here despite the lack of office and power. The gates open once he reaches them, and he enters them to be greeted by vast halls of screams and grunts. He climbs the stairs of blood, where at the top of the mansion, Lucifer awaits to greet him. Lucifer is as young and beautiful as ever, and though he greets Dream gracefully, with his next sentence, he expresses his disdain and disappointment because Dream was trapped by a mere mortal. Dream lets the snide remark pass, and when Lucifer offers him to join forces with hell and to accept him as the sovereign leader, Dream politely declines. Lucifer then tries another way to get under Dream's skin. He says, "Your family are well, I trust. Destiny, death, despair, and the others? No matter, we assume that this is no social call, so what do you want?" Dream bows his head, but the words he speaks come from a place of authority. He says, "My helm was stolen from me. I believe one of your demons has it. I would like it back, now." But this is when Lucifer tells Dream that it won't be that easy, and this is when Dream realizes that things have changed a lot in hell. Lucifer is no longer the only ruler of hell. It is now a triumvirate. He rules the hells alongside Beelzebub and Azazel. All of this changed when the dark came forth to challenge the heavens, the eternal darkness that lives at the edge of the universe. This caused a civil war in hell, which tipped the balance of power. And so, now, Lucifer, Beelzebub, and Azazel rule the hells in unison. Azazel shows up the very next second, and he seems more eager to help Dream than the other two rulers. Dream expresses his demand once again, but the problem is that there are more than 1 million demons in hell. They need to know who has the helm, but Dream doesn't know who it is. And this is when an eerie darkness falls upon Lucifer's face. His voice changes as he decides to summon all the demons of hell to find out which one has the helm. They stand atop a stone outcropping which looks like a pedestal as Dream, and the 3 lords of hell look down upon the millions of demons. Dream uses his sands to find the demon that has his helm, and this is when we're introduced to Choronzen, the Duke of Hell, the commander of Beelzebub's army. Choronzen grins snarkily as he tells them that he has the helm, but he traded it from a mortal fair and square. He hasn't broken any rules, which means if Dream wants the helm back, he will have to challenge Choronzen. Dream readily accepts it, but deep down he knows that he might not be powerful enough to defeat the Duke of Hell. As the challenged, Choronzen gets to choose the location and the type of contest they will partake in. What's more is that he gets to have the first go because he is the one who has been challenged. Thankfully for Dream, Choronzen chooses a contest of wits in a shady club in hell called the Hellfire Club. Dream finds this corny, some sort of a bad joke, yet he gracefully decides to participate without saying a word. The two sit across from each other at a table as the contest begins, and we see that it is a battle of creations. Whatever they choose to be manifests itself in the background as the fight begins. Choronzen chooses to be a direwolf, and Dream chooses to be a horse-mounted hunter to defeat him. Choronzen chooses to be a horsefly next that infects the horse and kills the hunter in the next round, and then Dream chooses to be a spider that traps the fly and eats it. Choronzen chooses to be a snake to eat the spider, and Dream chooses to be an ox that crushes the snake beneath its hooves. Choronzen chooses to be a butcher bacterium to consume the ox from the inside out, and this is when Dream has read his opponent's strategy. He knows the way Choronzen is going to play this game, which is why Dream decides to change the narrative. He becomes a nurturing world, a planet that hosts and nurtures life, be it bacteria or otherwise. Choronzen chooses to be an exploding nova that destroys planets, and this is when Dream chooses to be the universe, all things encompassing, all life embracing. Choronzen chooses to be the anti-life, the beast of judgment, the dark at the end of everything, and this is when Choronzen thinks he has won the battle. But Dream counters his anti-life by becoming hope, and that is when all the demons around them fall silent. They don't know what can counter hope, and neither does Choronzen. The battle is over. Lucifer summons agony and ecstasy and orders them to imprison Choronzen. He will be tortured till the end of eternity. The helm is handed over to Dream, but when he decides to take his leave, Lucifer reveals his true hand. Millions of demons surround him, and the 3 lords of hell stand before him. Why should they let him leave? He has no power here after all. What power do dreams have in hell? And once again, Dream is forced to show the hells why he is one of the endless. He says, "You say I have no power here? Perhaps you speak truly, but when you say dreams have no power here," chuckles. "Tell me, Lucifer Morningstar, ask yourselves, all of you, what power would hell have if those imprisoned were not able to dream of heaven?" And that's it. With this single statement, Dream has earned his respect, power, and the permission to leave the hells. The demons part away like the sea for Moses as Dream leaves the hells, and in the background, a seething Lucifer Morningstar vows to exact his revenge someday. We then get to see John Dee, aka Dr. Destiny, in Arkham Asylum. His mother is dead, and she has left a trinket for him in her will. The guard tosses it through the bars of the cell without knowing what it would mean. It's a beaded eye on what looks like a bracelet, and when John Dee takes it in his hands, he thanks his mother profusely. This is exactly what he has been waiting for. Sandman issue number 5, Dr. Dee's escape. It's 2:15 a.m. in Arkham Asylum. The rest of Gotham sleeps soundly, and while the guards on duty are busy watching TV and enjoying their coffee, they fail to notice that one of the guards has been incapacitated and that John Dee has escaped. He forces a woman named Rosemary to drive him where he can feel the ruby is located, and this is when Scott Free wakes up from a nightmare, which involves Granny Goodness. He relaxes when he notices that he is in the Justice League embassy, but that is when he finds Dream in his room. Dream asks about his ruby, and this is when we see Rosemary slowly warming up to John Dee. She tried to threaten him, but he simply apologized in return. Dee continues to tell Rosemary about his escape, his mother's death, and slowly Rosemary begins to sympathize with the man. Scott, meanwhile, has found the last known whereabouts of the ruby. It was confiscated from Dr. Destiny and stored in the trophy room of the satellite. However, the satellite satellite has been taken down, and so to track it, he will need to contact a Justice League member, and after much deliberation, he decides to visit the Martian Manhunter. John instantly recognizes Dream as Lord Lazoral. When they knock on his door, he was a prominent figure for his race before it was destroyed. He discloses that the ruby is in a storage warehouse in Mayhew near Gotham, and upon learning this, Dream leaves. Perturbed by this entire ordeal, John and Scott decide to drown their worries by raiding a hidden stash of Oreos. Back in the car, John explains to Rosemary that he is a man of science, and he used his knowledge to transform the nature of the ruby. He created fail-safes, which is why the ruby can now only be used by him. This is when we see Dream arrive at the warehouse through the security guard's dreams. He tries to touch the ruby, but because of its alteration by Dr. D, it sucks the energy out of its former lord, and Dream collapses on the floor. This is when Dee and Rosemary arrive at the warehouse, and despite their bonding, Dee shoots Rosemary in the head before heading inside. He steals the ruby, ignores the collapsed Lord of Dreams on the floor, and walks into a 24-hour diner to create his own end of the world. Sandman issue number 6, Dee's debauchery, and so John Dee observes the regular patrons of the 24-hour diner. The waitress, Bet, is a writer at night. She uses her job to get stories and create characters out of her patrons. Then there's Judy, a young lesbian that the locals don't approve of. She is dating a woman named Donna, who has failed to show up at the diner. Then there's Gary and Kate Fletcher. The locals believe Gary married Kate for the money, but Bet knows they are truly in love. The last one is Mark, a young man who doesn't know anyone and has an important interview today. There's also a trucker named Marsh, someone Bet has been having an affair with. Marsh had a wife, but she died a few months ago due to alcoholism. After learning about the patrons, an hour later, Dee uses the ruby to prevent the people from leaving. Mark remembers about his interview, but gets entranced and sits down again. Fate changes for Judy, and instead of Donna, she ends up speaking with her mother instead, who doesn't approve of their relationship. 2 more hours later, Dee decides to wreak havoc for the children of the world. He influences a children's show host to slash his wrists on live TV while asking the children around the world to do the same. The 5th and 6th hours of the diner are a mess. The patrons begin to realize that something is wrong, but they can't escape the ruby's influence. Devastated, Judy writes an apology letter to Donna because she hit her the last time they met. At the 7th hour, Dee focuses on the patrons and brings their innate desires to the surface. The young man, Mark, dreams of being an executive director, while Gary dreams of getting blown by a cheap hooker in a convertible. He plans to beat her up once he's done. Kate, meanwhile, dreams of killing Gary for his infidelity. 2 more hours later, Dee decides to take things up a notch and sparks conflict among the patrons. Marsh tries to assault Judy for being a lesbian, and an hour later, Dee decides he has had enough. He makes all of them fall in love with him, and as things transpire, at the 11th hour, we learn that the entire world is delving into chaos through the news. At the 12th hour, Dee forces them to reveal their darkest secrets, and Kate reveals how she is into necrophilia. It started at the age of 18 when she wandered into a morgue, and she tries to capture the same excitement by having Gary lie still every time they make love, but it's never the same. The 13th hour sees Dee delving into his sexual fantasies, and everyone has an orgy. An hour after that, he turns them into oracles and demands his future. They tell him that he will die soon, but Dee doesn't like that, and so they tell him that he will become powerful enough to topple the King of Dreams, and Dee likes this future. He then tortures them at the 15th hour by letting the patrons be themselves for a short while. At the 16th hour, however, he takes control again and makes them murder someone in the dark. It's the 17th hour now, and it's time for confessions. Marsh confesses to Bet that he fueled his wife's alcoholism by bringing her tons of alcohol. He also confesses that he hired Bet's son for sex after realizing he was working as a male prostitute in Gotham. At the 18th hour, Dee craves entertainment, and so he turns everyone primal. Like animals, Mark and Gary fight to be the alpha, and Gary ends up tearing the young man's throat with his teeth. 2 more hours later, he forces Bet to dismember someone under the guise of belief, and at the 21st hour, this pseudo-religious practice continues when he has Judy gouge her eyes out. At the 22nd hour, everyone is dead, and as Dee waits, he is met by Dream at the 24th hour. Dee plans to play with the Lord of Dreams, but he doesn't have high hopes. Dream might not be able to keep him entertained. Sandman issue number 7, the much-needed end. And so, the confrontation begins, while the entire world is thrown into chaos. Dream tries to appeal to Dee's good side. He tries to tell him that the stone was created from his spirit. The stone is not meant to be used for evil, and if Dee gives it back, Dream can reverse the chaos he has created. But Dee is high on power, and upon learning who Dream is, he vows to kill Dream and become the new Lord of Dreaming. Dream sighs, dons his helm, and escapes into the Dreaming to battle Dee. Dee follows Dream and at first appears as Julius Caesar in the Dreaming. His dream illustrates his motherly issues, but unchecked, Dee soon realizes where he is and begins to wreak havoc. Everyone around the world has nightmares, and even the denizens of Dreaming are scared of what Dee might do next. This is when Dream is forced to reveal himself, and Dee uses all of the Ruby's power to attack the King of Dreams. However, something unexpected happens. At its full power, the ruby explodes, and the entire world is covered in white. Dee looks around and thinks that this realm of white means that he has killed Dream, but then he gets the surprise of his life. The realm of white was merely Dream's pale palm. He holds Dee in his hand and explains that when the ruby was destroyed, his essence that was trapped in it returned to him, and he is now more powerful than he ever was. And though he should kill Dee, he knows what the ruby has done to him, and so he forgives the man and returns him to Arkham Asylum. Scarecrow meets them and complains about the horrid sleeping conditions in Arkham lately. Dream nods and recognizes this fact, and so that night he gifts everyone around the world, including the prisoners in Arkham, a good night's sleep and peaceful dreams. Sandman issue number 8, a new purpose. Dream has now collected all his possessions. He has exacted revenge, and so he feels empty now, which is why he feeds pigeons in a public park and reflects on his life. A kid named Franklin plays football near him, and this is when his sister, Death, approaches him. She is mad because he never called for her. He never asked for help, and she is mad that he thought she didn't care about him. She chides him for being so stupid, scolds him because she was worried for him, and then asks him to accompany her for her daily duties. Before she leaves, she tells Franklin that she'll be seeing him soon. Dream and Death then visit various people around the world as Death ferries the dead to the sunless lands. Each time she ferries someone, Dream hears the sound of ravens flapping their wings. They first ferry an old Jewish fiddle player and then an amateur comedian named Esme. As Death continues doing her tasks, Dream begins to wonder why humans fear her but not him. She is inevitable. She brings them peace, ends their suffering, while all he offers is futile hope and never-ending dreams of fiction. Death then ferries the spirit of an infant and finally returns to Franklin and the park where they started. Franklin gets killed by a car while chasing the ball into the street, and this is when Death greets him and ferries him to the sunless lands. She says goodbye to her brother, and Dream says he has learned much today. He has found solace. He has found meaning. He knows he needs to repair the dreaming, knows that he needs to live again, and so he thanks his sister again, conjures some grain into his hands and throws it up into the air with joy. As birds flock around him for some grain, he hears the familiar flapping of wings that he heard when Death ferried the dead again. Sandman issue number 9, The Tale of Nada. A grandfather and his grandson walk through the endless desert as the narrator tells us that these two belong to a tribe that follows a tradition where young men are circumcised and then told a story as a rite of passage to become a man. This story is only told once in every man's life. Tonight it's the grandson's chance to hear it. The grandson is still sore from the circumcision, yet he walks proudly, and once they've reached their destination, the grandfather sits on the ground and takes the firewood from him. He tells the grandson to go out into the desert and find what he is meant to find while he lights a fire. The grandson is confused, but the grandfather assures him that he will know what he is supposed to find once he lays his eyes on it. The grandson begins to search. He sifts through sands, overturns every stone he finds, and by nightfall he has found what he was meant to, a piece of blue glass. The grandfather takes the glass from him and begins the the tale that will carry on through the entire night and usher the grandson into a man's life. The grandfather tells him that their tribe is descended from the denizens of an ancient glass city that once stood here. Bustling and sprawling with population, the city was so big that it would take 2 days to reach its borders if you started in the middle. The city was ruled by Queen Nada, and by the time she was 16, she became one of the most beautiful women the sun had ever seen. The grandfather talks about the sun as an entity rather than a celestial body. After all, during these ancient times, gods and the endless walked among mortals while inhabiting shells made of flesh and bone. Nada was a just, kind, and ruthless ruler. Her word was the law, and nobody dared oppose her. Yet each night she longed for a lover, for she had yet to find a man who could take her heart away. And then, one random day, a stranger came to the city, wearing robes black as night with dancing flames that seemed to reflect his mood. His eyes were like pools of dark water that reflected the stars at night, and the reason for his visit to the city was unknown. He talked to no man or woman, bought nothing, but that night he stood under Nada's tower, and in the middle of the night, Nada laid her eyes on him, and he laid eyes on her. That was enough. Nada knew in that instant that this was the love of her life. She couldn't sleep that night, so the next morning she ordered the man be brought before her. Her men searched everywhere. They climbed the highest peak, scoured the densest of jungles, braved the burning sands of the desert, and rode the waves of the most turbulent seas, yet the man was nowhere to be found. Desperate to find the man who stole her heart away with a single look, Nada decided to go to the King of Birds. The King of Birds summoned all the birds of the earth and asked them if they had seen the man. He asked one by one, but received the same answer. No bird had ever seen the man. But then, at the end, the king spotted a small white weaver bird, a bird he had initially overlooked. And when the weaver bird was asked the question, it gave them the answer they were looking for. He had seen the man. The man had pet him, fed him grain, and had then vanished into thin air. Upon hearing this, the King of Birds knew what they were dealing with. This was no man or god, but one of the endless. He advised Nada to forget the man, but she couldn't. She simply slumped to the forest floor that night, but the weaver bird decided to pay her a visit when everyone was gone. He told her about a tree that grows on the mountains of the sun. It sprouts berries that unite lost lovers, and he promised to bring Nada one of the berries. A day later, the weaver bird returned, carrying in its beak a burning berry as bright as sun, and laid the berry down at Nada's feet. Because of the burning berry, the bird was no longer white, but brown, which is why, to this day, the weaver bird is brown. This is why the tribe is forbidden from eating their flesh. It's why the weaver birds choose to build their nests in the village. Nada took the berry and consumed it that night in her room, and though her throat burned, in an instant, her spirit was pulled out of her body and sent into the dream world. She was confused. She watched Cain and Abel fight. She watched Cain kill his brother, and when Nada asked the dead Abel about this land, he told him all about the dream world. It was ruled by the Lord of Dreams, Prequel, and he then pointed her in the direction of his palace. Nada was allowed to walk in because of the sunberry. She expressed her dilemma to the Lord of Dreams, not knowing he was the one she loved because he was wearing his helm. And when Dream, aka Prequel, removed the helm and revealed himself to her, she saw that he loved her as much as she loved him. But this also brought along the realization that he was one of the endless, which made her heart sink. She knew this would bring a terrible end to their tale, so Nada coughed and coughed until she spat out the sunberry and returned back to her room. Unfortunately for her, Prequel was there and he wanted to make her his queen. She refused because only disaster could follow their union, but Prequel was not to be deterred by this. After all, no one had loved him enough to find him in the dream world. He swore his love to her over the ruby on his chest and the sands he carried in his arms, but he also knew love doesn't belong to Dream. It belongs to his sibling Desire, and Desire tends to be always cruel. Not knowing what to do, Nada took the form of a gazelle and escaped, but Dream took the form of a hunter and hunted her down. She returned to her human form, and in desperation, thinking that Dream wouldn't have her if she wasn't a virgin, she lost her virginity using a sharp rock. But when Dream found her, she realized he wasn't interested in her body. He was an endless after all. He loved her soul. He touched her where she bled, healed her, and then pulled her into his robes. Though she was healed, her virginity wasn't restored, but it mattered little, for in those robes they made love all night, and anyone who dreamed that night while sleeping dreamed of love. Angered by their unholy union on the mountaintop outside the city, the sun destroyed Nada's home the next day by hurling a fireball at it, and unfortunately, her worst nightmares had come true. She showed Dream what had happened because of their union, and she knew more destruction was to follow. She pulled him in like a lover again for the last time, and before Dream could know what she was planning, she flung herself off the mountaintop the very next second. Nada woke up in the realm of death next, and even there, waiting for her, was Keikul. He was hurt. She had rejected him twice, and he promised to condemn her to eternal damnation if she rejected her thrice. He wants her to be his queen, to rule the land of dreams beside him like she's meant to, but Nada, broken by the destruction of her people, no longer felt like a queen. She told Dream that their union would only bring more darkness and destruction, so he should forget her, for she doesn't want to reject him a third time. Nada began to walk down the sunless road, but Dream caught up with her. He wasn't letting her go without an answer, and Nada begged him not to force her. She begged him to leave, but Keikul was proud, so he asked her to be his eternal bride once again. The grandfather ends the story there because it's morning. The sun is rising and they should get going, but the grandson isn't satisfied by this ending. He wants to know what Nada said to Keikul, and with a heavy heart, his grandfather tells him that she, of course, said no. They throw the piece of glass where the city once stood and begin making their way back to the village. We know this is the true story because we saw Nada when Dream visited hell to get his helm. She was, and still is, condemned to eternal damnation. But the narrator then tells us that the women of the tribe have their own secret language, a language that is not taught to young men and one that is too complex for the old ones to learn. A similar tale is told to young women in this language, but the tale has a different end, a happier end, one that they can only dream of. Sandman, issue number 10, The Real Plot. We are now introduced to Desire. He, she, they live on a private threshold, at the edge beyond dreaming. After all, it's desire we're talking about. They're never satisfied with a single gender. They change their form continuously. Threshold is a fortress so huge that its scale is unimaginable, yet it is built in Desire's image. And Desire? Desire resides at the heart of it. We then see Desire walk through the threshold and kiss what seemingly seems to be a replica of Dream's helm, while promising to keep a close eye on him. They then pick up a ring that belongs to Despair. They kiss the ring and summon Despair for a chat. Through their talks, we learn that Desire has been trying to get Dream trapped in their machinations for a very long time. Nada and the whole saga eons ago was one of their plots, but it did not work. This time, however, they don't need to do anything. After all, there is a dream vortex this time, and what's more is that the vortex of this eon is a woman. Despair and Desire smile because ominously they know that all they have to do is wait for the right moment. Despair leaves and Desire spreads their arms gleefully in the same pose we saw when we first laid our eyes on the threshold. We then catch up with Miranda Walker and Rose Walker, a mother-daughter duo currently aboard a flight to England. The plane is about to land and Miranda has just woken up her daughter from her sleep. Once they land, an hour later they have managed to clear customs, and when they walk outside, they find a solicitor named Holdaway already waiting for them. Turns out, their trip to England from the United States was sponsored by a mysterious benefactor and Holdaway's employer, who desperately wants to meet them. As they drive towards the benefactor's residence, Rose falls asleep in the back seat, and we see that she is dreaming of the dream world, where Lucien is visiting the House of Secrets. He seems to be conducting a census to account for all the beings in dreaming. Abel tells him about all the entities that reside in the House of Secrets. Firstly, there's the house itself, a bottle imp, something nasty in the basement, and the newest addition, Abel's new gargoyle named Goldie. Lucien takes his leave, and we then see him conducting the census through various lands of the dreaming. Once he is done, his final count is 11,062. He reports the same to Dream, but he has some bad news as well. He informs Dream that 4 of the major arcana are gone, namely Brute, Glob, Corinthian, and Fiddler's Green. As they discuss these entities, we see that Brute and Glob are huge demonic entities that cannot be trusted. Corinthian is a dreadful nightmare, while Fiddler's Green is a sentient garden and a vavasor of his own dominion. Lucien also informs Dream of the rumours he heard while conducting the survey, rumours of a vortex, and Dream confirms his suspicions because he already knows about the vortex, the true amulet. This time, the vortex isn't an it, rather, a she and he points to the corner of the room, and Lucien realises that she is currently observing them. Dream smiles and implies that maybe one of their problems could be a solution to another, and this is when a dreaming Rose realises that Dream and Lucien are looking straight at her. A startled Rose wakes up when her mother calls out to her. They're here, the location is a private nursing home, and Holdaway informs them that his client is merely a resident here. As they walk in, we see that Miranda and Rose are here to talk with none other than Unity Kincaid, the young teenager who was in a sleeping coma for almost 3 decades when Dream was first captured, the same teenager who was violated in her sleep and forced to give birth while in a coma. Her family had hushed the entire incident and had put Unity in a nursing home once the last of her kin had died. As Unity informs them of how she tracked down Miranda, we see Rose eyeing the intricate dollhouse in the room. It's huge, and the only thing Unity seems to have managed to preserve from her childhood. When Unity breaks to them that she is Miranda's real mother and Rose's grandmother, Miranda is inconsolable, and at first she doesn't believe Unity. Rose, on the other hand, is tired of all that is going on in her real dreams and life, so she decides to take a walk. As she stands in the hallway, someone calls out to her from a nearby door, and when Rose opens the door to the dark room, she finds 3 women standing in front of her. A beautiful young woman, a portly-looking older woman, and an old hag who looks like a witch. Rose doesn't know it yet, but this Hecate, aka the Kindly Ones, aka the 3 witches, the same witches Dream had consulted when he wanted to find his possessions, Cynthia, Mildred, and Mordred. The 3 of them talk in riddles with Rose, and every time one of them talks, their voice changes. They seem to be trying to warn Rose of something. They know about her brother Jed, but when Rose asks the wrong question and ends up frantically getting scared of them, Hecate are helpless. They can't warn her about anything. They begin to vanish as they tell Rose they wanted to tell her about Jed, Corinthian, and Morpheus, but now they're helpless. As they leave, they call her their sparrow, their daughter, their sister, and their child. Once gone, Rose hurriedly turns on the light in the room, only to realise that it's just a broom closet. She is then startled by her mother Miranda, who now confesses that she believes what Unity is saying and that everything checks out. Unity is indeed her grandmother, and as Unity tells Rose how all of this happened, she looks at her dollhouse longingly, and in the dollhouse's window, we see Dream looking out over the 3 women with a gleeful expression on his face. Unity then composes herself and jokes that she is younger than Rose. Rose is 20, and though technically Unity is 90, she has only lived 17 years of her waking life. She then chuckles and gives Rose the gold amulet that she is wearing as her first gift. Rose, however, is too confused. Her dreams seem to be coming true. Just like Dream had said, she now has an amulet, and what's worse is that for some reason, Miranda, her mother, hasn't told Unity anything about Jed. She wonders about all the recent dreams, the women in the closet, and what they told her about Corinthian. What the hell is a Corinthian, she wonders, and this is when we switch to the Love-In Motel in Amarillo, Texas. This is where the Corinthian is currently staying, and he has a young man named Davy tied up in the bathtub with a bottle of wine in one hand and a huge sharp blade in the other. Corinthian approaches the young man, brandishes the huge blade, and says, "Now Davy, it's playtime." Sandman issue number 11. The search begins. Rose has now moved to Florida to search for her brother and has rented an apartment in a building where she has eccentric neighbours. There's her landlord, Hal, a cross-dresser, Barbara, and Ken, a totally normal couple. 2 women who like to collect dead spiders named Zelda and Chantal, as well as a man named Gilbert that Rose is yet to meet. We then see Hector and Lita Hall in her brother Jed's dream and learn that Brute and Glob have decided to make his dreams. Meanwhile, Jed seems to be trapped in a decrepit basement. He wakes up from his nightmare, urinates in a corner, and then goes back to sleep again. That night, Rose writes a letter to her mother and grandmother, telling her about her neighbours and what she has discovered about Jed. Jed was sent to live with their grandfather after their father died, but their grandpa died 4 years ago, and Rose is yet to find out what happened to Jed after that. We then head to the Dreaming and learn that Dream's Raven, Matthew, has been keeping a close eye on Rose, for she is a dream vortex. He knows this will attract the 4 escaped dreams and nightmares to her, so he needs to keep a close eye on her. Matthew also tells him of Rose's quest to find Jed, and intrigued by this revelation, Dream orders Matthew to get him the boy's photo. We then see Rose at one of Hal's drag shows, and once it's over, she decides to take a back alley shortcut to the apartment building. Unfortunately, she is attacked by goons, but before they can harm her, a portly man rescues her. This is Gilbert, and he walks Rose home that night. The next day, Hal and Rose are practicing their dance moves when Rose watches Matthew steal Jed's photo. She tries to give chase, but that is when she receives a call from the detective agency. Gilbert informs Rose about the call, and once she has gone to attend it, he tells Hal that Jed has been found. We then see Corinthian, Dream's ultimate nightmare. Having escaped into the waking world, he has killed 2 more people. He is on the call with someone named Nimrod, and he is requesting an invite to a serial killer convention in Georgia that is happening soon. As fate would have it, Rose too is leaving for Georgia the next day because that's where Jed is. Gilbert accompanies her for her own safety, and we learn that Jed was sent to live with his father's relatives after their grandpa died. The relatives have been claiming $800 monthly from the state for Jed's care, so Rose hopes he's living a decent life. However, in reality, Jed has become Brute and Glob's abode. He has been severed from the Dreaming, and Dream has just learnt about this. Furious at his dreams for breaking his laws, Dream dons his helmet and gets ready to confront them. Sandman issue number 12. Destruction of the Dream Dome. Lita Hall wakes up in the Dream Dome. She is 6 months pregnant now, and when she walks downstairs, we see that Hector is now cooperating and working with Brute and Glob. His equipment informs him that a powerful entity is approaching them, and Hector thinks that this is another nightmare due to Brute and Glob's influence. And Hector believes that he is meant to stop this nightmare. Hector dreams of defeating the nightmare, makes bold promises. But when he is escorting Lita back to her chambers so that she can rest, a horrid truth is revealed. They have been in the Dream Dome for 2 years now, and Lita should have given birth by now. Sadly, she hasn't. And her condition doesn't seem to be changing either. But Hector seems to be in a daze and heavily influenced by Brute and Glob. He leaves his wife while making fake assurances and promises, and all Lita can do is hope for the best. We then catch up with Jed again, and this time he is being abused by his relatives, Clarice and Barnaby. They are his second cousins, and they threaten to kill him if he is not on his best behaviour. An inspector from the state is coming to the farm to ensure that the funds provided to the family are being used to take care of Jed. They hit him, punch him, and lock him back in the boiler room once Jed promises to be on his best behaviour. We then catch up with Hector Hall again, and while he believes that the coming entity is a nightmare, Brute and Glob are well aware that it is their old master, Dream. Hector Hall is just fodder to them. They know he will lose, but they hope that his fight with Dream will buy them enough time to make their escape. Lita, meanwhile, brushes her hair, remembers the old days, the days when her husband used to be hers, but here and now in the Dream Dome, he is the new Sandman. Brute and Glob had captured his soul to imitate their master. Hector Hall calls Lita and informs him of the impending fight, and this is when we catch up with Rose and Gilbert on the road again. Their car has broken down and they decide to walk back to the motel they recently called. Unbeknownst to them, this motel is hosting the convention Corinthian and Nimrod were talking about, which is why all the rooms are booked. They manage to convince the owner to give them 2 rooms for the night, and we then see that Corinthian has already arrived in Atlanta, Georgia, and is wasting no time in doing what he does best. He lures 2 men to a shady back alley under the guise of a threesome, and when one of them tries to attack him, he slices his fingers off. And now begins Corinthian's turn to have his fun with them. Dream, meanwhile, has reached the Dream Dome and has already realised that Hector Hall is meant to be a cheap imitation of him. This encounter causes Jed to realise that something bad is going on inside his head, and simultaneously, Litter watches the Dream Dome beginning to fall apart. Brute and Glob know that their time is near because their master seems too angry, and although Hector Hall puts up a great fight and manages to amuse Dream, he is no match for the Lord of Dreams himself. He brings the dream to an end, which plunges everyone, Hector Hall, Litter, Brute, and Glob, into the boiler room where Jed has been trapped all these years. Dream demands answers from his two nightmares, and they sheepishly try to convince him that they tried to find a replacement for him during his prolonged absence. Dream scoffs, waves his hand, cleans up their mess, and then banishes the pair into eternal darkness for 1,000 years. Dream then turns to Hector Hall. He knows Hector's a dead man, and so commands him to return to his land. And in an instant, Hector is ripped from his wife's arms and sent to the land of the dead. Litter is inconsolable and blames Dream for Hector's death, but Dream tells her what actually happened. He sympathizes her grief, but also reminds her that the child she carries is actually his and not Hector's, and that one day he will come back for it. As Dream leaves, Hippolyta realizes that the other life she lived, where she got pregnant, was lived with Dream and not Hector. But she isn't about to give up her child so easily. She vows to protect it from Dream at all costs, even if it leads to her demise. We then see that Jed has escaped the home and has managed to make his way to the highway. He manages to get a lift from a passerby, but unfortunately, unbeknownst to him, this is Corinthian, and although Jed thinks that the nightmare has ended, on the contrary, it has only just begun. Sandman, issue number 13. Dream's friend. It's 1389, and dressed like common folk, Dream and Death enter a tavern because Death wants her brother to see mortals on their own terms. Maybe then he would be able to relate to them and understand them more. When they enter, normal shenanigans follow. Some ask them for money, others try to hit on them, but one man named Robert Hob Gadling catches their eye. Gadling has a different take on life and death. He feels living is much more than experiencing, and if it were up to him, he would never die. He announces this intention in a mug's game, and intrigued by this mortal's morale and views, Dream and Death decide to let him live until he chooses to die. Dream decides to tell him about it. He approaches Hob's table and tells him that unless he chooses to die, they will meet again in this tavern 100 years later. His companions laugh this off, but Hob takes this offer seriously. As promised, Hob and Dream meet again in the same tavern 100 years later. Hob is having the time of his life. The invention of the handkerchief and the chimney has him visualizing a revolution in society, and he has no intention of dying yet. And so, with the promise to meet again 100 years later, the two of them part ways once again. When they meet again, it's the era of knighthood, and Hob himself has become one. 200 years later, he has finally decided to be a father and a husband, and he finally seems to be doing well for himself. However, this is 1589, and true to this time, Dream overhears two prominent playwrights discussing their ventures in the tavern, William Shakespeare and Kit Marlowe. Shakespeare talks about Marlowe's play, Dr. Faustus, and wishes that, like Marlowe, he too could be remembered through his plays for eternity. Dream offers Shakespeare a deal, and the latter takes it, and thus his fate was sealed. While this is happening, we see that Hob is determined to live for 100 more years because he has nothing to lose. Unfortunately, 100 years later, when Dream meets Hob again, he has lost everything: his wife, his son, and his dignity and wealth. He is now a drunkard. His wife died during childbirth, and his son was killed in a bar fight when he was 20. He pushed his luck by staying in the same town for too long, and when the people realised that he wasn't aging, they tried to burn him at the stake because they thought he was a witch. If it wasn't for Dream, he wouldn't have been allowed in this tavern in the first place, because the last 80 years have been so miserable. For a moment, Dream thinks that Hob might be ready to die, but the latter intends to live on nonetheless. And so, when Dream meets Hob in 1789, things are very different. Hob is now a slave trader and seems to be doing well for himself once again. And though Dream doesn't approve of his profession, Hob is doing what needs to be done. And so, 400 years later, Hob wonders for the first time about Dream, wonders about who he is, and why he visits Hob every 100 years. However, their meeting is interrupted by a woman named Johanna Constantine, John Constantine's ancestor. She has heard rumours of a wandering Jew and the devil meeting in this tavern every 100 years, which is why she is here to ambush them and ask them some questions. Two thugs put knives to their throats, and Johanna tells them that she has been planning this for 200 years, and though both Hob and Dream try to deny the accusations, Johanna isn't leaving the tavern without answers. Dream is forced to use some of his sands to incapacitate her, and we see Johanna dreaming about the people that she has wronged in the past. Dream and Hob take their leave from the tavern, but before they part their ways, Dream ensures that Hob knows that he doesn't approve of his recent job as a slave trader. 100 years later, in 1889, things went a lot differently for Dream. While approaching the tavern, a prostitute began to scream because she thought that he was Jack the Ripper. After reassuring her that he wasn't a serial killer, and after refusing her attempts to hire her for the night, Dream heads inside to meet with Hob. He learns that after their encounter 100 years ago, Hobbs was hired by Johanna Constantine, and through his quest over the past 100 years, he has encountered more like him. He knows about Jason Blood, Etrigan's mortal vessel, and he also knows about Mad Hetty. Dream doesn't like it, but he hates to admit that death can be capricious. This is when Hob suggests that Dream has been keeping him alive through all these years because he needs a friend. Appalled by this suggestion, Dream storms off, claiming that he doesn't need mortal companionship, but Hob isn't about to give up. As Dream leaves, Hob shouts that if they meet in 1989, they will do so because they are dear friends. And so, in 1989, Hob is sitting in the bar, drinking and smoking a cigarette, while young people around him dance and discuss the recent AIDS epidemic. He looks up and finally sees Dream and admits he is unsure whether he will show up. Dream smiles and says, "Really? I've always heard it was impolite to keep one's friends waiting. Now, would you like a drink?" And thus, Dream reluctantly found himself a mortal friend that he cared for. Sandman issue number 14. Welcome to the Serial Convention. A huge neon sign outside the motel where Rose and Gilbert are staying reads, "Welcome to the Serial Convention." Clearly a play on the serial killer get-together that is about to happen this weekend. Serial killers from around the country show up and register under their given names, and the one doing the registrations is a child molester and serial killer who goes by the name Fundland. Nimrod is here as well, and through his talks, we learn that he is an anxious human that sees the Corinthian as one of his idols. Each of the serial killers here is known for their calling cards. They all make sure they take something from their victims, either spiritually or physically. Once Nimrod has ensured everything is in order, he meets with the manager to make sure the serial killers have the hotel all to themselves. Unfortunately, because Rose and Gilbert are here as well, the manager makes up the story that 2 people have been allowed to stay here because of police's orders. Things aren't going well for Rose either. She tried to call her second cousins, Clarice and Barnaby, in advance, but a police officer answered the call. She has learned how Jed was mistreated and kept in the boiler room, and the fate of her brother has been eating at her ever since. The police have advised her to stay at the motel for the weekend, and though Gilbert tries to calm her down by telling her some stories, Rose is tired of the theological paradoxes that he poses with each one. Reluctantly, she gives in, and this time Gilbert tells her the unadulterated tale of the Red Riding Hood as it was written. The story mortifies Rose, but she also understands what Gilbert is trying to say. He knows something horrifying is coming to the motel, and he can only hope they will survive it. We then see Corinthian arrive at the motel and learn he is the honor guest for the serial killer convention. We then get introduced to the serial killers as they mingle with each other. One of them is called the Boogeyman, and he is known for remembering his victims' eyes as he took their lives. The other is called the Doctor, a man known to flay his victims and make neckties from their skins once cured. The panel is horrific, and Nimrod's speech to them is depraved to say the least. But once the speech is over, Nimrod introduces Corinthian, and he is met by the entire convention to a huge round of applause. However, Corinthian knows that they have a poser amongst them, and when he meets the Doctor outside the elevator of the motel, he informs him that the man claiming to be the Boogeyman is a liar. The real Boogeyman died in Louisiana a few years ago, and when the elevator doors open, we see that Rose and Gilbert are already in it. The serial killers and our protagonists share the elevator briefly, and nothing of note happens in this instance, except for the fact that Gilbert is visibly shaken. Though he tries his best, his knees buckle, and he is visibly sweating, though by some means it seems Gilbert knows who these people are. He somehow seems to know about Corinthian. Once they are alone, Gilbert drags Rose away, takes a piece of paper, writes something on it, and hands it to her. He tells her to call out the name written on it if she is in dire circumstances. We then see Corinthian, the Doctor and Nimrod ambush the boogeyman in Corinthian's room. They have learned that he is a poser and is, in fact, the editor of Chaste magazine. The editor tries to lie and pretend that he understands the killers and is one of them, but it does not work. Corinthian knocks him out. They drag him into the woods, hang him from a tree, and once he is conscious, they announce that each of them is going to play with him in their own special way. Rose has been bored the entire weekend, so when she learns that the convention is having a disco party downstairs, she tries to sneak in. Unfortunately for her, she is stopped by Funland, who prohibits her from going inside. Rose reluctantly leaves, but Funland already has his eyes on her. He remarks that she looks quite young for her age. The next day, Rose tries to find Gilbert in his room, but all she discovers is a note. Gilbert is gone, and the note implores her to call the name he gave her yesterday in case anything bad happens. And while this is happening, the panel going on below gives us another glimpse into the depraved mentality of the serial killers. Meanwhile, Rose curses herself for failing to find Jed and losing Gilbert while in the motel. This is when she is ambushed by Funland pretending to be the room service. He grabs her by the throat and tries to undress her, and this is when Rose is forced to read the name written on the paper given by Gilbert, Morpheus. As soon as Rose reads that name, Dream appears and forces Funland to let go of Rose. He makes Funland dream and, while incapacitated, heals Rose and orders her to leave this place. Once Rose is conscious, she runs out of the motel, and we see that Funland is dreaming about the abused children forgiving him for his deeds. And so, on the last day, it's time for the guest of honor's speech. Corinthian takes to the stand and gives a rousing speech that implies that they were all born to do this. Unfortunately, by the end of it, he notices his former master among the audience, and Corinthian visibly shakes in his boots for the first time. Dream then stands up and denounces Corinthian. He is appalled that one of his most prized nightmares has stooped low enough to harm humans in the physical realm. Corinthian thinks that his master will drag him back to the dreaming, but he couldn't have been more wrong. Dream decreates Corinthian out of spite, and the nightmare becomes a pile of flesh. Dream picks up his skull and then turns towards the other serial killers. He takes away their illusions of grandeur and ensures that from now on they will always remember and know what they have done. They will always know who they are, and they will suffer in silence for the rest of their lives. Once this is done, we see Rose rushing out of the motel, only to be greeted by Gilbert, who is carrying Jed in his arms. He found the kid in the trunk of Corinthian's car, and they both decided to rush the kid to the hospital immediately. However, when Gilbert learns that Rose called upon Morpheus, he knows what this means. There will be consequences later on. By the end of all of this, and the end of the convention, we see the serial killers departing from the motel. Each one of them is haunted by their deeds, and the way they hurt their victims seems to hurt them the same way every living moment of their lives. Sandman issue number 15, How to End a Vortex. Rose Walker finally returns to her shared house after a long day in the hospital with Jed, who is still unconscious. Her housemates sympathise with her, and after a brief conversation and herbal tea from Hal, she is sent to bed. Rose has trouble sleeping, but the others in the house begin to dream instantly as soon as they hit the bed. Ken dreams of power, sex and money, and his dreams are everything he has ever wanted. Barbie dreams of being a princess in a fantastical land full of mythological creatures where her loyal companion is a lord of the Porpentine. Meanwhile, Chantal dreams of the abstract, the circular infinity where the words are her muse and the sentences her lovers. But Zelda is dealing with her traumatic childhood, and she is a child again in her dreams. She knows her relationship with Chantal will be frowned upon by her parents, and she is caught between herself and being the perfect child for her parents. Hal, on the other hand, is having a dream where Judy Garland, Marilyn Monroe, and Bette Davis visit him. They try to embolden his self-worth by removing their own faces. But this horrific sight wakes up Hal, who decides to go back to dreaming, after realising that his real life isn't that good either. Rose, meanwhile, struggles with thoughts, and we learn that her mother, Miranda, isn't here to take care of Jed because she needs to stay with her grandmother, Unity, who has just had a stroke. Jed, meanwhile, is battling a concussion and brain trauma. He's He's young, so he may survive, but if he were an adult, he would have died a long time ago. Rose tosses and turns in her bed while trying to sleep, and we then see Gilbert arriving at the hospital and sitting by Jed's side. Dream, meanwhile, discusses the vortex with Matthew the Raven, who knows nothing about it. They're standing on the shores of Dreaming, while a huge whirlpool signifying the vortex churns before them. Dream tells Matthew he doesn't need to worry about the vortex because that is his responsibility. All he needs to do right now is to stay by Jed's side in the hospital. Matthew hates hospitals, but he has no choice but to follow his master's orders. Ken continues dreaming of debauchery, while Barbara continues dreaming of her fantastical land and companion. Chantal dreams of abstract infinity, while the conflicting emotions of Zelda continue to fuel her dreams. Hal, meanwhile, dreams of the man he loved once, Robert, and this time in his dream. Robert isn't an asshole, he is everything Hal imagined, and so they end up kissing. We then see that Rose has finally fallen asleep, but she is having no ordinary dream. She can see her body on the bed, she can witness the dreams of her housemates, and the walls that separate them are so thin that she is tempted to nudge them using her willpower, and that is when it happens. The vortex collapses the walls, and all her housemates begin to have a shared dream. They can see Rose in the middle of the vortex. Ken and Barbie are astounded by their appearances. Chantal holds the child Zelda close to her because she is scared. Hal calls out to all of them because he is alone, but Rose can't see none of this because she can see the dreams of everyone in the city, and she is tempted to break all the walls. Wouldn't it be awesome if everyone in the world could share the same dream? This is when Dream is forced to step in and snap Rose out of her trance. She wakes up and realizes this is the same pale white stranger who saved her and her brother at the motel. Dream tells her to stop because although she has caused a lot of damage, he can fix this much. If she damages the dreaming anymore, he won't be able to fix it. And so, with Rose's awakening in the dreaming, her housemates wake up in reality. Ken is horny when he wakes up, drunk on power, but Barbara is remorseful. She is weeping, and that's because she was just torn away from her fantastical land. Chantal and Zelda embrace each other when they wake up, and continue to do so until the sun has risen. Hal felt dread when he woke up, but he remembered some of what he had dreamt, and he knew he had to check on Rose. But Rose wasn't in her room when he opened the door, and Hal wasn't surprised for some reason. We then see Unity wake up briefly. She knows she will die, so she leaves her dollhouse for Rose and goes back to sleep. Miranda is conflicted. Here, a mother she just found is about to leave her again, and on the other side of the Atlantic, her long-lost son is about to die as well. She only hopes that Rose will make it through and be hers once again. However, Rose is in the land of dreaming, and Dream has just flown her to a mesa where they are about to witness something special. This is when Matthew flies into the hospital to keep an eye on Jed, only to then be surprised by Gilbert, who isn't taken aback by a talking raven. Through their talks, we learn that Matthew is a human who has recently been turned into a dream, and Gilbert is a dream that was bestowed with mortal life once his master vanished. When Gilbert learns that Rose is the vortex, he visibly shakes in his boots because he knows what this means. It means that Dream will be forced to kill her, ending her physical existence. It's the only time he is allowed to do so, and that has been the law since the dawn of existence. It's to protect the realm of dreaming, and so Matthew perches on Gilbert's arm, and they both walk out of the hospital to return where they belong, in the dreaming. Sandman issue number 16, A Vessel of Desire, and so it's time to reveal everything to Rose. Dream tells Rose that she's a vortex, that he is destined to end her life to save the dreaming. Rose is baffled by this revelation. Why would Dream save her in the motel, only to end her life now? But then she collapses to the ground and laughs her heart out. This is a dream after all, and sooner or later she will wake up from it. Dream sighs, and with a heavy heart, he tells her that yes, this is a dream, but this is a dream that she will never wake up from ever again. Rose slowly accepts her fate, but before she dies, she just wants to know why her. Why does she have to be the vortex and die? Meanwhile, Gilbert and Matthew are back in dreaming and are desperately trying to locate their master. Through their conversation, we learn that Gilbert is Fiddler's Green, and he escaped the dreaming 50 years ago to experience mortal life. Meanwhile, Dream has conjured a crystal ball to explain the vortex to Rose. In each era, a human becomes a vortex and is tempted to destroy the walls between dreams of all the humans. Once this happens, all the mortals experience the same dream, and that is when the vortex collapses, destroys the dreaming, and leaves nothing behind but the darkness. This happened once in an alternate reality, and it is Dream's job to prevent it from happening again. Rose wonders if he is the lord of this realm. Why can't he simply make the vortex go away? With a heavy heart, once again, Dream explains to her that he may be the lord, but he is not omnipotent. He would if he could, but he can't, and he hates it, but he has to be the one to kill her. With a quivering voice, Rose says that she doesn't want to die, and all Dream can do in return is apologize to her. This is when Gilbert and Matthew arrive on the scene, and Rose embraces Gilbert in an instant. Fiddler's Green offers his life in exchange for Rose's, and though this stabs daggers through Dream's heart, he can't accept this offer. Moreover, he knows he should be punishing Fiddler's Green for abandoning the dreaming. After all, he was the most loyal and the most beautiful of his dreams, yet Dream can't bring himself to do so. Meanwhile, back in England, Unity wakes up from her sleep one last time, apologizes to her daughter Miranda, leaves her the entire estate, and falls back asleep again. This time, however, things are different, because when she falls asleep, Unity finally begins dreaming. Meanwhile, in the dream world, Dream forgives Fiddler's Green and asks him to say goodbye because he is to return to his original form now. Gilbert, aka Fiddler's Green, wishes Rose goodbye and tells her that she can stay in his glades, in the lush green forest and land that he truly is. Gilbert vanishes, and the very next second, the desert around them is turned into a beautiful, lush green, vibrant forest. Even Matthew tries to console Rose by telling her that dying in the dreaming isn't that bad. She will soon get used to it. Dream has been brooding all this while because he doesn't want to be the bad guy. He takes a deep breath, embraces Rose, and promises to make it easy and quick for her. Rose, meanwhile, is inconsolable. She can't stand all the emotional goodbyes, especially when her murderer is going to be so nice and benevolent to her. She closes her eyes, clenches her fists, and screams for Dream to just get over it with every ounce of her being. But this is when something unexpected happens. A young woman shows up and tells Dream to stop, and they soon realise that this is Unity Kincaid in her younger form. Dream doesn't understand what's going on, but Unity does. She knows that she was destined to be this era's vortex, but because Dream was captured and she was raped while in a coma, this fate was passed on to her daughter, but she is now here to fix everything. Unity turns to her granddaughter and demands back the amulet that she gave her when they first met. Rose, though confused, can feel the amulet inside her body, and when she reaches in and pulls it out, it is a huge crystal heart that she hands over to Unity. Unity takes it, declares herself the true vortex, and splits the crystal heart into two with a single pull. A huge explosion rocks the dreaming, and in the real world, Miranda is rocked by her mother's jolting body. Unity wakes up briefly, screams, and then dies for the final time in real life. In the dreaming, however, the deed is done. The vortex has vanished. Unity can rest now, and Rose doesn't need to be killed. Dream doesn't understand these events, but a heavy stone has been lifted from his heart nonetheless. He helps Unity up, sends Rose back to the real world, and as a parting gift, promises to get her brother Jed back. We then see Rose in her room 6 months later. She was recounting these events for us. Her mother has bought a huge house in England for them using Unity's estate money. Jed is fine, but for the past 6 months, Rose has been depressed, but now she has finally decided to do something about it. She walks into the washroom and cuts her hair, and through her narration, we learn that Hal is selling the house to Chantal and Zelda. He is moving to the west while Ken and Barbara have split up. Rose then washes her hair, and we learn that she had a friend named Judy who was killed in a diner a year ago, the same Judy who became a victim of John Dee's machinations. Rose dyes her hair red and then meets up with Jed and Miranda. They're surprised to see her but are welcoming. Nonetheless, Rose has decided to get her act together, and she decides to take the first step by playing with her younger brother in the mansion. He's found a fox's den full of puppies, and they run out to pet the younglings. Dream, however, for the past 6 months has been meticulously pondering these events, and he seems to have finally found out what caused them. He walks into his gallery, holds up a white crystal heart, and summons his sibling, Desire. Desire answers, and Dream decides to pay him a visit at the threshold. Desire acts coy, But Dream has figured it all out. The red crystal heart was Desire's sigil. The vortex being passed on to Rose was Desire's plan all along, because Desire was the one who raped Unity and fathered Miranda. Desire, being who he is, doesn't understand what's so wrong because the plan never worked. And so Dream snaps and tells his sibling that the Endless are servants of the mortals. They are here because deep in their hearts, mortals know that they exist. Their job will be done when the last mortal dies, which is why they are the Endless. Desire, however, cannot bring himself to think that he is a servant. Every mortal is a slave to his or her own desires after all. Dream sighs and decides to put it into simpler words for his sibling. He manhandles Desire and warns him that if he ever crosses Dream again, he will forget that they are siblings and end his endless life. Dream then leaves, but Desire is a creature of the moment. He quickly forgets the warning, quickly forgets how they are meant to be a servant, and then goes back to being himself. He too is only driven by desire after all. Sandman issue number 17, Calliope. This is another filler story of the series, so we will get over this and a few others rather quickly. This story introduces Greek entities into the plot by telling us about Richard Maddock, a struggling writer who has been facing writer's block for the past year. In a desperate attempt to find some inspiration, Richard contacts a surgeon, Felix Garrison, and acquires a bezoar, a clump of solidified hair found inside the stomachs of women who suffer from the Rapunzel syndrome. Richard takes the bezoar and then heads to the house of Erasmus Fry, a prolific and eccentric writer. Fry has an affinity for bezoar and, once presented with it and told about Richard's problem, Fry solves it by introducing the new writer to his eternal muse, Calliope, a naked woman locked in a room that is now handed over to Richard. In mythology, one is supposed to woo the muses, but Erasmus, it looks like, decided to force one instead. Richard readily takes Calliope to his house and, after locking her in a room, violates and assaults her. Richard justifies his actions by thinking that Calliope isn't even human, and then, before he knows it, he has already completed 3 chapters of his book. After being passed on to yet another captor, Calliope is desperate, and she decides to call on the Mothers, the 3 otherworldly deities that Dream called upon when he needed to find his possessions. This time, as the Mothers, the 3 deities appear in their Greek form, and although they want to help her, they are bound by the rules. The worst part is that they can't think of another god or entity that might intercede on their behalf, but that is when the Endless become a part of their conversation, and the 3 suggest that Calliope should ask Dream for help. Their conversation reveals that Calliope and Dream had a relationship sometime in the past, but it ended on less than cordial terms. Unfortunately, apart from Dream, the Mothers can't think of anybody else that might help her, and when they begin to fade, Calliope gives in and reveals that she's desperate enough to accept Dream's help. Calliope's introspection then reveals how Erasmus Fry captured her. When she was bathing on Mount Helicon, Fry stole her scroll and approached her with it, along with flowers of Molly. Calliope had been naive enough to give him her name, and that is when he burned the scroll and imprisoned her. Meanwhile, Maddock has finished his novel and is dishevelled, but for survival's sake, Calliope decides to play along. She thinks Richard might let her go now that he has completed his novel, but Maddock says that she will be in his captivity till the end of time, and then forces himself on her once again. Maddock experiences great success over the next few years and moves himself and Calliope into a high-end house in Chelsea. And then the night finally arrives, the night Calliope dreams, and Dream visits her. She begs for help, and though Dream doesn't promise anything, his eyes tell a different story. He is going to avenge his lost love, for no one deserves such a fate. Richard is now famous and regularly appears in TV interviews. During one such appearance, he learns that Fry's dead. He died nearly a year ago, and after the interview, during lunch with the host, Richard learns that Fry died due to old age, and in his last days, he had been begging the publishers to bring back a book of his that stopped being published a long time ago. That night, the unthinkable happens. Dream visits Maddock, and when he learns that the human justifies Calliope's abuse under the guise of him needing ideas and her not stop being human, Dream is disgusted. He decides to give Maddox what he so desperately craves: ideas. Richard then wakes up from what seemed like a dream and confronts Calliope. He blames her for his dream, but she tells him the truth. He was visited by one of the Endless and that things will only get worse. He doesn't believe her, but through their conversation, we learn that they had a child when Dream and Calliope were together. Then it begins to happen. While out in public and buying a newspaper, Richard begins to experience an influx of ideas all at once. So many ideas begin to seep into his brain like a war-torn land riddled with infinite bullets. TV shows, movies, novels, biographies, the idea to mix and cross genres, the idea to break barriers, everything invades his mind all at once, and he begins to visibly lose his mind. He begins to lose control because even before he can jolt down the last idea, 3 more pop into his head and push that one out. Ultimately, he is helped by Felix, the surgeon who sold him the Bezoar, and in an attempt to end his pain, Maddox asks him to free Calliope. Felix agrees to do him the favour, but Calliope is not in her room when he goes to Maddox's house. Instead, there's a book on the floor, and it's the out-of-print book that Fry was begging his publishers to bring back. Here Comes a Candle by Erasmus Fry. Felix picks up the book and leaves, and we then see that Calliope has finally been rescued and is now having a much-needed conversation with her lost lover, Dream. Dream forgives her, and this teaches her a much-needed lesson, and so, for her sake, Calliope forgives Maddox as well. She tells Dream to end his torment, and reluctantly, her ex-lover agrees. Once the conversation ends and Dream is about to leave, we see longing in Calliope's eyes. She wonders and mentions that she'd like to visit him in the dreaming, but Dream's heart is long broken, and even an eternity of existence can't really mend the scars on one's heart. And so, they both mutually decide against it, and Dream leaves. We then see Dream release Richard from his torment, and once the man wakes up, his mind is free. The only downside is that it is now devoid of ideas. He can't come up with anything anymore. Sandman issue number 18, The Prophet. Sandman, as a comic, used many issues to put reality into different perspectives, and issue number 18 is one such endeavour where the story comments on the real world. This story is about a kitten that a couple has recently adopted. As they go to sleep, the kitten is visited by a brown tomcat who claims that the Prophet is here. The tomcat helps the kitten escape, leading it into an overgrown graveyard. Along the way, they pick up numerous cats, and once they reach the destination, the Prophet finally reveals herself after a few hours. It's a purebred Blue Point Siamese, and she's here to deliver a message that cats worldwide need to hear. According to her, freedom is a myth, and when she belonged to a human in the past, she thought she was free. Unfortunately, that was until she met an alley cat that impregnated her. When she gave birth, her owner, out of spite, drowned her children, and horrified by this fact, the Prophet lapsed into a dream. The owner did so because he wanted purebred children. He was in it solely for the money, yet the cat didn't know how the human world worked. So that night she visited the realm of dreaming. There she met the dead crow, an entity of the dreaming that we're introduced to for the first time. He has a decomposed skull where his head should be, and seeing her plight, the dead crow leads the cat to the cave of the Cat of Dreams. Along her journey, the Prophet faced numerous challenges and obstacles, but she overcame them through sheer willpower. But when she finally managed to find the cave, another obstacle awaited her. 2 guardians who demanded to know the reason for her visit. In the face of this challenge, and 2 gargantuan guardians, the Prophet stood her ground, and this display of self-belief earned her an appearance in front of the Cat of Dreams. The Cat of Dreams understands her plight, and to make her understand the cruel reality, it implores her to look into its eyes. And when the Prophet stared into them, the truth was revealed to her. The Cat of Dreams was a personification of dream, and he showed her a past world where the cats were bigger and they ruled the earth. The humans served them, and the cats occasionally hunted them because they were more interesting prey. But one day, the humans discovered something and they rebelled. They discovered that they could change reality if they all dreamed of the same thing. And so one day, as if overnight, all the humans dreamed of themselves being the superior beings, and created a reality that never existed. And thus, this is the reason the prophet is visiting all these cats in the graveyard tonight. She wants them to remember the old days. She wants them to dream of the old days so that reality can once again go back into the natural order. This is why she travels the world spreading her message. And once the meeting has ended, we see that the little kitten believes her words. Unfortunately, the brown tomcat doesn't, but when that night the kitten dreams, he dreams of a world where the cats are rulers of men. Sandman issue number 19, A Writer's Demise, and thus comes the issue where Dream explains how he influenced human history, and this story expands on his deal with William Shakespeare, who is travelling with a troupe of actors and his son, Hamnet. His wife has ordered Shakespeare to take Hamnet along because he has been absent from his son's life for quite a few years. As they continue travelling, they decide to camp on a hill, and that is when Dream visits Shakespeare. We get more details about their deal through this conversation, and we learn that Shakespeare will have his words remembered through time in exchange for creating 2 plays about dreams. The first of these plays is his recent concoction, A Midsummer Night's Dream. The troupe has been practicing this play recently, and though Dream knows better, he demands to see the play, right here on this hill. His troupe is hesitant and baffled, but Shakespeare convinces them to follow through with the plan nonetheless. Once they are ready, the actors are surprised to find out that they don't have a human audience for their performance this time, but rather an ethereal one. Dream has called forth fairies and otherworldly entities to witness this play, and among them, some noted names include King Oberon and Queen Titania. There's also the Seelie Court with its members, including the Boggarts, Elves, Nula, Peaseblossom, and Puck. As expected, there's tension in the air. The fairies are amused by their portrayal on the actors' part, while the actors are more than nervous to perform in front of this otherworldly audience. Queen Titania likes Shakespeare's words and compliments Dream on his choice, but we then see her taking a keen interest in Hamnet. Dream promises to introduce her to the kid, which is when we're introduced to the little boy's turmoil. He doesn't understand his father's obsession with words and plays, and rather loathes him for being away all the while. He knows that if his mother hadn't ordered it, his father would have left with his troupe again for a few more years without any desire to see him again. All Hamnet wants is a normal father who would love him like a son should be loved. And that is when the interval begins, and the actors reluctantly ask King Oberon for some gold. After all, life as a travelling troupe is quite harsh in these times. Oberon reluctantly hands over a satchel full of gold coins. This is when we see Puck's instincts overtake him. He steals his part from the actor and decides to play himself in the show's second half. Dream and Shakespeare converse while in the background, Hamnet is introduced to the wonders of fairyland by Queen Titania. Dream compliments Shakespeare on his creation, and for the first time, Shakespeare thinks that it might rival his friend Kit Marlowe's works. Dream nonchalantly informs Shakespeare that Marlowe was murdered 3 weeks ago, but Shakespeare is visibly distraught by this news. This shocks Dream, who, as the play now starts, begins to wonder if making the deal with Shakespeare was the correct choice on his part. The play continues, and we learn that the fairies aren't welcome on Earth. This might in fact be their last visit here, but they are on good terms with Dream, and he is always welcome in their lands. The play continues, and Puck continues to play his part extremely well. We then see Dream confiding in Queen Titania. He feels that he might have wronged Shakespeare by offering him the deal, but the mortal can't fathom its consequences. Yet, he is in a dilemma because he knows Shakespeare would have agreed to the deal regardless of whether he knew of the consequences or not. Thus, offering him such a deal was kniving on Dream's part. As the play comes to an end, so does the fairies' time on Earth. As they are about to depart, Dream tells them he summoned them here to show them that they will continue to live in Shakespeare's words till the end of time, even if their time on Earth has come to an end. The fairies take solace in this fact and go back to their realm, but the cunning one, Puck, decides to stay behind as the last hobgoblin and puts all the humans to sleep. Puck escapes into the night, and hours later, the bewildered troupe wakes up on the hillside. They all think that it was a dream because the pouch containing the gold coins now only has yellow leaves. The actors soon conclude that they all couldn't have had the same dream, which means that they were cheated out of what they were owed. But Shakespeare calms them down and tells them to focus on the good. No troupe on Earth has ever played played in front of such an audience, and no troupe ever will. They were lucky, and the honour to perform was their payment. Hamnet then rushes to his father and tells him that his dream was different. He dreamed of joining Queen Titania in the land of the fairies. Ominous text in the comic then reveals that Hamnet died not long after at the age of 11, and the actor who Puck replaced during the interval has been missing ever since. Maybe this was the payment for their deal. Maybe this is why Dream felt guilty. Sandman issue number 20, The Ever-Present Endless. This story is about Urania Blackwell, a former CIA agent who was turned into a metamorph after an unfortunate incident. She is suicidal because she has body dysmorphia after her transformation. She has been in hiding ever since, and her only contact with society is through her weekly calls with her pension officer, Mulligan. The CIA has been helpful, but not that much. They allowed her an early retirement with a disability pension, but that is the extent of their help. Then one day, her life turns upside down when she gets a call from a former friend in the CIA, Del Carriacas. Della wants to meet Urania in a nearby restaurant to catch up, and against all her will, Urania agrees, but spends the next night having one of the worst nightmares. She dreams of the sun god Ra, who captures her while she tries to steal his orb, and his mere presence once again transforms her into a metamorph. Even in her dreams, her transformation haunts her, so she also hates sleeping. The next day, Urania tries to fix her appearance, but she knows that she can't turn into her former self, so she instead decides to wear a silicate face. They are brittle and turn to dust after a day, but it's her best choice for this meeting. We then see her make her hair out of metal because it is easier to manage than real hair, which is the tiny upside of being a metamorph. And so, that day she meets Della and explains the mask as a way of hiding her skin infection. Della doesn't think anything about it because she is more focused on what she is here to reveal. She is pregnant, and the baby belongs to one of her colleagues. Urania expresses her happiness for Della, but that is when her luck runs out. Her mask withers and falls off into the spaghetti, and when her real face is revealed, Della is shocked to say the least. A horrified Urania covers her face and runs out of the restaurant, but she forgets to grab her purse. Upon reaching her apartment, she melts the lock to get inside, and then decides to call Mulligan in order to talk to someone. Mulligan isn't in office right now, and Urania begins talking to herself. When she notices what she's doing, she thinks she's going crazy, and out of spite for the clothes she was wearing, she quickly transforms out of them. She is now more than sure that she wants to end her life, but the problem is that she doesn't know how to do that. How does a metamorph die? What kills them? And this is when a woman pays her a visit in her apartment. We all know this is Death, but Urania doesn't. Death explains that she was simply passing by and heard Urania crying, and thus came in to comfort her. Urania explains her problems to Death, explains how she feels, how she has been haunted by this transformation ever since it happened, and the fact that she wants to die. The problem is, Urania doesn't know how. She has tried quite a few things, but nothing has worked till now, and that is when Death tells Urania that the metamorphi aren't immortal. Eventually, everything dies. The ancient Roman metamorph, Algon, died when he fell into a volcano. This is when Urania surprisingly concludes that this is Death and shakes with happiness because she thinks Death has come here for her. Unfortunately, Death isn't here for her. She was simply passing through and just came here to comfort her. After all, Death has the power to be everywhere where Death is, but in this case, she was just passing through. Urania's predicament finally wins over Death, and she reluctantly helps her by revealing that only the sun god Ra can help her. The metamorphi are his creations, so if she wants an end, she needs her creator's help. Death directs Urania towards a nearby window and eyes closed. She begs for his help. When she opens them and looks at the sun, she can see its true beauty, and within seconds after laying her eyes upon it, she turns to dust and dies. The phone then rings, and Death picks it up. It's Mulligan, but unfortunately, he's too late. Death informs him that Urania has gone away and doesn't plan on coming back anytime soon. Urania's form withers to dust as Death leaves the apartment, and the only thing left behind is one of her silicate masks. Sandman, issue number 21, and so it begins. And this is where the story of the Endless picks back up once again, this time in the Garden of Destiny. Destiny walks through his garden and wanders, yet it is explained to us that Destiny has no path of his own. He makes no choices, and he picks no branching ways, for his way has been laid out since creation, drawn and defined from the beginning to the end of everything. But this is when he has unexpected visitors, the Grey Ladies, the three women of fate. They have come to warn him, and they tell him that a king is about to forsake his kingdom. Life and death will clash after this. The oldest of the battles will begin once again, and all of these things will come to life in Destiny's garden. The Grey Ladies leave without another word. Thus, Destiny looks in his book to learn more. After researching the events, he knows what needs to be done, and so, for the first time in ages, he decides to call a family meeting. He goes to Death's portrait and summons her, and she is more than happy to answer his call. Destiny informs her of the family meeting, and at his behest, she decides to wear the traditional family robes. Subsequently, he calls forth the other Endless Dream, who shows up as a Navy commander, Desire in revealing medieval attire, Despair as a sumo wrestler, and finally, the youngest of them, Delirium. Their younger sister shows up in quite a different attire compared to her painting, but this is one of Delirium's dilemmas, and nobody seems to question her. In fact, Death hugs and comforts her. The next page gives us a glimpse into the family's twins, Desire and Despair, the yin to the yang. Desire can be a man and a woman, for it depends on the desire of desire. No portrait can do her justice. She can smell like everything one can desire, and nobody can possess her, for she is always the possessor. Desire is everything you've ever wanted, no matter who you are or what you are. Contrastly, Despair is the queen of her own bleak kingdom, where it is said that there are a multitude of tiny windows, each showing a different scene, glimpsing into the lives of mortals. For mortals, these windows are mirrors, and it is said that occasionally, when you look into one, Despair might sink her teeth into your heart. Her skin is cold and clammy, her eyes grey like the skies on a gloomy wet day, her voice is barely above a whisper, and while she has no odour, you will always smell snakes when she is around. After introductions to the other Endless, the story continues, and when seated on the family table, Destiny discloses the purpose of this meeting. He tells them about the Grey Ladies visiting, and tells them that something big is coming, and that something big begins with this meeting. He then steps back and lets his family discuss things. As expected, the conversation is formal at first, but slowly, Desire is overtaken by her own innate desires, and begins to mock her older brother Dream. She begins to mock his failed romantic escapades, and eventually brings up Nada, and states that her brother imprisoned her in hell for eternity, all because she hurt his pride. This is the final nail in the coffin for Dream. He storms out, and Death follows behind. Death tries to calm him and makes him realise that though Desire's words were hurtful, she isn't wrong. Not becoming a goddess and living with him was Nada's choice, and she shouldn't have been punished for a choice that belonged to her. Eventually, Dream realises his mistake and vows to set things right by arranging Nada's release from hell. He gets up, says goodbye to Death, and leaves for hell, hoping that he will survive this harrowing ordeal. Death sheds a tear, knowing what her brother has chosen for himself, and then returns to the table. This is when Destiny returns to the table and says that the meeting is adjourned and that they are no longer needed. Dream's return to hell is the incident that is going to begin what he was warned about. Sandman issue number 22, Time for Goodbyes. The comic begins by explaining hell to us, showing us that demons and damned souls might be different for mortals, yet they're quite the same for the ones who suffer for eternity. We then see Lucien and Matthew in the great library of the dreaming, when Dream suddenly appears and ominously demands their presence in the Great Hall. When they reach the Great Hall, everyone from the dreaming has convened, and this is when Dream explains to them that he is going to hell to free Nada. He explains to them the gravity of the situation by telling them how he irked Lucifer the last time he was in hell. Once he is done addressing those that he rules, everyone leaves except Matthew, who asks Dream about Lucifer, wanting to know more of the obstacles his eternal master is going to face. Dream explains that Lucifer, though a fallen angel, is one of the Creator's finest creations. He is probably the most powerful being in the multiverse, albeit second to the Creator himself. Matthew is horrified by this revelation and thinks that they should do things a bit more cordially to avoid any direct confrontations, and this is when Dream reveals that he has already sent an emissary to hell to announce his arrival. We then see a captured Cain being brought in front of Lucifer, and though they butt heads at first, Cain quickly explains that regardless of Lucifer's approval or Cain's fate, Dream is going to enter hell one way or the other. The other demons, appalled by their master's disgrace, eagerly want to end Cain's life, but Lucifer knows better. The mark of Cain is the direct protection of the Creator, so he orders his demons to let Cain go, but before his departure, he makes sure Cain knows that the last time Dream visited hell, Lucifer vowed to see him destroyed if Dream ever set foot in hell again. After this, we see what became of Hippolyta Hall, Hector Hall's widow. She has finally given birth to a baby son and is currently introducing him to her friend Carla. Unfortunately, Lita hasn't been able to pick an appropriate name for the boy. Every name she picks seems inappropriate, whether it be the ones honouring his family or the ones that might shape his destiny. Every name feels like it doesn't belong, and so Lita has given up on choosing a name for the boy, hoping she can find a more appropriate one once the boy grows older. Once Carla is gone, Lita turns around to tend to her son, only to find Dream towering over him. Naturally, Lita is horrified and angry. After all, Dream killed Hector in her eyes, but the King of Dreams quickly explains that he isn't here to take the boy away like he had promised. He is only here to visit him. Dream is fascinated that the child somehow managed to gestate while in the dreaming inside Jed's head. Lita wants Dream to leave, and so he does. He isn't about to disrespect her wishes, but before he goes, he gives the boy a name that Lita finally agrees is befitting for the boy. Begrudgingly, the name is Daniel. And so, with his goodbyes ending, Dream decides to pay his longtime friend, Hob Gadling, a visit, the human that can only die if he chooses. Dream visits Hob in his dream and offers a rare wine as a gift. The Lord of Dreaming then reveals that they might be unable to continue their meetings every 100 years as intended. Hob knows this day was coming one way or the other, and so, instead of being sad about it, the two drink and raise a toast to absent friends, lost loves, old gods, and the season of mists. Hob's girlfriend wakes him up the very next second because he was talking in his sleep. He explains it away as a silly dream, but when he turns his head, he finds the wine bottle sitting on his bedside table. We then see Lucifer flying through the hell while holding Cain by his hair. The Lord of Demons is angry, and he explains to Cain that merely saying something doesn't make it true. After all, he has curbed billions of rebellions in hell, all by simply watching from the sidelines, because most usurpers end up killing themselves through infighting if you give them enough time. He then sends Cain away and then addresses his demons, rallies them up, informs them of Morpheus's arrival, and vows revenge while claiming that this will be a day to be remembered for eternity. Everyone hears his voice, including the one Dream is coming to free. Cain returns to the dreaming. He is clearly shaken and tries to warn his master of Lucifer and his lunacy, but Dream simply calms Cain down, tells him to rest, dons his helm, and then gets ready to leave. Only Lucian knows what his master is about to do, and before Dream leaves, he makes sure to say goodbye to Lucian this time. The reality in front of Dream shifts, and he walks through. Sandman issue number 23, Coronation. Lucifer is cunning and smart, and Dream discovers this when he visits hell, where it is completely empty when he arrives. There are no demons, no prisoners, no tortured souls, and Nada is nowhere to be found. Enraged and confused by this trickery, Dream calls out to Lucifer again and again until he finally answers. Dream demands answers, and with a huge, creepy smile on his face, Lucifer reveals that he has decided to quit his job. He is no longer the Lord of Hell. Everyone imprisoned in hell has been released, and they all could be in any dimension of their choice right now. However, not all demons or souls have left, so Lucifer must take care of them. Dream begrudgingly accompanies Lucifer on this job, and the first soul on their path is of a man named Breslau. Breslau committed horrific crimes 1100 years ago, thus he feels that his eternal torment is justified, which is why he has decided to stay behind. They explain to him that mortals have forgotten his crimes, and thus there is no need for punishment. And though Breslau resists at first, he finally agrees and disappears from hell after more convincing. Dream is confused. He wants to know where Breschau's soul went, but Lucifer isn't about to reveal his cards straight away. Next on their paths are 3 lowly demons that don't believe in Lucifer. They don't believe he is the king of hell, for if he were, why would he give up his job? This angers Lucifer because he can do as he pleases. And so, without another word, he sends the demons away. Now that the stragglers have been taken care of, Lucifer expresses his opinion to Dream. Lucifer thinks that his fall from heaven wasn't rebellion. It was an event that was already written, a rebellion that God orchestrated. This is why Lucifer has now decided to quit his job. He doesn't want to be a pawn anymore. One by one, they go around hell and begin locking all the gateways. As they do so, Lucifer explains to Morpheus how they are quite the same, like 2 sides of the same coin. Mortals dream, yet do not achieve, and mortals suffer because they know they should. It is not Lucifer's influence nor his demons that brought souls to hell, it's the mortals themselves, for they knew they needed to suffer for what they had done, for the crimes they had committed. Dream had expected a fight, but never this, and so naturally he is surprised. Once the final gate is closed, Lucifer thinks his job is done, but that is when a young female demon named Mazikeen reveals herself. She loves Lucifer, which is why she wants to stay behind. Though the former Lord of Hell is honoured by her love, he ultimately sends Mazikeen away with a final kiss. With Mazikeen's knife in his hand, Lucifer turns to Dream and tells the Lord of Dreaming to do what needs to be done. And so, with a heavy heart, Dream begins to cut away Lucifer's wings. It's a bloody task, but it needs to be done. And while performing it, Dream finally asks about Nada. He wants to know what happened to her. Lucifer, however, has no clue. She could be in an unknown dimension, and Dream will have to continue his quest to find her. He wishes Dream all the best, and hands over the keys to the locked hell. Morpheus is now the sole monarch of a locked and empty hell. Lucifer knows that in some parallel timeline this could have been done with open arms, yet even if it was done that way, the outcome likely would have been the same. After all, this new responsibility will surely tear Dream apart. Sandman issue number 24, The Fate of Hell. Lucifer's resignation and Dream's new acquisition of hell have sent the entire universe into chaos. Gods, demons, unnatural and natural forces around the universe and beyond are now stirring to life. Take Asgard, for example. The All-Father has summoned Loki and Thor, for the 3 of them are to make for the realm of dreaming. Loki, who had been trapped under Asgard and tortured endlessly by Sigyn, is finally freed. Dream, meanwhile, has returned to dreaming, and though his servants want to know more, there is much Dream needs to think about, and so he retreats into his quarters without giving them any answers. We then see Thor arrive at the behest of Odin. He is to keep an eye on Loki as they head to the dreaming. In dreaming, Lucifer's last words haunt Dream, and out of frustration, he smashes a mirror. This is when Death arrives to aid her aching brother, and we are then taken to the realm of order and chaos. These forces are stirring as well. They know Dream is pliable right now, which is the perfect time to strike if they want to claim the new real estate in his position. And so, Order and Chaos decide to send their own envoys to Dreaming. Death, meanwhile, consoles her brother and makes him realise that hell is now his possession, and he can do with it as he pleases. He doesn't need to give in if he doesn't want to, but this is as far as she can help him. After all, Lucifer's resignation has created new problems for her. The dead are returning to life now that there is no hell. We then head to the Silver City, the realm of angels that exists beneath our universe. Here, Remiel and Duma are hatching their own machinations to stake their claim on hell. Similarly, we see that Limbo is the domain most of the demons from hell have retreated to, including one of the former lords of hell, Azazel. Azazel feels that he is the rightful heir of hell now that Lucifer has resigned, which is why he is going to visit the dreaming alongside Merkin and Karonzen in an attempt to get it back. If Dream decides to fight back, they will use the ace up their sleeve, and it is then revealed that they are holding Nada hostage. Matthew has always been fond of Dream, but his recent state of mind concerns him, so Matthew is visiting Eve to consult with her. The Raven is scared, but Eve reassures him that Dream is the Lord of Dreaming for a reason, and there is a reason his ghost castle has now been moved to the top of the mountain. The Lord of Dreams and the new Lord of Hell knows he is going to have unexpected visitors, and he is simply preparing for their arrival. arrival. Eve tells Matthew that she has seen Dream in more turmoil than this. He has been angrier before, yet the dreaming survived, and so it will again, and he doesn't need to worry. This is when we see the gatekeepers of dreaming informing Dream of the gods, envoys, and demons that have arrived to meet him. They can fight and keep them out, but for that, Dream must lend his powers to the gatekeepers. However, Dream does the unexpected. He invites them all into his home. Everyone is here. Angels, demons, emissaries of order and chaos. Lord Kilderkin, the representative of order in a cardboard box, and Shivering Jemmy, the representative of chaos and the gods of Asgard. But there are a few unexpected guests, like the Egyptian gods, Anubis and Bast, and the Japanese god, Susanoo Ono Mikoto. Everyone announces their arrival, including the angels Remiel and Duma, and contrary to their expectations, Dream welcomes them into his abode wholeheartedly. He offers them quarters to stay the night and promises they will discuss Hell's fate the next morning. Sandman issue number 25, An Adventure of the Dead. This story strays away from the saga of Dream becoming the Lord of Hell, so we will get through this one rather quickly. This is the story of Charles Rowland, who wakes in an attic from a horrid dream where blood-red maggots were feeding on him. Horrified by this, Charles ran out into the snow, only to realise that these were bones of birds falling from the sky, and once on the ground, the birds reformed and tried to fly once again. His confidant is Edwin Payne, the ghost of a young boy who brought Charles to this attic, and all of this began 6 days ago when Charles was forced to stay at his boys' school because his father was imprisoned in Kuwait by the Iraqi army. His headmaster and Miss Gibble are staying with him over the holidays, which is why the school is so empty. But this all changes when Charles begins to feel the presence of all the boys that once resided in the school. The next day, things take a turn for the worse when the headmaster and Miss Gibble are nowhere to be seen. When Charles checks in on the headmaster, he discovers he is in his dead mother's company. Horrified by this, Charles checks in on Miss Gibble only to find her taking care of 2 dead infants in the sanatorium. Naturally, Charles runs away and decides to sleep early. However, his sleep is interrupted by 3 dead bullies: Cheeseman, Skinner, and Barrow. However, before things take a turn for the worse, Charles is rescued by the ghost of a dead headmaster who decides to put things in order by forming a new timetable for all the ghosts that are now lurking in the school. Unfortunately, the new timetable doesn't account for lunch breaks or dinner, and the next day, Charles has trouble focusing in a class full of ghosts. He even freezes in the water during swimming class, while the other ghosts don't feel a thing. That night, Charles decides to sneak into the kitchen for some much-needed nourishment, only to then be ambushed by the 3 bullies. They burn his back on the stove, stab him with a fork, but before they can do any more, Charles passes out, and disappointed, the bullies leave him. This is when Edwin dragged Charles to the attic. Charles is unconscious for a day, delirious on the 2nd, and on the 3rd day, he has a dream of red maggots eating his skin and dead birds trying to fly. This is when Edwin reveals that the same 3 bullies had murdered him in this attic long ago. They were into the occult and had tried to use his sacrifice in some ritual. Edwin's bones are still in a box in the attic. Next day, suffering from severe burns on his back, Charles dies. And this is when death arrives to take him to the sunless lands. But for the first time in his life, or death, Charles has found a friend in Edwin, and he isn't about to leave him behind. Death is frustrated by this tantrum, but Lucifer's recent resignation has given her a lot to do, and so she decides to leave Charles behind while promising to come back for him someday. Charles is relieved and thanks her over and over again, and when she is gone, Charles is a new soul. Why should he be scared anymore? Why should he or Edwin stay in the attic waiting for death? He convinces Edwin, and the 2 of them decide to leave the school forever and go out on new adventures. Sandman issue number 26 deals of for and from hell. Well, for a moment, it seemed like everyone from the known timeline was here. Yet, if you remember the Shakespeare encounter, you might remember that emissaries of the fairies are missing. So late at night, Cluracan and his sister Nuala arrive to represent their kind. Dream greets them wholeheartedly and leads them to the banquet hall, where the rest of the attendees are gathered. As expected, the interaction between these beings brings is utter chaos. Thor is busy shamelessly flirting with the cat-headed Egyptian goddess Bast, who hates his advances. Loki keenly observes everything, while the Allfather, untrusting his younger son, keeps a close eye on him. Shivering Jemmy, the manifestation of chaos, is being true to himself, a demanding child who wants more ice cream, and this is when we see Cluracan make his offer to Dream as they walk towards the banquet hall. He has a private message from King Oberon and Queen Titania, and it turns out that the fairies want Dream to keep Hel and to keep it empty. Because of an ancient pact, they have been forced to send 9 of their wisest and most beautiful to Hel every 7 years. To help see this through, the fairies offer Nula as a gift to Dream. Dream nods and says that he will keep the offer in mind, but for now, Nula and Cluracan should focus on the banquet. Dream has summoned dreaming humans to the castle to act as waiters. Most of them are delirious, but one man seems to have his wits about him. Once Dream sits down on the table, he witnesses the gods indulging in their preferred meals. Susanoo Ono Mikoto feasts on raw fish and rice wine. Anubis feasts on human hearts, and Nula eats flowers. He wonders what goes through her mind, and for a moment he is tempted by her. After all, it has been 1200 years since Dream made love to someone. The demons, meanwhile, Koronzen and Merkin, flirt with each other as they eat. At the same time, the representative of Order simply tosses food into the cardboard box that is supposed to be Order's manifestation, and the angels, Remiel and Duma, they simply observe everything, just like Loki. This is when Odin catches Dream's gaze, and upon his request, Dream promises to see him later that night. Meanwhile, the human male seems to have his wits about him, and seems to have become obsessed with another human woman working as a waiter. Koronzen and Merkin, meanwhile, continue to flirt, and through their conversation, we learn that Azazel has one more gift for Dream, apart from Nada. By now, Bast has grown tired of Thor's incessant advances, and scratches him across the face. Once the meal is done, it's time for entertainment, and Cain and Abel decide to put on a magic show, albeit it's just another elaborate setup for Cain to kill his brother by sawing him in half. This is when the rest of the entities make their move. Susanoo Ono Mikoto, Azazel, Shivering Jemmy, and the emissary of the Lord of Order all request an audience with Dream. Dream graciously accepts their requests and promises to grant them later in the night, and this is when we see Koronzen and Merkin retiring to their rooms for the night. Bast, meanwhile, makes her move and requests an audience with Dream, and this is when we see Koronzen and Merkin making out in their room. Merkin is the Spider Queen, and when Koronzen lifts her dress, he fails to notice the hundreds of spiders walking from her legs and up his back, and when he does, he is already too late. He is encased in a huge cocoon of spider webbing, and this is when Merkin reveals that Koronzen is meant to be Azazel's second offering to Dream tonight. The magic show is now over, and Dream adjourns the meeting and requests all the attendees to stay in their rooms, and that's because most of these halls and corridors will cease to exist once they are gone. The human male knows he is about to leave the land of dreaming, and he desperately tries to make a connection with the woman and ask her name, but the woman is too focused on the job and ends up turning him down. As the gods and emissaries retreat to their rooms, we see Odin finally realizing he might be out of his depth, and that's because Loki is advising him to play this one by the book and according to the rules. The god of mischief and deception, the one known to have tricked almost the entire universe, is telling his father that they can't trick Dream. Their only chance here is to negotiate with him and give him something he wants. That is when a bright burning flame enters their room and leads Odin to Dream's chambers. The two formally greet each other, and Odin decides to tell Dream the truth. The only thing Odin fears is Ragnarok, so much so that in his lifetime he created a tiny Ragnarok in a notional dimension as an experiment. The last foretold battle of Ragnarok rages inside this tiny bubble, but recently, after the gates of hell were locked, new warriors joined this battle, and among them is a person Dream might be interested in. After all, this man shares Dream's essence and is known as Wesley Dodds, the human male in the universe who tried to push into Dream's position while Dream was trapped by Burgess a few hundred years ago. Odin offers Dodds in exchange for the key to hell. Dream nods and tells Odin that he will have an answer for the All-Father tomorrow. Next, it's Shivering Jemmy aka the Lords of Chaos's turn, and in true chaotic fashion, they simply transform into a hideous monster and try to threaten Dream into giving them the key to hell. Dream, unimpressed, sends them on their way. Before going, Jemmy offers Dream her balloon, and he reluctantly takes it. Next, it's the Lord of Order's turn, and the box manifests a letter that offers Dream the essences of the newly dead, but this doesn't entice him. If he wanted the essences, he could have easily collected them himself. The Lords of Orders think, and then a new message manifests that reads, "Very well, Morpheus, if bribery won't work, then reason might. Tomorrow I shall plead the rightness of our claim. Perhaps that will convince you." The emissary leaves, and it's now Susanoo Ono Mikoto's turn. His offer is simple. The Japanese gods have adapted to the changing times because they are no longer worshipped. The pantheon has taken in numerous new icons. Take Marilyn Monroe, for example. She is one of them. The pantheon is expanding, and so the gods of Japan will pay whatever price Dream asks for in exchange for the key to hell. And now it's Bast's turn, and she is something quite enticing to offer. She has the ability to see through cats, dead or alive, and she can see a lot. She knows where Dream's estranged brother, Destruction, is, and she offers his location in exchange for the key to hell. Like all, Dream promises to consider her offer, and then sends her on her way. This is when Matthew flies to Dream on his throne, and tells him that Thor's causing a ruckus in the castle. Dream takes a moment to make the storms in the castle go away, and then gives Shivering Jemmy's balloon to Matthew because the Raven likes it. Finally, it's time for Azazel, and being one of the former rulers of Hell, he wastes no time in staking his claim on it. Hell rightly belongs to him and the other demons under his command, and he offers Koronzen and Nada in exchange for it. Dream can exact his revenge on Koronzen and free Nada if he gives up the key, and if Dream refuses, Azazel threatens to consume Nada's soul. And though the quest to free Nada is what started this all, Dream needs to maintain his composure, and so, like he told the rest, he tells Azazel that he will consider the offer and present his final decision tomorrow. With much to think about and frustration setting in as a desperate attempt, Dream tries to get rid of the key to hell. If someone wants it, they can find it and use it. But once he throws it to the ends of time, the key reappears and falls at his feet instead of getting lost. Dream knows he needs to make a decision, and this one is going to test his mettle. Sandman issue number 27. It ends where it started. Cluracan and Nuala already know that their offer won't be accepted, so they both deal with this realization in their own ways. They gather in the Great Hall with others and wait for Dream, who is still in his quarters because he still hasn't decided. This is when Remiel and Duma arrive to alleviate his woes, because they have a message from the Creator. Hell is to remain open. As it was, it is to belong to the demons, because it is the shadow of heaven. It's what gives heaven meaning. The Creator has decided that hell needs to be handed over to Remiel and Duma, and Dream gladly offers them the key. The angels aren't happy by this decision, but can't go against the Creator. Dream arrives in the hall and announces what has happened, which annoys most of the entities present. Azazel devours Nada's soul, but keeping his composure, Dream emphasizes to them all to see that he hosted all of them as best as he could, including those who were prisoners to his visitors, like Nada. He then enters Azazel's mind in search of her, and finds Nada and Koronzen with relative ease. Dream offers to free them both, but when he tries to leave Azazel's mind, Azazel refuses to let him leave. However, the demon forgets that this is dreaming, and that the entire realm can bend to Dream's will, so Dream traps Azazel in a bottle and throws him into a chest. Once all is said and done, Dream bids goodbye to all of them, and expresses his regret that he couldn't accept either of the offers. However enticing they may have been, all of the gods and emissaries leave, except Susanoo Ono Mikoto and the fairies. They want another audience with Dream, and he promises to meet them soon, but before that, he needs to take care of something. He then summons Matthew and asks him to invite Nada for dinner. Sandman issue number 28, Consequences and Changes. And so we see what has become of Hell. Remiel and Duma now rule it, and one by one the damned and the demons are returning to it. Dream finally meets with Nada, and appears to her as Kaikol once more. The Lord of Dreams is awkward to say the least, and accepting what he has done to her is something that he is struggling with. He offers her an apology, but it is half-hearted, and naturally, Nada doesn't accept it. She condemns it and slaps Kaikol, and the Dream Lord once again loses his cool and begins to threaten her, but his threats are empty because he has already done the worst he could do to her. He realizes his mistake and offers a sincere apology, and Nada accepts it. He once again offers her a place by his side, and once again Nada refuses, and with them at a standstill again, they now need to decide her fate if she won't stay in the dreaming. Dream then catches Susanoo Ono Mikoto leaving and quickly figures out that this is Loki, who switched places with the Japanese god while everyone was focused on Dream's battle with Azazel. Loki begs for a way out because he doesn't deserve to be tortured, but Dream also knows that leaving the Japanese god to get tortured for eternity is wrong. And so, Dream conjures a dream image of Loki that will suffer under Asgard while allowing both Loki and Susanoo Ono Mikoto to walk free. However, this is a favour, and Loki is now indebted to Dream. Cluracan prepares to leave, but reveals to Dream that Nula is a gift to him from Queen Titania, and this gift can't be refused. Dream begrudgingly accepts, but asks Nula to show her true form. With her true form revealed, she bids her brother a final goodbye. It's now time to take care of Nada. He walks her towards a bright light and tells her that she will never remember him, but he will always care for her. With this, the two of them walk through, and Nada is once again born an infant in Hong Kong. Dream visits the baby in the hospital, promising to always care for it and always keep an open slot for her in the dreaming. We then see Lucifer resting on a beach in Perth, Australia. A man approaches him, and the two talk. Their conversation reveals that the man has lost his kids and wife, yet these beautiful sunsets mean everything to him because they were the best time spent with his family. Once the man is gone, Lucifer knows that this was the Creator's way of getting in touch with him, and he agrees that the Creator does make the best sunsets. Hell is now seeing a change in its ways. Remiel and Duma command the demons that the torture of the damned will no longer be mindless. Instead, it would be redemptive, corrective torture. The damned souls think this is a worse choice, but they don't have a say in this decision. In his garden, Destiny reads the final page of this story and closes the book, for he knows that happy endings don't exist. It's good to create some of your own every now and then. Sandman issue number 29, A Quest for the Constantine. It's 1794. Dream visits Johanna Constantine 5 years after the attack on him, and Hob recruits her to perform a task for him. In return, he will give Johanna anything within his power, and she agrees. A month later, we see Johanna disguised as a peasant get detained by French revolutionaries who discover a decapitated head in a satchel. Johanna makes up a story that the head belongs to a man who violated her sister, and they let her go while snatching an earring from the head. Once she gets home, we learn that the head in fact belongs to Dream's immortal son, Orpheus, who warns Johanna that Robespierre's men will be searching for her, which is why they need to escape quickly. However, Johanna is eventually caught, but the head is nowhere to be found. They are about to torture her, but they are interrupted by Louis-Antoine Saint-Just, who takes her into his own personal custody. She manages to seduce him under the guise of Jeanne, but he still doesn't plan on letting her go. She is thrown into a prison in Luxembourg, and days pass by as she watches the revolutionaries make puppets out of the decapitated corpses of the aristocrats. Robespierre then visits her one day, and he knows her real identity. He threatens to destroy the head once it is found to further his cause. That night, Johanna is visited by Dream while sleeping. They concoct a plan, and then Dream has her drink a potion that will allow her to remember the details once she wakes up. Soon, Johanna is dragged by Robespierre and Saint-Just into the special chamber where they keep all the heads. They know the one they are looking for is here, and they demand that she identify it. Johanna picks up the head, but that is when Orpheus sings a song that leaves them in awe. Johanna remembers the instructions and covers her ears, and while they are in a daze, Johanna escapes with Orpheus's head. The next day, while addressing the crowd, Robespierre and Saint-Just make a fool of themselves. They are arrested and decapitated the next day, and after a few months, Johanna manages to return Orpheus's head to the priests in Naxos, Greece. She never saw Orpheus again, but in her dreams, and somewhere deep down, she wishes she could sing the song he sang to Robespierre and Saint-Just. Sandman issue number 30, Augustus. This is the story of Augustus, the Emperor of Rome, and one August he summons the dwarf Lysios to his chambers because on this day he wants to roam the streets as a peasant. The dwarf shows him a technique whereby they can appear as beggars with soap and vinegar. They then sit on the steps of the Temple of Avenging Mars, and as the day passes, Augustus explains how he became the emperor, but we see that Augustus suffers from nightmares, and each night he wakes up screaming. When he wakes up, he demands a storyteller, and the stories of dragons and men help him sleep like a baby again. He then confides that he has read every book of prophecy and knows that the Roman Empire has two possible futures. One where the Roman Empire falls in a few hundred years, and one where the entire earth becomes a Roman province. He has already chosen the future that seemed right to him and has burned all traces of the other. And then he admits why he became a beggar today, and it's because a strange man in his dream said that the day he became a beggar, the gods won't be able to hear his thoughts. We then see that it was Dream who visited Augustus. He visited him in a nightmare where Augustus woke up and demanded a storyteller, only to find Dream waiting for him. Dream came to him at the behest of Tiberius, and so Augustus is a beggar today. Augustus believed Dream because he knew his darkest secret. He knew that his uncle, Julius Caesar, had violated him when he was 16. This is why he feared his uncle and the gods. With the day over, Lysias and Augustus part ways and don't meet until a handful of years later. Lysias sees Augustus pretending to be a beggar again, but both of them decide not to speak with each other. The empire never expanded beyond Europe and Africa, and in his last days, Lysias wonders if this is the future that Augustus chose for them. Sandman issue number 31, A Quarrel Between Siblings. We're in San Francisco, 1859, and this room is a playground for despair. Her latest victim is a man named Joshua, a failed businessman on the verge of falling into despair, and this is when she summons her older brother Dream and proposes a challenge. It is a test of power among siblings. Will despair take over, or will dreams overcome despair? Dream doesn't want to participate, but when taunted by his younger sibling, he agrees and delves into Joshua's thoughts. After knowing who he is, Dream bestows a dream upon Joshua, and the next day he wakes up, proclaiming to be the sole emperor of the United States of America. He sends a declaration summoning representatives of the states to the local newspaper, and appalled and intrigued by his audacity, the newspaper decides to publish it. This is when we see Death trying to warn Dream about not meddling in the affairs of his younger siblings, but Dream confesses that he was goaded into this, and though he knows better, he's going to have his own share of fun now that he is a part of this. Joshua continues believing that he is the Emperor of the USA, and 5 years later, we see that he has befriended Sam, the local newspaper editor, aka Samuel Clemens, who also writes under the pseudonym Mark Twain. Sam decides to treat Joshua to a dinner that night, and the same night Dream is visited by his younger sibling, Delirium, in the diner. Delirium feels that Joshua should belong to her by now, and that same night, pleased by his generosity, Joshua declares Sam as the official storyteller of the USA till the end of his life, albeit the declaration is written on a tissue paper. Joshua then exits the diner, leaving Sam to his thoughts, and this is when Delirium realizes that Joshua's dream of being the emperor keeps him sane. A few more years pass, and we catch up with Joshua. In 1875, he has become a tourist attraction, and he now sells his autographs for 50 cents. This is when he is summoned to the Cobweb Palace because someone wants to meet him. There he is greeted by a dead man brought back to life named King of Pain, and he offers the allure of women to Joshua. After all, the bloodline of the Emperor of the USA should continue, and thus he should choose a bride and make children soon. All he has to do is choose a woman he wants. Yet this vile act isn't acceptable to Joshua. He refuses the offer, maintains his dignity, and simply chooses to leave the bar without entertaining the King of Pain any longer. The city and the people have been charitable to him. He gets to live the way he likes, and so Joshua doesn't accept the offer, and that is good, because this was Desire's ploy to sway Joshua away from his path. Desire has now joined the game, and he has already lost. Dream explains that Joshua's dream meant more to him than Desire, but his sibling is spiteful and vows to one day exact revenge revenge for this defeat. 5 years later, in 1880, Joshua's end is near. Amidst heavy rain, he loses his umbrella, falls to the ground, and begins counting his last few breaths on earth. This is when despair appears and accepts her defeat, and, as a show of respect, Dream offers her one of the statuettes of Joshua, which are now sold in the museum. She is better than her twin, Desire, because Despair takes the statuette and gracefully admits her defeat. Once Dream and Despair have gone, Death arrives to take Joshua to the sunless lands. As the two of them leave, we hear Death declare that among all the kings and queens that have graced the earth, Joshua is her favourite. He never killed, never raped, never misled. All he did was rule justly, and it's hard to say any other king in history ruled like him. Sandman issue number 32, A Tale of Dreams. Remember Barbara, Barbie and Ken, Rose's roommates? Yes, this story is about her. Barbie, since the breakup, she has been living in an apartment all by herself for 2 years, and in a bid to cheer her up, her friend Wanda shows up to take her shopping. We see that the girls are broke because they need to ask all the neighbours for milk for their morning coffee. Through this charade, we encounter George, a seemingly harmless middle-aged man who takes a keen interest in the girls, but no one pays attention to him. Unbeknownst to her, before she woke up, the fantastical land of mystical creatures was in dire circumstances. After all, she had stopped dreaming since the breakup, and her creatures fear the cuckoos in dreaming. This is why Martin Tenbones, her beloved hairy dog, had decided to find her, and Barbie has a harrowing day lying in front of her today. These events shake up the world of dreaming. Matthew and Dream know something bad is happening, and though Dream uses the sands to glimpse into these negative events, he can't be bothered to meddle with them. Not yet, at least. On their subway ride, Barbara and Wanda encounter a homeless woman who is afraid of dogs, and when she runs out of the subway, she comes face to face with Martin Tenbones. The homeless woman faints, contrasted by Barbara telling Wanda about her dreams of the mystical land she had created. The two of them continue on with their day, having breakfast, but when they walk out, they find a large crowd gathered around Martin Tenbones. Martin finally spots Barbara and tries to reach her, but this is when the police open fire on him, and sadly, he passes away in Barbie's arms. But before he dies, Martin hands her the porpentine and tells her that the mystical land needs her, otherwise the cuckoos will kill them all. Barbie is visibly distraught, and after Barbara brings her back to the apartment, we see her finally struggling to decipher the events of the day. The porpentine is a necklace, and Martin Tenbones was real, but how could this be? How could Barbie's dreams come true? 2 years later, this is when we see that George has been keeping a close eye on Barbie all this while, and when a flock of cuckoos in her room scares her, we see one of the cuckoos land on George's arm. He catches the cuckoo, walks into his apartment and swallows it whole. He then grins a wide smile and proclaims that Barbie might not know the children of the cuckoo, but they know all about her. Sandman issue number 33, No One is Safe. This comic introduces us to Barbara's neighbours, and the first one is Hazel. She has been dating a woman named Foxglove, but unfortunately she's here to meet Barbie because she fears that she's pregnant after having a fling with a waiter. Hazel is distraught, and Barbie tries to help her by telling her to get a pregnancy test while hiding the fact that she has been keenly studying the porpentine necklace since she woke up. Barbie spends the entire day worrying about the recent events, and when she can't sleep at night, she tries to watch TV, only to be haunted by hallucinations of Hazel's future baby. This is when Nuala visits Barbie and warns her that something bad is coming for her. And when Nuala is gone, Barbie hallucinates that Ken is on national TV and accuses her of being an attention-seeking person. This is when she finally falls asleep, and for the first time in 2 years, she begins dreaming. When she reaches her mystical land, she is greeted by Wilkinson, an anthropomorphic rat who welcomes her back. This is when we are introduced to her neighbours. The first one is Hazel's partner, Foxglove, who sleeps soundly while Hazel tosses and turns beside her. Next is Thessaly, a young woman who brushes her hair before bed. And then there's Wanda, who struggles to sleep because of Barbie's TV that is still on. George, of course, menacingly waits for everyone to fall asleep in his apartment. Once that happens, George uses a box cutter to rip open his sternum, only to reveal a ribcage full of cuckoos. The cuckoos fly out to do their job, and George slumps to the ground. Tonight, everyone dreams. Wanda dreams of getting all the free dresses that she has ever wanted, and then, when her classmates get envious, she decides to share. In the real world, a cuckoo is perched on Wanda's shoulder, and this is when her dream takes a bad turn. Weird Zoes in her dream capture her and force her to have a gender reassignment surgery. Similarly, Hazel dreams of being on a train without a ticket, and once she is found out, she is put into a cellar by the inspector. In the cellar is a box, and she is joined by Foxglove in her dream. Hazel opens the box only to find an old autopsied baby that died 70 years ago. Surprisingly, Foxglove has a baby too, but he is healthy, and when the two of them place them beside each other in the crib, the autopsied baby devours Foxglove's, and somehow Hazel knows that he is coming for them next. Both Foxglove and Hazel sleep with cuckoos on their shoulders. We then see that Foxglove, in fact, is Donna, Judy's ex-lover, the one who failed to show up in the diner the day John Dee killed them all. Judy blames Foxglove, aka Donna, and thought scared. Foxglove holds her ground. Hazel might not be as pretty as Judy, but at least she never hurt her, which is why she loves being Foxglove and not Donna anymore. We then see that Thessaly might be quite powerful, but when a cuckoo lands on her shoulder, she wakes up, catches the bird, slams it against the wall, and then sets it on fire with the power of her mind. The cuckoo dying seems to cripple George, and Thessaly knocks on his apartment door the very next second. He invites her inside, but unbeknownst to him, Thessaly hides a knife behind her back. We then catch up with Barbie again, as she meets up with the rest of the residents of her land, Luce and Prinado. They both are angry. Barbie has been missing for 2 years. Martin Tenbones is dead, and now the cuckoos will kill them any day. Wilkinson urges them to stay calm, and with renewed vigour, Barbie begins her journey towards the brightly shining sea alongside her compatriots to stop the cuckoos. Sandman issue number 34. The strangeness continues. Everyone in the apartment complex has woken up from bad dreams, and the only one that seems to know about it is Thessaly. She first gets Foxglove and Hazel to accompany her, and they fetch Wanda next. The others quickly put 2 and 2 together and realise that these dreams are more than just their imagination, and this is when Thessaly expresses her concern for Barbie. Wanda bangs on her friend's door, but Barbie doesn't open it, forcing her to use the spare key. Barbie is on the bed, clutching the porpentine, and somehow Thessaly knows that the gem is dangerous. They carry Barbie to George's room, and this is when the girls discuss Thessaly's strange knowledge of the entire situation. George has Barbie's poster on the wall, confirming their suspicions that he's a creep. Barbie is placed on the couch, and this is when Thessaly reveals that she murdered George. He's currently in the bathtub, and because she needs to ask him some questions, she begins to skin his face. The girls, meanwhile, try their best to leave the apartment and call the police, but some unseen force seems to be stopping them from doing so. Thessaly nails the skinned face and eyes to the wall, and when it's time to get George's tongue, she rips it out with her own teeth. Now, when Thessaly asks him questions, to everyone's surprise, George responds, and according to him, he is Gwagigwog, a servant of the cuckoo, and the cuckoo had planned to consume them all tonight in their nightmares. Once that was done, it would have forced all of them to destroy the porpentine. The girls learn that the cuckoo resides in Barbie's dream, and somehow Thessaly knows who to contact. She knows she needs to contact the moon, for the King of Dreams never listens to women. Thessaly demands some menstrual blood from Foxglove, and this interaction exposes their secrets. Hazel is pregnant, which is why she can't be the one giving the blood, and Wanda is transgender. After this awkward revelation, Hazel, Foxglove and Thessaly perform the ritual, and the moon answers their call. Begrudgingly, the moon follows Thessaly's orders because she has no choice, and thus the 3 women are whisked away from the moon, leaving Wanda behind to protect her sleeping friend. Now alone, Wanda begins to feel uncomfortable and tries to talk to sleeping Barbie to calm herself down, but this is when another voice answers her call, and she realises that George's face is talking to her. Sandman issue number 35. The adventure continues. Barbie and her friends are continuing their journey towards the cuckoo's den to somehow use the porpentine in order to stop it. They don't know how, but this needs to be done nonetheless. Accompanying her is Wilkinson, a rat dressed as a detective, Prinado, a monkey dressed as a bellhop, and Luce, a large dodo with a bow tie. They walk through the icy tundra and find a corpse buried in snow that belonged to Tantablin, a man who helped Barbie long ago. In his hand, he clutches a message he intended to deliver long ago. Barbie's photos from the real world and an account detailing the behavior of young cuckoos. They give Tantoblin a proper burial and then get the fright of their life when they see the Black Guard approaching. Thankfully, they manage to evade them by hiding in an outcropping, and this is when we see Dream having second thoughts about not intervening because the land where Barbie struggles is one of his old forgotten skerries. This is when Nuala reveals that she warned Barbie about her dreams, even though she was instructed only to watch and not intervene. And after a quick moment of contemplation, Dream agrees that she did the right thing. Barbie and the rest have now reached the forest. They eat off of the land and are afraid of being discovered by the tweeners, resident hunters of the forest. They feel that they are being watched every day, and then one day it happens, Prinado fails to return from his scouting mission and they are forced to leave him behind. That night, they wake up to find his corpse dangling from a nearby tree, and Wilkinson shouts for them to run when it is revealed that the tweeners are here. This is when the porpentine begins to glow and show them the way out, and fortunately, the tweeners don't follow them. They reach the ocean's edge, and this is when Luss leaves the group to get help from the nearby village. While waiting, Wilkinson expresses that he has a gut feeling that when they reach the Island of Thorns, something or someone will show them how to use the porpentine. This is when Luss returns, but unfortunately, she has betrayed them and she has brought back the Black Guard with her. Wilkinson's throat is slit. Barbie is caught and dragged to the cuckoo's home in shackles. Oddly, the cuckoo's home is nearly identical to the house Barbie grew up in. Sandman issue number 36, The Land of Alienora. Barbie now sees the similarities in the house, the objects, and realizes that it's her childhood home. Barbie then encounters a younger version of herself, who reveals that she is the cuckoo. They both came to this land as an escape to leave real-world problems behind, but this version stayed here for a long time. She then drags Barbie to her old bedroom and shows that her companions were in the image of her childhood toys: a dog, a rat, a monkey, and a dodo bird. The younger version then begins to manipulate Barbie and coaxes her into accepting that the cuckoo has every right to live. Barbie now seems to have fallen into a trance, because when the cuckoo asks if she can kill Barbie in order to ensure her survival, Barbie agrees without hesitation. It's done, and the cuckoo orders her guards to drag Barbie down into the Isle of Thorns. Thessaly, Foxglove and Hazel now walk the path of the moon and eventually reach the land where Barbie is. In the dream, as they continue, they find Wilkinson's corpse, and Thessaly uses her magic to ask him a few questions. Though unhappy to be disturbed after death, Wilkinson tells them where the cuckoo resides, and then apologizes to Barbie because he failed to protect her. As they continue, Hazel and Foxglove fight over Hazel's pregnancy and eventually reconcile because Hazel loves Foxglove more than anything. Wanda, meanwhile, watches over Barbie's body in the real world, and this is when George says that something is wrong because the porpentine on her neck is now glowing intermittently. Suddenly, Wanda hears a crash outside. The winds are strong and the storm is bellowing, and Wanda suddenly sees someone trapped under a bunch of garbage bins. When Wanda goes to rescue the person, we realise that it's the same homeless woman that first encountered Martin Tenbones. They go back to the apartment, and in the dreaming, we see Cuckoo dragging Barbie to the Isle of Thorns with Luz. The isle has a huge monolith with symbols carved into it, a language the Cuckoo doesn't understand. All she knows is that a man called the Hieromancer could read these runes, and when the porpentine and Barbie are destroyed, she will be free to travel to the real world as well as other dream worlds. This is when she spots Thessaly, Hazel and Foxglove on the horizon and quickly devices them by saying that Luce is the real Cuckoo. The ruse works. Thessaly snaps Luz's neck and thinks that the deed is done. This is when the real Cuckoo, aka the younger version of Barbie, spins her yarn and manages to subdue Thessaly, Hazel and Foxglove by putting them in a trance. Cuckoo now leads Barbie to the monolith and then orders her to strike it with the porpentine. Barbie complies, and both the monolith and the porpentine shatter with a huge flash of bright light. The Cuckoo dances and prances around happily, and we see that in the real world, the porpentine has vanished as well. This is when Dream decides to intervene, and though the Cuckoo doesn't know who he is, Dream quickly realizes that the adult Barbie summoned him here to destroy the land. He snaps her out of the trance and then proceeds to free Thessaly, Hazel, and Foxglove. Once the women are freed, he begins to uncreate the land and starts by absorbing Luce into his cloak. Then he absorbs all the denizens of the land and finally a young beautiful woman dressed in white whom he addresses as Alienora. This land supposedly belonged to her, but now it's time to go, and once the denizens have disappeared in the cloak, he scoops up the entire land in his hand, which slowly turns to dust and flies away with the wind. He then turns towards the women and recognizes Thessaly. She is the Salian, an old witch, and he informs them that due to their summoning of the moon, it has now tumbled into the sea, and they have no way of going back now. They are now his to deal with, and this is when we see that the storm in the real world has grown tremendously. George knows that this is not natural and that the old building won't be able to take, and this is when the very next second the roof collapses and everyone is buried under the debris. Sandman issue number 37, Consequences. Dream now has to punish the women, but he also needs to grant Barbie a boon. Because of all that she has suffered, Barbie takes some time to consider what she wants, and Dream uses this time to chide the three women for using witchcraft to come here. As punishment, they will remain trapped here, and this is when Barbie decides to use her one wish. She wants all of them to be sent home, safe and sound, even the cuckoo. The cuckoo thanks Barbie and then turns into a vibrant bird and flies away. Dream, however, tells them that they need to stay here for a while, because if they are to return safe and sound, they need to wait for their bodies to be safe, for he knows of what has happened in the real world. He wishes Barbie goodbye, warns Hazel and Foxglove that they were lucky to be here, and then scolds Thessaly for being inconsiderate of her actions. An hour or so later, the girls wake up and we catch up with Barbie, months later in a diner in Kansas. She is here to meet Wanda's Aunt Dora, and we learn that she is here to attend Wanda's funeral. Wanda used to be a man named Alvin, and because she has conservative parents, they are burying her as Alvin. Dora warns Barbie that she too should refer to Wanda as Alvin in front of her parents, and we then learn what happened after they woke up. It was a hurricane that hit New York City that night. Barbie was saved by the corpse of the old woman who fell on her, and the rest survived as well. Only Wanda was killed that night, and after talking for some time, Dora drives Barbie to Wanda's funeral. The family and Wanda's parents make Barbie uncomfortable, so she hangs at the back until everyone leaves. Once alone, Barbie sits down to chat with her friend. She tells Wanda everything about that night, how dreams are an escape from the real world, and then, before leaving, she leaves Wanda's favourite comic of Hyperman on her grave, and also scratches off the name Alvin on the tombstone using a lipstick. She writes Wanda instead, and while on a bus taking her back to Indianapolis, she has a dream where Wanda is taken away by death. Both look at her and wave a final goodbye. Sandman issue number 38, The Lost Book. The comic begins by introducing us to Celeste and her grandfather. He is telling her a story, and this story is about Vasily, a young man who encountered a gypsy woman, and because his father warned him about mingling with outsiders, Vasily's curiosity got the better of him, and he found the gypsy woman once again. After some time, she gave him a locket with a picture of the Duke's daughter in it. She then offered to tell his future, but what she saw was so horrific that she took off running into the forest, never to be seen again. But the seed was sown, and Vasily began obsessing over the Duke's daughter. One day, he decided enough was enough, ran away from his home, and, while walking through the woods, he stumbled upon the dead body of the gypsy woman. He took all her possessions and began posing as a peddler himself in the next town. That night, the local inn owner refuted his stories, because he believed monsters inhabited the forest, and while Vasily was sleeping on the floor, he tried to murder the kid. Vasily narrowly escaped and later killed the innkeeper to get his money back. He then continued travelling and encountered a tall, thin man who wanted a book in Vasily's possession. In return, Vasily wanted the Duke's daughter, a price the man could not pay, so he left. 3 days later, the man showed up again and offered Vasily a sack of gold coins, but Vasily wasn't to be deterred, so the man left again. Then, one night, Vasily was tracking a deer only to be beaten by a girl who caught the deer first. She took Vasily back to her encampment, and here he met Baba Yaga, who agreed to offer him the passage to the Duke's castle in exchange for the emerald heart of Koshchei. Baba Yaga flew him to the castle, and Vasily handed over the heart. In the castle, he was greeted by a man and treated as an honoured guest, only to then be trapped in the Duke's dungeon. And then the tall man visited Vasily once again, and though he was on the verge of death, he refused to budge from his price. Frustrated, the tall man took him through a magical door, and though they tried to sneak around his master, Dream quickly found them, and this is when we realise that the tall man is Lucien, his librarian. He is after a book he lost, the one that Vasily has, Christopher Marlowe's Dr. Faustus. Dream has the boy return the book, and then takes him to the castle, where Vasily finally lays his eyes on the sleeping daughter of the Duke. She is more beautiful than he had imagined. He wakes her up, hands her the locket, and then goes away with Dream. Dream feeds the boy, and then after that, the boy wakes up in a forest, back in the real world. A few days later, Vasily shapeshifted into a wolf as he ran through the forest and picked up on a familiar scent. He found another wolf and knew that this was the woman who had beaten him to the deer months ago. The two shifted their forms and embraced each other as man and woman, and Vasily knew he had finally found his soulmate. They lived happily ever after. The story ends, and Celeste thinks her grandfather told this story so she wouldn't date her current boyfriend. Her grandpa chuckles and says the point of the story was to think why Vasily turned his back on the Duke's daughter. He walks out of the room, and once the door is closed, he wishes Celeste could have met her grandmother, for she never let him forget that she beat him to the deer. Sandman issue number 39, The Crossing of the Desert. This is the story of Marco Polo, the time he was separated from his father and uncle's caravan in the desert of Lop. His water's running out, and he isn't anywhere close to finding his way back. Somehow, Marco manages to keep going, finally encountering a man by the name of Rustichello da Pisa. However, this man is his future cellmate, and somehow has travelled 30 years back in time. The two go back and forth, and finally arrive at the conclusion that they might somehow be dreaming, with each hoping that the other is a character in their own dream. They travel together, catch a glimpse of fire on the horizon, and finally come face to face with a strange man we all know as Gilbert, aka Fiddler's Green. While they share food and wine, Marco tells them of his encounter with Kublai Khan, who had demanded they fetch him 100 miracle workers from the Pope to match his 100 Buddhist miracle workers. Unfortunately, the Pope had no miracle workers, and so they had to return empty-handed. Only this time, Marco got lost in the desert. Gilbert explains to them that this is one of the soft places on Earth, an uncharted place where the lands of dream and reality meet. Because cartographers and mapmakers are rushing to map the entire planet, very few undiscovered soft places are left, and this is one of them. He introduces himself as Fiddler's Green and offers them sandwiches before disappearing. Rustichello also leaves, and this is when Marco encounters a thin, pale man we all know as Dream. Dream had just freed himself from Burgess's prison and thus lacks the power to send Marco back. Seeing that the lord of this realm is malnourished, Marco offers his remaining water to him, and, touched by this gesture, Dream uses what little power he has to send Marco back into the real world, near his family. Sandman issue number 40. It begins, and so, one day, Lita Hall puts her son Daniel to bed, and he finally visits the land of dreaming. There, he meets with Matthew the Raven and Eve on the steps of the House of Secrets, and they all decide to have tea with Abel. Unfortunately, Cain interrupts the meeting, who asks everyone to tell Daniel a story because it's his first time here. Cain starts first, and he tells the story of the Parliament of Rooks. It's called a parliament because every now and then the birds gather in a circle around a single one of them, as though holding him or her on trial, just like in a parliament. The bird in the centre makes specific calls, and at the end of it, the parliament either flies away or kills the bird. Why they do this is still a mystery unknown to man. Eve reluctantly tells the story of Adam's 3 wives, the first of which was Lilith, who would not be subservient to Adam, which is why she was cast out of the garden, and it is said that she made love to angels and demons after this. The second wife had no name came, she was created in front of Adam, who watched her bones, skin, muscles, organs, and bile form directly in front of him. This is why Adam would never touch her, and thus she was destroyed by God. And then came Eve. She and Adam ate from the tree of knowledge, and thus were cast out as well. Next, it was Abel's turn, and he decided to reveal a secret. One day, before the creation, Death and Dream went out for a walk, and this is when two brothers appeared before the Creator, one offering a sheep, and the other fruits and crops. The Creator liked the sheep more, so, out of spite, the elder brother, who offered fruits and crops, killed the younger brother. Death came for the younger brother to take him to her garden, but Dream also offered him a place in his own garden. The younger brother accepted, and he was given a house full of secrets to guard. But the younger brother grew lonely, so Dream offered him another gift, his elder brother, who was now in charge of the house Mysteries. With the two houses side by side and the two brothers reunited, they lived together for eternity. Matthew thinks out loud and suspects all these stories are true, and this is when Abel is about to reveal the secret of the Parliament of Rooks, only to be stopped by Cain, who sends everyone home. As the three of them leave, we see Abel defy his brother. He pokes his head out of the window and reveals the secret. The rook in the centre is a storyteller, and if the rooks like the story, they don't kill the storyteller. Angry with his brother, Cain kills him once again, because according to him, mysteries are more exciting than the secrets behind them. Leiter is about to wake Daniel up for dinner, but notices a very dirty raven feather in his crib. Confused by this, she wonders about all the mysteries surrounding her son's birth. Sandman issue number 41, The Quest for Destruction. This comic introduces us to Andros Rhodokanakis, a monk who looks after the head of Orpheus just like his forefathers. We see that Johanna Constantine is buried on the same island, and his lineage and group of monks are dedicated to keeping this place safe and sound. We then see Delirium in London sitting beside a homeless woman. As it rains, the woman asks Delirium to return to her family, giving her the idea of finding her eldest brother, Destruction. She makes her way into a sex club, and thinking that her sister Death is at the bar, Delirium approaches her only to realise that it is someone dressed like her. Frustrated, she screams for her sister, and that is when Desire turns up and takes her away to their domain. Delirium confesses that she misses Destruction, but Desire tells her to drop this subject, and Delirium finds this funny because Desire doesn't want her to desire. She walks through Desire's gallery and calls on her sister Despair because Desire won't help her. Delirium finds Despair looking through one of the windows in her domain. Delirium asks Despair's help in finding her brother, but Despair stabs her lower lip with the barbed ring on her finger and declines. Delirium decides to ask Dream for help next, and once she's gone, we see that Despair misses her brother but doesn't want to find him for some reason. To curb her emotions, she stabs herself in the eye, and as the vitreous humour leaks down her face, she reminisces about the last time she saw Destruction in London during the plague. Her brother had welcomed her with a huge smile and had explained to her that he, aka Destruction, was an agent of change. He had then kissed her on the cheek and left. The next time she saw him after this, he would be leaving forever. This is when Desire contacts Despair and implores her to speak with her. Desire is worried about what Delirium's quest to find Destruction might yield, but Despair simply ignores her sister. Sandman issue number 42, Distraction. Dream has had a recent breakup and thus is a bit depressed. He orders the castle staff to never mention the woman again and has her quarters destroyed. It rains in the Dreaming constantly because of his depression, and naturally the denizens have to suffer because of it. Then, one day, Griffin and Wyvern inform him that they've captured a person claiming to be his sister. Dream checks the scene, realises it's Delirium, and has her released. Being the youngest, Delirium fears her brother, and his recent mood doesn't help, but he invites her over for dinner nonetheless. They then decide to discuss matters in his gallery, and this is when Dream learns of his sister's desire to find Destruction. Desire and Despair have already refused to help her, so he asks her to wait a few minutes and decides to talk to Desire. He suspects this is Desire's doing, but they promise that they aren't involved in this in any way. In fact, she also confesses that she had no involvement in Dream's recent breakup as well. Meanwhile, Delirium Delirium in the gallery is remembering a time when she was known as Delight. But then, one day things changed when Destruction came to visit her. He had told her that the time for change had come, and that is how she had turned into Delirium. Dream then interrupts her and, contrary to Delirium's assumptions, promises to help her find their brother. As they leave, Lucien expresses his concern over this quest, and Dream reveals that he will honor his brother's right to privacy. They won't find him, this is simply a distraction for him, and he will indulge Delirium until she loses interest in this quest, which she eventually will. Sandman issue number 43, The Search. This comic introduces us to the ever-living humans that have been alive since the dawn of time, since Earth was conceived. One of these humans is Bernie Capax, and he has been alive for 15,000 years, but unfortunately, this is his last day on Earth today, and he passes away when a brick wall collapses on him. Death leads him away from the mortal realm, while her brother and sister travel to the city of Dublin, hoping to meet with Faramond, an entity who rules the domain of travel. They reach his office, and after some back and forth with his receptionist and secretary, they finally manage to secure a meeting with him. He now goes by the name of Mr. Farrell, and we learn that he was advised to secure the domain of travelling by dream long ago in Babylon. He promises to help them travel the earth as long as they're here, and this is when we learn that Delirium has compiled a list of Destruction's associates, albeit in her own broken form of writing. One of the people on the list is a young woman named Etienne who has just woken up from her slumber. She prepares coffee, but then realizes she smells gas in her apartment. Etienne grabs her purse, jumps through the window onto the fire escape, and then narrowly manages to avoid the explosion. Still in her underwear, Etienne decides to visit the nearest Kmart for some new clothes. We are now introduced to Destruction. He has shaved his beard, now has a dog, Barnabas as his companion, and spends most of his time painting. Barnabas and Destruction are best friends, and their banter is nothing short of that relationship. But we then see that Barnabas is still an alert dog because he informs Destruction of the sound coming from his gallery. Destruction opens his gallery for the first time in hundreds of years and finds water sloshing around in a bowl, an early warning system that he had developed ages ago, and he knows that this means something bad is about to happen. Dream and Delirium are now on their way to the USA in a plane, and beside them, a little girl wakes up from a nightmare, claiming that she'd lost her way from the world of the living. Her mother chides her and tells her that you can't get lost in dreams. But when the mother is gone, Dream corrects her and tells the truth to the little girl. The mother is pompous and has a lengthy conversation with the flight attendant while flaunting her life, all in a bid to learn more about Dream and Delirium. She thinks they are celebrities, but the crew knows nothing about them. When she returns, she questions her daughter, but all she says is that the man talked about true things. The plane lands, and a woman named Ruby picks up Dream and Delirium. She thinks they're either with the cartel, mafia, or the royalty because they're paid enough to not go through customs or immigration. Either way, she isn't one to question. She introduces them to their vintage ride and drives them to their first destination, the abode of the lawyer Bernie Capax. Sandman issue number 44, The Obstruction. This comic introduces us to Lieb Olmai, an alderman in the north of Scandinavia. By watching the Northern Lights, he knows something bad is about to happen and decides to check the traps he has set in each cardinal direction. The southern trap is disturbed, so he transforms into a bear and decides to investigate while sending his shadow back to his home. Dream and Delirium, meanwhile, have reached the home of Bernie Capax. They've learned that he died a day ago, and in turn, his son has taken to drinking today. But not because of the death of his father, but because of what he found in his locked room: multiple passports, drugs, guns, knives, 1,500-year-old gold coins, Picassos, you name it, his father had it. Learning that Bernie's dead, the pair decides to move on and track Etienne instead. Her last known residence is in Ohio, but Ruby isn't willing to travel 15 hours on a stretch, and thus they decide to stay in a motel for the night, with Ruby growing more and more frustrated with Dream and Delirium's eccentricity. While in their respective rooms, Delirium decides to check up on the people on her list. Bernie is definitely dead, Etienne has moved from her original location, but Delirium can't get more information because something seems to be blocking her vision. Lieb Olmai doesn't seem like himself to her, and so she checks on the exotic dancer on her list. She can sense her, reach her, and so she reaches out to the stripper through a mirror in the bathroom and proclaims that they will be meeting soon. The stripper is named Tiffany, and she is currently barfing her guts out in the bathroom, and the only one helping her is a woman named Ishtar, who also works in the same club. Dream, meanwhile, is visiting Dreaming, and Lucian informs him that everything has been going smoothly in his absence. But Dream is here for another reason. He feels that some unknown force is obstructing their quest, which is why he wants Lucian to look into it. Lucian nods, but before Dream leaves, he expresses his feelings. He hopes that his master can find destruction, because just like everyone else, Lucian too is quite fond of the eldest Endless. Dream then remembers a meeting with his older brother in the streets of Corinthian. A man had pickpocketed his ruby, and Dream had threatened him with eternal nightmares until the ruby was returned to him. This is when destruction had shown Dream the new wave of change, a college full of scholars where the tide of reason was turning the fate of mortals. They had witnessed the autopsy of an orangutan, and destruction had explained that reason would soon take the forefront in mortal ideology, and this had foreshadowed the change in destruction's nature. Suddenly, the voice of a fireman snaps Dream out of his vision, and he realizes that the entire motel is on fire. The King of Dreams quickly realizes that Ruby fell asleep with a cigarette in her mouth, which caused the fire, so he returns to find his sister in the parking lot. With Ruby now dead, Dream is quite sure that someone is obstructing their path, but his sister, Delirium, is only concerned about driving the car. With Ruby now dead, she can take the wheel and drive the old classic. Sandman, issue number 45. The Path to Destruction. It's the next morning, and Ishtar has brought Tiffany some breakfast, but Tiffany is still struggling with her health, because after getting a whiff of the food, she barfs again. Delirium, meanwhile, is having a lot of fun driving the car. Unfortunately, her driving skills are worse for wear, to say the least. They are stopped by an officer soon enough, but when he tries to reprimand Delirium, she sentences him to be plagued by invisible insects till eternity. Dream wants to help his sister, even though she can be quite unreasonable sometimes, so he summons Matthew to help her drive in the waking world. Tiffany, meanwhile, has recovered, and the two of them are currently preparing for work. Through their conversation, we learn that Ishtar never dances to her true potential, and that is because, according to Ishtar, no one is there to see her dance. Every man in the strip club is only there for the assets. Their conversation soon turns to the subject of love, and we learn that Ishtar managed to snag a pretty nice guy long ago. Unfortunately, his family and job forced them apart, but she still dreams about him every now and then. As they reach the club, they begin talking about prostitution in the olden days, how it was much easier because the girls could accost men outside temples. But that is when Nancy, their friend, corrects them and tells them that it wasn't freedom, but rather oppression. Women would stand in the temple courtyard until someone paid for them, and once the money was handed over, the possession exchanged hands. During this conversation, Ishtar heavily implies that she used to be one of those women. We then see Delirium and Dream arriving at the club. The two of them force their way in while Ishtar takes to the stage. However, as soon as she locks eyes with Dream, she runs away, and Dream seems to know who she is. He goes backstage and addresses her as Belili, and she blames him for forcing her to end her relationship with Destruction. Dream sighs and explains that he isn't here to bother her. He only wants his brother's whereabouts, but unfortunately, she knows nothing. He takes his leave, but informs her that Destruction has been following them every step of the way, which is why she should be wary now that he has visited her. This is when Ishtar walks out on the stage again and dances to her maximum potential. The entire club is entranced, and through the sheer force of her charm, first everyone inside the club is killed, and then the entire building is destroyed. Unfortunately, Tiffany is the only one who escaped, albeit without clothes. But this is when Desire appears to her and offers her their coat, and under their breath they mutter that they had warned Dream about the consequences of pursuing this quest. Sandman issue number 46, a much-needed apology. Destruction is now trying to distract himself with poetry, but just like his previous creative endeavour, his dog Barnabas is too critical of this one as well. Destruction opens up and confesses that he doesn't dream anymore, for he fears his younger brother might find him, and though Barnabas doesn't see the problem with that, Destruction knows his family and knows what reconciling might lead to. This is when we see Dream confronting Delirium, Delirium on their quest to find destruction. Too many mortals have died, too many have lost their lives, and he can't let this go on. He calls off the quest and rudely parts ways from Delirium, naturally, angry at her brother. Delirium retreats into her own realm and closes herself off to the entire family. Dream returns to his realm, chides most of his people, and then locks himself in the throne room. He then closes most of the doorways to his realm and creates a new land so he can convene with the Egyptian goddess Bast. Bast begins seducing Dream from the first sentence, but all he wants to know is his brother's whereabouts, like she had promised 2 years ago. Unfortunately, Bast hasn't spotted destruction recently. She only knows that he was in Paris 60 years ago. Dream politely refutes Bast's advances and returns to his castle. When Bast returns to her own realm, she wakes up livid and has now begun fearing her dreams. Sometime later, Dream talks with Lucien, who has been unable to find the unseen power meddling with his affairs. However, Lucien has found something strange. He takes Dream to the castle gallery and shows him Delirium's world, which has been completely blacked out. Distraught, Dream decides to call Death to his aid, and his older sister chides him for hurting their younger sister. This is all because of him. Delirium has cut herself off from the family because of him, and realizing this, and after being forced by Death, Dream decides to visit his little sister in her realm. Delirium naturally hates Dream once she is confronted. Her appearance has changed, and her distrust of the family and Dream has grown tremendously. Dream calms down, takes things one step at a time, and starts by apologizing. He confesses that he had accompanied her on the quest in hopes of finding the mortal that recently broke his heart. But now he realizes that they need to continue their quest for destruction because unseen forces are at play, and he is willing to accompany Delirium for the entirety of it. Knowing her brother, Delirium forces Dream to admit that he is fond of her, and once he has done so, she agrees to resume their quest. Sandman issue number 47, A Dinner of Destruction. The comic starts by showing us Destruction delving into the art of cooking, and as usual, Barnabas doesn't have high hopes for him. Destruction, however, is resolute in seeing this task through nonetheless, and this is when we see Dream and Delirium resuming their quest to find him. The names on Delirium's list are now useless, so they decide to contact their brother, Destiny. They need to find a maze, so Delirium takes them to an amusement park on Earth with a small maze. We see that all mazes in the world connect to each other and lead to Destiny's garden, and once they've reached there, Destiny is waiting for them. Naturally, he was expecting them. Dream converses with his brother, but Destiny will not disclose Destruction's location. He advises them to give up the search and suggests that this quest will not be good for Dream if he continues. Dream demands anything his brother can tell him, so Destiny tells him not what he wants to hear, but what he needs to hear. The woman he loves and searches for doesn't love him, never did, and will never love him. The two of them will meet only once after this quest is over, and that meeting will be heart and soul breaking for both of them. Dream is broken by this revelation, and he falls to his knees, and this is when Delirium intervenes. Her demeanor has changed, her eyes are now the same, and she puts Destiny in place by revealing that he doesn't know everything. He doesn't know why she stopped being Delight, only she does. Though taken down a notch, Destiny is happy to see his younger sister so calm and collected. Delirium turns her attention to Dream and helps him up on his feet. Dream appreciates her help and is glad to see his sister so calm, but this is tiring for Delirium, so she tells him to gather himself and take the reins again so she can be herself once more. Dream reveals that Destiny told him they need to find an oracle who will reveal Destruction's location. The only oracle they have at their disposal is his son, Orpheus, someone Dream has been avoiding for over a millennium. Dream and Delirium make their way to the island only to be held at gunpoint by Andros's son, Chris. After a back and forth with the family, Dream is allowed to see Orpheus while Delirium plays and eats cherries near the gravestone of Johanna Constantine. After a brief moment, Dream returns and says that the deed is done. He knows where Destruction is, but the price for this information was quite high and that he owes his son a boon. Nonetheless, they depart, and Chris rows them in a boat to the nearby island, the same island from where a lone mansion looks over Orpheus's shrine. They reach the top, and Delirium runs to Barnabas and pets him for being a good dog. Destruction greets them next and lifts up his little sister. As soon as he sees her, she has grown, and he is more than proud of her. He greets Dream with the same enthusiasm and then invites them in for dinner. He had been expecting them, which is why he decided to practice the art of cooking today. Sandman issue number 48, A Debt to PA. The dinner is awkward to say the least. Neither of the Endless is interested in mortal food, and only Barnabas is cracking jokes at the table. Delirium likes him, and Dream reluctantly agrees to discuss family matters in front of the dog if he agrees to stay quiet. Delirium explains the ordeals they had to go through in order to find Destruction, and Dream explains how the rest of the family has more or less remained the same, despite the change he and Delirium have experienced. Destruction then asks what their next step is now that they've found him, and Delirium instantly says that she wants him to return, while Dream says he completed the quest out of honor because many mortals died for it, including Ruby. This confirms Destruction's suspicions that Dream has changed. 300 years ago, he wouldn't have cared about Ruby. To ease Dream's mind, Destruction confesses that Ruby and the others likely died because of the safety measures he put in place in case one of his family ever tried to find him. And this is when Destruction delves into the philosophical and states that there is no one-sided coin. Delirium instantly understands what he's trying to say, but Dream doesn't, and through their debate, we learn that the Endless don't truly preside over the domains they rule. Just like Destruction, he isn't the embodiment of it, for Destruction has continued in his absence, and thus each one of them is needed. They are just one side of their own coin. Destruction is the opposite of creation, despair is the opposite of hope, and Dream is the opposite of reality. Sadly, even though he'd love to stay, Destruction has to leave again, and so he goes into his gallery, takes a piece of cloth from Dream, and wraps his sword and the pool of water in it. He ties it up, leaves Barnabas with Delirium, and takes his leave. Before going, he urges Dream not to blame himself for his abandonment, and asks Barnabas to look after Delirium with his life. Dream says he never blamed himself, but Destruction has always known his family the best. He bids them goodbye, and then walks through infinite windows and into the stars. Delirium consoles Dream, and before retreating to her realm with Barnabas, asks what he's going to do next. With a heavy heart, Dream replies that there's a debt that needs to be paid, and for that, he needs to kill his son. Sandman issue number 49, Rebirth. And so, the day has come, and we see Delirium has decided to stay back with her brother. She urges him to let him say goodbye to her nephew, and Dream reluctantly agrees. Once Delirium has said goodbye to Orpheus, the father and son talk, and we learn that Orpheus is Dream and Calliope's son. Orpheus is scared, though he has craved death ever since his body was eviscerated. But when he's ready, Dream picks him up, kisses his son's forehead, and then ends his love. With a blood-covered hand, Dream wanders out of the temple in a daze, and wherever the dripping blood from his hand hits the ground, red flowers sprout out of the earth. He joins Delirium, and she does her best to console him, and that is when despair joins them. She asks about Destruction, and they tell her that he remembered her fondly, but this is as far as Dream's heart will allow him to go. He takes a moment to reflect, says his goodbyes, and then leaves the waking world. This is when Despair confesses that she regrets not having accompanied them on this quest. She wanted to meet her brother Destruction, but this is a befitting end. She is Despair, after all. Delirium consoles her and then retreats into her realm along with Barnabas. Despair, meanwhile, picks 2 red flowers and heads back to her own realm. There she finds her twin sister, Desire, already waiting for her in the gallery. Desire knew that Dream someday was going to spill family blood, but she didn't expect to feel this way that day. Somewhere deep down, even Desire is saddened by these events. Despair offers her one of the red flowers and admits that she is scared. To her surprise, even Desire admits that she is scared too. We then see Dream return to dreaming in a rather melancholic mood. At the gates, he thanks his guardians for protecting him and expresses his appreciation of them for the first time in an era. He eases Nula's worries inside the castle, consoles the little fairy, and lets her wear the necklace given to her by his last lover. Dream has moved, and moreover, has grown to appreciate everyone in his life, including those who serve him. He then contacts Andros in his dream and orders him to bury Orpheus's head as his last task, albeit without any marker. He then enters his quarters and instructs Lucian to thank everyone he has encountered on his travels. When Ishtar visits dreaming, she is to be told that Destruction still loves her, just like his brother had asked. And when the Alderman and Etienne find their way here, they are to be told that dreaming is safe for them once again. When alone in his quarters, Dream finally washes the blood off his hand and for the last time is face to face with his son in the water. As a last piece of advice, he tells his son that he should have gone to his lover, Eurydice's funeral, and after doing this deed, Dream spends the night lamenting all that has happened. Meanwhile, in the waking world, all the people involved in this face the consequences of these events. The lost kitten, the lost son, Bernie Capax's son, everyone deals with this in their own way. Even Tiffany seems to have found a new life. She is now an author and regularly tells the world about the day she was forced to run away from the House of Sin nude, only to then be saved by an angel who offered her his coat. Desire, meanwhile, laments the latest events too, drifting through space while clutching the red flower. Her thoughts are her own. Andros finishes his last task and buries Orpheus's head, knowing too well that the cherry tree in this temple will never sprout fruits again. Sandman issue number 50, The Tale of Baghdad. There was once a king of Baghdad, Caliph Harun al-Rashid, and his city was full of wonders. He had everything he could ever dream of, a harem, infinite wealth, and even the power to walk among his citizens as a common man. However, when the month of Ramadan came, he became listless, and he wanted none of the pleasures at his disposal. Instead, Harun ventured deep below his castle, beyond the dungeons, beyond the servants' quarters. He found a door that held magical items, another that kept all his treasure, and finally found a door of fire that he opened with a golden key. There he found a magical orb that housed thousands of evil creatures. He took the orb back to the top of his palace and called out to the Lord of Dreams. He threatened to smash the orb if he did not show up, and when Dream failed to appear, Harun threw the orb. Unfortunately, the orb was snatched away before it could contact the ground, and Dream appeared before the king. The Caliph had a simple offer, but for that, they would have to go to the marketplace. He brought out his grandfather's flying carpet and showed Dream his city, showing him all the wonders that Baghdad held, and once Dream was enamored, he made his offer and wanted Dream to purchase Baghdad. The Caliph explained that he worries his city will turn into rubble one day and eventually fade away. He does not want that to happen, and it's the reason why he wants Dream to purchase it, so that Baghdad can survive endlessly in the dreaming. Dream agrees to do so, but in exchange, Harun will have to inform his people of this deal, so the Caliph does as he's asked, and in an instant, he wakes up from his slumber in the marketplace, sleeping on the same carpet that once had the power to fly. His guards help him up to his feet, but before going to the palace, he encounters a pale white stranger with a city in a bottle, a sight to marvel at, but the stranger tells him that the bottle is not for sale. Feeling somehow content with these words, the Caliph returns to his palace, which is now crumbling in front of his eyes, and we then see that this was a story being told by a beggar to a young boy. The beggar looks like the Caliph and leaves the boy with dreams of Baghdad being a wondrous city that would never die. But Baghdad now is a bomb site riddled with rubble and debris. Sandman issue number 51, The World's End Part 1, The Tale of Two Cities. Brant is a good man, at least he thinks so, which is why he chose to drive his co-worker Charlene Mooney to Chicago for a sales conference. He was supposed to wake her up at 3 a.m. to switch places, but he didn't do so. She's sleeping soundly, and he isn't tired yet. But then the unforeseen happens, and Brant begins to hallucinate. He first sees snowfall in the middle of June, and then a strange creature. This causes him to swerve and crash his car. Charlene is badly injured, and Brant now has to carry her through the snow to some form of safety. When he's running out of strength, a strange voice tells him about an inn down the road that should be able to help him. Brant somehow musters up the courage to make it there, and it's the World's End Inn, a place where all sorts of mythological creatures have gathered to wait out the storm, including Chiron the Centaur, who promises to take care of Charlene. Brant learns that this is a reality storm, so creatures from around the realms seek refuge here. He then passes out, and when he wakes up, he finds Charlene sitting amongst the patrons, listening to stories. Everyone is exchanging stories to pass the time, and Brant now hears the tale of two cities. It's about Robert, a 9-to-5 worker who one day found a silver road that led nowhere. That day, Robert boarded an empty subway car, which unbeknownst to him was also Dream's chosen mode of travel. This subway car led Robert to an unknown land, a miracle mirror image of the city, a dream image, and this was confirmed by a man he found after wandering its streets for a long time. The man was strange, for he ran off into an alley after catching a glimpse of something only to never be seen again. Robert next met a lady who was as confused as him. Robert wanted to tell her everything, but that is when, for the first time, he saw something familiar in this dream image of the city, a familiar door. He forgot about the lady and rushed through, and he was finally back in his own city once again. When he retired, Robert moved out of the city he loved, not because he feared visiting the dream image of the city awake, but what would happen if the city woke up one day. And so, now that the story's over, the man turns to the in crowd and asks, "Who's next?" Sandman issue number 52, The World's End, Part 2, Cluracan's Tale. We see Brant conversing with a man from Necropolis Litharge in the men's room, and this is when Prinado from Barbie's dream appears in the background. This, indeed, seems to be a reality storm. When Brant heads outside, we see that Cluracan, Nula's brother, is about to tell the next tale, the tale of how he ended up here. He tells the first about the grand city of Aurelia of the Plains, a city that was once ruled by the tomb of Caris Carnifex, its temporal emperor. Cluracan was sent to the city by Queen Titania on a mission to prevent an alliance of its citizens. But when Cluracan reached Aurelia, it was no longer the grand city he remembered. It was instead in ruins, and upon reaching, he was taken to the new leader, the Psychopomp, by a monk named Brother Cabriolet. Cluracan soon learned that the Psychopomp was an evil man who mistreated his people. Nonetheless, Cluracan was treated with respect, fed, and given quarters where he could stay. However, that night, after sending his preliminary report to the Queen, Cluracan had an unexpected visitor, Otho, Psychopomp's uncle. Otho explained that the same person, his nephew, now held Carnifex and Psychopomp, these two titles. His nephew took the power for his own by passing a bill that suggested that the Psychopomp would become the Carnifex if the Carnifex had no heirs. And because the last Carnifex's heir was killed in a street brawl, his nephew now held all the power. Otho leaves before he says more, but Cluracan knows what the man was trying to tell him. And so the next day, despite knowing better, Cluracan speaks out in a meeting and calls out the Psychopomp for overreaching and gaining more power than he deserves. He condemns the Psychopomp, which gets him thrown into the dungeons behind bars that prevent fairy magic from penetrating it. However, that night he is visited by his sister Nula, who promises him help, and so when he wakes up, he is visited by Dream. Dream is reluctant at first, but ends up freeing Cluracan nonetheless, and so Cluracan vows to return to his sister once he has completed the mission. He riles up the citizens of the city, spreads rumours, and eventually the city has a revolution. During this uprising, the Psychopomp hides in a room full of corpses, along with his monk, Brother Cabriolet. These corpses belong to all the previous Carnifexes. However, this is where we learn that the Psychopomp didn't kill the last Carnifex, but he instead died of cancer. Despite learning this, Cluracan goes through with his plan, revealing that he was disguised as Brother Cabriolet, and he was the one who caused this revolution. According to him, it's just bad luck that the Psychopomp is caught in this situation, but that is when the Carnifex's body rises up from the grave, accuses the Psychopomp of killing their heir, and then rushes out of the window with him. They both fall to their deaths, and Cluracan decides to head home. However, during the journey he was caught in the reality storm, and that's how he ended up in the inn. Everyone has questions. How did the Carnifex come back to life? Is Queen Titania happy with this outcome? Is Cluracan going back to his sister as promised, or returning to the realm of the fairies? Cluracan is frustrated by these questions. He answers none and demands that someone else tell the next story. Sandman issue number 53, The World's End, Part 3, Secrets. A man named Jim decides to tell his story, but first he inquires about the World's Inn and learns that this is its own realm. These travellers are real, and so is Brant. According to Brant, it's June 1993, but according to Jim, it's September 1914. They chide him for delaying, and so Jim begins his story. Jim tells them that he ran away from home at the age of 13 and joined a shipping crew. One day, he ended up in Bombay, and that is when he was assigned as the steward of their newest passenger, Hob Gadling, who is headed to England. His captain was Herbert Burgrave, and Jim was compelled to follow his orders. Jim introduces us to the crew, and then a mystery plagues the ship. Food has been missing, and soon they discover that they have a stowaway on board, an Indian man who desperately wants to get to Liverpool. The captain wants to get rid of the man, but Hob Gadling pays for the man's journey to England. Their newest passenger then tells them the story of a king who loved his wife more than anything. One day, a holy man showed up and offered the king a fruit that granted eternal life. The king was skeptical at first, because if that was true, why didn't the holy man eat the fruit himself? The holy man explained that he was scared, old, and most of all wanted to remain on the karmic wheel. The holy man then proved the fruit's power by feeding a part of it to a mongoose. The mongoose survived the flames of a furnace, and so the king took the fruit and gave it to his wife. Unfortunately, she was unfaithful and gave it to the captain of the guard. He too was unfaithful and gave it to a courtesan, who eventually gave it back to the king for his favour. The king, furious, had his wife and the captain killed, disguised himself as a beggar, ate the fruit, and then left the city, never to be seen again. The story made the men discuss faithfulness that night, and when Jim was cleaning Hobbs' quarters, he found an old tin photograph which made him wonder about Hobbs' age. How old was this man, and how can he look the same some 70 years apart? The next day they were blessed by the sea. They found a lot of fish and caught as much as they could, but that is when a sea serpent appeared and the entire crew's happiness was diminished. It left without harming the ship and no one ever spoke about it. Naturally, Jim was irritated by this fact, and Hob explained that people don't speak about such things because no one would believe them. They docked to shore a few days later, and to no one's surprise, Jim hasn't told anyone about the serpent and Hob's point has been proven. Hob explains that this was because Jim didn't want unwanted attention, and that's because he was a girl. Jim confessed that his real name was Margaret, and Hob confessed that he was hundreds of years old. The two agreed to keep each other's secrets and boarded the ship to England again. Jim never saw Gadling again, and no one ever learned his secret. But now he's getting old and might soon have to leave behind the life of a sailor, and Margaret is telling them all this because she believes that none of these people in the inn are real. Sandman issue number 54, The World's End. Part 4, Different Americas. Brant, now tired after the stories, went to sleep in his room and woke up to piping hot food waiting outside his door. However, where there used to be a staircase leading downstairs was now some sort of an old library, and in here he finds an old man who tells him the story of a young man named Prez from an alternate timeline. Prez was born in America and had a passion for politics and clockwork from a young age. He gained popularity when he fixed all the clocks in his hometown Steadfast, and soon decided to run for president when the voting age and eligibility age for presidency were lowered to 18. This is when an entity named Boss Smiley took notice of him and offered Prez presidency on his first visit in exchange for servitude. The young man declined, and some nights later he was visited by Nixon, who warned him about the challenges he would face. They both disagreed on the concept of the presidency. However, Prez thought it was an opportunity to bring about great change, while Nixon believed it was all for power. Prez was finally elected to office when he was almost 20 years old and spent the next few years keeping up his promise of doing good for the country. And then, when he was about to run for a second term, Boss Smiley visited him again and warned that a second term would be dangerous for him. Prez saw this as a blatant threat, but also watched Boss Smiley vanish right before his eyes. He was re-elected for a second term and even found love in the form of his high school sweetheart. However, things soon took a turn for the worse when she was shot and assassinated by an obsessed woman. Prez forgave the senile woman and offered her a lenient sentence, but she chose the electric chair anyway. During this time of turmoil, Boss Smiley once again tried to entice him by offering to bring back his dead fiancée, but Prez stayed true to his nature and refused. After his presidency, Prez took to a life of solitude back in Steadfast and continued to fix clocks. However, rumours of him being spotted around the country continued to spread up until his death. But according to the old man in the library, that is when Prez's real story began. The man tells Brant that death came and took Prez to one of the many heavens in all the realms, and Boss Smiley ruled this heaven. As the two talk, Prez learns about the other worlds, the other timelines, and all the other Americas that exist. And so, instead of spending the rest of eternity in Smiley's heaven, he chooses to travel through all these worlds. Smiley tries to imprison him when Prez says this, but this is when Dream comes to his rescue and whisks him away. Dream is the prince of stories, and Prez's story belongs to him. But before Prez leaves Dream's side, he offers him his dad's pocket watch, the only thing he had from his dad. It's why he was into clocks. His dad passed away when he was 4, and he learned clockwork to fix his dad's pocket watch. Prez hands over the pocket watch to Dream and then walks through the golden door. The old man now gets up and tells Brant that Prez now walks through the worlds, helping all the Americas that he can find, and it's the old man's job to precede him and spread his word in all the different worlds. Sandman issue number 55, The World's End, Part 5, The Old Necropolis. Brent has now wandered into the inn below once again, and Petrofax, Klaproth's journeyman, is about to tell his own story. His master, Klaproth, allows it, despite being involved in the story, and so Petrofax tells them of the time he wasn't paying attention in class, and as a punishment he was sent to observe an air burial with a man named Hermas. The burial involved dismembering the body and feeding the organs to the birds. Once it was done, Petrofax, Hermas and the other men settled down for the night and exchanged stories. Mig told the first story, and it was about a town where a criminal volunteered to be the hangman, and the only catch was that the last man he would hang would be himself once he was on death's door. A criminal named Billy managed to escape his fate when his family hoisted him up by rope the night before his death to prove to the authorities that he was still in good health. Scroyle tells the next story, and he tells the story of meeting a strange traveller 9 years ago when he was new in town. We know that this traveller is Destruction, and he reveals to Scroyle that there used to be an old necropolis before this, and it was destroyed by 6 siblings looking for their dead sister. The old city had no respect for the dead, so the eldest sibling had destroyed it with a single move, and this new one was built in its place. Hermas tells the next story, and it's about his former master, Mistress Veltis. Klaproth and Hermas were both apprentices to her, and one day she told them the tale of how she got the permanently withered hand. Her former master was quite cruel, and one day, to escape his wrath, she had fled into the catacombs where she had stumbled into a mysterious room where she heard a loud and scary voice demanding her to leave. But Veltis couldn't return because she had just broken a flask and her master would punish her. The voice told her that it had fixed the mask, but Veltis foolishly demanded proof, so the voice had told her to look down at her hand, which was now withered. Veltis spent her entire life trying to find that room again, but she couldn't, and so the day she was going to die, she had Klaproth and Hermas take her to the catacombs once again. She bid them goodbye and walked inside, only to then come out stumbling a few hours later. She died on the spot, but her withered hand was now fixed, and neither Hermas nor Klaproth could explain this. That day, Petrofax had no tale for Hermas and his companions, but now, after having been through it all, he has a tale for these strangers in the inn. However, this is when Klaproth orders him to shut up, and we learn that Petrofax carries the key to Necropolis in his mouth. Brant is annoyed because he thinks everyone is dead, so there's no point keeping secrets. He can't understand this entire ordeal, and this is when the landlady chimes in and says that it's time she told them her story. Sandman, issue number 56, The World's End. Part 6, The Procession. The landlady tries to change the subject, but everyone urges her to tell them what this is, and she explains that when something in the world threatens reality, the world's inn becomes a place of refuge for men, women, creatures, and beasts until the reality storm passes. She waves her hand and shows them that the inn is currently filled with at least 100,000 people. She then leaves, and the subject changes. Charlene now complains that all the stories were told by men for men. There were no stories told by women for women. They all ask her to tell a story, but this is when Charlene's mood dampens. She realises that her life has been in shambles and she doesn't really have anything interesting to tell. Depressed, she runs out of the room, and this is when one of the men in the inn shouts for them to come take a look outside. There they watch the Endless taking part in a procession, standing as tall as the universe, and everyone is mesmerised. The men in the inn don't know it, but the procession is led by Destiny, followed by Despair, who carries a flag. Every god and entity we've encountered previously walks behind the coffin. Thor, Odin, Loki, Duma, Bast, Cain, Abel, Fiddler's Green, the Gargoyles, Lus, Matthew, Nuala, Queen Titania. Everyone is here. Brant confesses that he started crying while watching the procession and couldn't tell how long he stared out the window. Days? Months? Years? But just as it was about to be over, he saw two women straggling behind the crowd. One was struggling to stay on her feet, and the other seemed to pull the entire universe under the weight of her sadness. We see that this is delirium and death, and as they continue to walk, the moon is slowly splattered with blood until it is completely red. For a moment, Death turns towards the inn, and Brant swears that he managed to lock eyes with her. In that moment, he felt like he'd known her his entire life and instantly fell in love with her. Once the procession had passed, so had the storm, and the gates to the inn are now open. We see Petrofax decide to travel the different worlds with Chiron, and Charlene decides to stay back at the inn in exchange for work. Brant walks out of the inn, and we see that he has been telling this story to his bartender. He tells her that he woke up in a McDonald's parking lot after walking out of the inn in Charlene's car, but when he checked the papers and insurance, he realised the car was in his name. After some digging, he realised Charlene had been completely erased from this reality, and thus he left his job behind. Never made it to Chicago either, and has given up on driving as well. The bartender closes the bar, and the two wish each other good night and part ways. Sandman issue number 57. The Kindly Ones. Part 1. He's missing. Our story begins with the three witches who are known by many names. The Kindly Ones, the Grey Witches, Hecate, and a lot more. They sit around a cosy fireplace drinking tea and playing games, but suddenly the mood changes when Cynthia cracks open a fortune cookie that reads, "A king will forsake his kingdom, life and death will crash and fray. The oldest battle begins once more." We then catch up with Lita Hall, who first has a fit when she finds sand in the bed where Daniel slept, and we then see her rudely shake down a homeless man while on their way to get some ice cream. The man breaks down, and Lita begins to question her sanity, and while she, Carla, and Daniel are having ice cream, we learn that she has a job offer from Eric Needham, aka Black Spider. He wants her to be his assistant, but Lita knows he's just trying to get into her pants, so she is apprehensive about the offer. We then see Matthew in the dreaming, and learn that he hasn't seen Dream in a long time. It could have been months or years. Time works differently here. He starts by asking the guards about his whereabouts but gets no answer. He asks Nuala, but she doesn't know where Dream is. Finally, he asks Lucien, and the librarian reluctantly tells him that Dream is down by the shore creating new nightmares. Matthew finds Dream and learns that he's trying to create a new Corinthian, a dream that is supposed to be the dark mirror of humanity. Matthew then asks, what happens to ravens in the end when they are not in dreaming anymore? Dream avoids the question and sends Matthew back to Eve's cave. Brooding, Matthew doesn't answer any of Eve's questions and flies away. We then see Lita Hall arrive at the Lux nightclub, finally giving in to Eric's job offer. She meets with him and discusses the job offer, which is frankly a luxurious one. He asks her to name her price and work on the West Coast with him. He even promises to arrange a caregiver for Daniel. But Lita knows something's wrong. It feels like a trap, and this is when we learn that the man playing the piano is none other than Lucifer himself, and the waitress is the demon, Mazikeen. As Eric and Lita continue to talk, suddenly her stomach churns, and she knows something is wrong. She needs to go home and check in on Daniel. She tries phoning home first, but no one picks up, and so in a state of panic, she has Eric drive her back. He's been trying to pacify her, trying to play this off as another normal problem, but Lita is fed up with his advances and tells him to shut up and drive. When she reaches home, the place is a mess, and Daniel is nowhere to be seen. Sandman issue number 58, The Kindly Ones Part 2, Nemesis. Lita and Carla have now contacted the police, and Detective Luke Pinkerton has shown up to investigate. None of them knows this yet, but this is Loki. He notes down everything he can and asks Carla to stay with Lita for the next few days. See Cluracan in the dreaming as promised. He is here to get his sister. The Griffins warn him to stick to the path, but Cluracan can't help but wander off. He encounters a mirror, and the next thing you know, he has belched out a menacing stag, his ultimate nemesis. However, Nuala arrives in the nick of time and saves him. The two retreat to Nuala's quarters, and he finally explains to his sister that he is here to take her home. The two drink and spend a happy time together. However, things are not so good for Lita Hall. She wakes up from a dream screaming and tells Carla that she met 3 witches in her dream, 3 kindly ones. They warn her that she has already met Daniel's kidnapper, and soon he is going to toss the boy in the fire. They refer to her as granddaughter and tell her that they will appear before her 2 more times, and thus she had better be prepared with better questions and send her back. We then see Cluracan and Nuala hesitantly approach the throne room, but once in there, Cluracan respectfully asks for his freedom and apologizes for the incident involving the stag. Dream tells Cluracan that he will have to face his nemesis eventually, and after much deliberation, and despite knowing that Queen Titania wouldn't like her gift to be returned, he allows Nuala to go back to the fairyland. But before she leaves, he touches the pendant his ex gave her and tells her she can use it to contact him if ever in need. As they leave, Nuala cries because Dream didn't even try to fight for her, and Cluracan consoles her and tells her that this is the best outcome that they could have dreamed of. Sandman issue number 59, The Kindly Ones Part 3, Revenge. And so we see Loki and Robin Goodfellow, aka Puck, up to their own machinations. They're the ones who have kidnapped Daniel, and they slowly pull him close to a fireplace using a silver cord as Loki recounts the time he managed to make Thor believe that he was impotent because he was pregnant. When Daniel is close, Loki picks the boy up and realizes he has a phoenix feather. Phoenix feathers are meant to be lucky for the bearers, but not in this case, because Loki places him in the fire the next second. We then see Hob Gadling visiting his latest love, Audrey's grave. She was killed in a hit-and-run accident, and as he leaves the cemetery, he is greeted by his longtime friend, Dream. The two make their way to the Faith, Hope and Charity pub, where we're shown the Endless. Destiny walks in his garden while ghosts of his books trail him, and soon another version of him shows up before him. Desire decides to lock herself up in her own realm and removes her silver heart from all her siblings' galleries, signifying that she doesn't want to communicate with everyone. As a result, her twin, Despair, sobs on the floor of her realm as her rats try to nibble on her body to comfort her. Delirium, meanwhile, realizes that she had transformed into 111 fishes and slowly puts herself back together. She remembers Barnabas and quickly goes out to search for him. Back at the pub, Hob and Dream discuss Audrey's death when suddenly Dream gets up and leaves after an intuition. Hob follows him and, before his friend leaves, warns Dream that he stinks of death this time. Lita Hall, meanwhile, is struggling to hold herself together. She is on the verge of insanity and has even fought with her friend Carla. She has been doubting everyone since she met the Kindly Ones. It could be Eric, the homeless man, or Carla, who could have taken Daniel. And this is when Loki and Puck show up to her door disguised as Detective Pinkerton and his aide. They found a burnt child and they think it's Daniel. Lita takes the photo of the child from them and then abruptly closes her door. She remembers the time Dream laid claim over Daniel, and slowly she begins to hear voices in her head, voices that compel her to do what needs to be done. And so, with a maniacal grin, Lita Hall laughs and sets out for revenge. Sandman issue number 60, The Kindly Ones, Part 4, Rebirth. We see Remiel visiting Lucifer in the Lux. The two banter back and forth, and Lucifer manages to get under Remiel's skin. He spits on Lucifer's face, and Lucifer chooses not to retaliate and lets Remiel leave. The angel returns to hell, and though Lucifer thought he was there to offer hell to him, Remiel had actually gone to talk to him about the Dream King. It's now up to Duma, because Remiel doesn't wish to see Lucifer again. We then see Lita walking through a mystical land seeking revenge. She encounters a woman who shows her where to go and then offers her a coin which will bring her luck. In reality, however, Lita is on the streets and a passing woman has tossed her a coin thinking she was a beggar. She then encounters a Cyclops who shows her where to go next, only to realize that Lita is leaning against a pole in the streets in the real world. She then encounters an anthropomorphic cat who shows her where to go, and all these creatures are warning her what the Kindly Ones should be called. She shouldn't call them Furies, Witches, or any other names that they don't like. They are older than the gods, and even gods fear them. We then see Rose Walker having a dream. She is back with her ex-lover, and they are making love when she suddenly notices a fat man watching them from above a wardrobe. This is Abel, but before she can confront him, she wakes up and realizes Carla is at the door. Turns out Rose is Lita's neighbor, and she was the one watching Daniel that night. Carla is looking for Lita, but Rose hasn't seen her. The two discuss all that has happened, and we learn Rose simply fell asleep that night. Carla finds it odd that the police never took her statement and decides to call them, only to realize that the card Pinkerton gave her is completely blank. Lita then arrives at an abandoned house and meets Stheno and Euryale. The two miss their sister Medusa and offer to take in Lita. Instead, they offer her shelter and water, but for the food she will have to visit the tree on top of the hill outside. The tree belongs to Aegle, Erythea, and Arethusa, but when Lita reaches the tree, she is confronted by Geryon, the three-headed dragon and the guardian of the tree. They warn her that she might lose a bit of herself if she eats the apple, warn her of Euryale and Stheno, but when Lita bites into the apple, we see that she is sitting beside a dumpster eating a rotten apple, and where once was Geryon is now simply a lizard looking over her, pull from his chest and fly off. He fetches Lucian and Matthew and then shows them the new Corinthian that he has created. It looks just like the old one, and once content, Dream places the skull in its head and gives it life. Sandman issue number 61, The Kindly Ones. Part 5, The Reveal. Lita wakes up in Euryale and Stheno's abode. They offer her water, but when she tries to drink it, snakes sprout from her hair and drink it instead. They want her to be Medusa. They want her to stay, but Lita refuses and decides to leave because all she wants is revenge. We then see Rose visiting Zelda. In the hospital, Zelda has AIDS and Rose is the one paying for her bills out of kindness. Through their conversation, we learn that Chantal is no more, Zelda is dying, and Rose hasn't aged a bit since she came out of the dreaming. Visited her in a dream, and she wants Rose to go where she used to sleep. If she does, her grandmother will give Rose her heart back. We then see Dream bringing Corinthian up to speed. We learn that there is still a small essence of the old Corinthian in this new one, and his first task is to find a child and bring him here. And for this task, Matthew will be his companion, and the Raven agrees to his master's wishes reluctantly. We then see Nuala and Queen Titania. She welcomes back Nuala, but seems too focused on the pendant and what Dream thought of her. Nuala doesn't have any pleasing answers, and so the Queen leaves Nuala's abode while resenting the visit. A boggart then shows up and begins talking cryptically to Nuala. She shoves it away and then takes solace in the fact that she can call upon the Dream Lord whenever needed. Lita is in the street, but in her head she is bidding goodbye to Euryale and Stheno. They give her parting gifts, claws of brass and the nimbic glimmering. Lita walks away happily, and we then see Carla complaining to the police, only to be thought of as a crazy woman. She leaves the police station angrily, only to find the crumpled photograph of Daniel's dead body in Lita's apartment. In the photograph, Daniel's charred body slowly returns to its former self and calls out to her, but then it spontaneously combusts and burns Carla's hand. Rose helps her bandage it and then tells her that she is going to England for a week. We then see Lita looking into a showroom window, but in her head she is confronted by her own reflections. Though they mock her at first, they soon come to the conclusion that revenge is the only subject all three of them agree on. Lita tears her shirt and uses the piece of cloth as a headband, and this is when we see Carla exiting the apartment building. However, she is forced into her car at gunpoint by Pinkerton. He talks about God, death, and how Carla is in over her head in these matters. He then reveals himself to be Loki and burns her to death along with the car. Before he leaves, Loki claims that he plans to be under obligation to no one, and we see that he is likely doing this because he doesn't want to owe anything to Dream. Sandman issue number 62, The Kindly Ones Part 6, The Children That Flew. Rose reaches England and meets with Jack Holdaway, Mr. Holdaway's nephew, who passed away a few years ago. He drives Rose to the care home where she meets Paul Maguire, the owner of it. She's allowed to visit her aunt's old room, but on the way there she finds the broom closet where she met the three kindly ones. This time, however, she meets an old woman outside and she takes her to the day room to meet her other two friends. The three women, Amelia, Magda and Helena, usually exchange stories this time, and so they decide to include Rose this time. These three are likely the representations of the three kindly ones, and they tell her the story of the children that flew. Long ago, there was a womanizer who stole a woman's clothes by a lake and promised to marry her if she slept with him. The woman agreed, and the man promised if he didn't marry her, may the worms eat him alive, and may his children grow wings and fly away. But the man never married her. She was pregnant now, and and so he murdered an old woman and claimed her to be his aunt and gave the cottage to the mother of his children. He continued his womanizing ways and only visited her once or twice a month. By now, the woman had 3 daughters, and contrary to his nature, the man loved them dearly. One day after months, when the man returned, his daughters were nowhere to be seen. He asked the woman only to get vague answers from her until she finally claimed that they all flew away. Hysterically, the man hacked her to pieces and hid her body under the bed. However, that is when the children with wings returned and discovered what he had done. The 3 daughters attacked him and tore him limb from limb and then flew away, never to be seen again. He was dead, but when his spirit woke up, he found his dead wife waiting for him on the bed with huge claws and fangs. The man ran away, but always found his wife to be on the nape of his neck, so he begged the thunder to kill him, but he was already dead. The fire couldn't burn him, for he was as cold as ice, and the water couldn't drown him because he had begun to decay, and so he fell down to earth and prayed for the worms to consume him. A huge worm with the face of his wife snared him, and then slowly began eating his face, claiming to prolong this torture and torment till eternity. The women are trying to make Rose believe that men are vile creatures, and it's a woman's purpose to birth them, wake them from nothing. When they grow up, it's their purpose to show them the ways of adulthood, and when old, it's their purpose to bury them. Rose takes her leave, goes to her grandmother's room, and leaves the annulé she gave her a long time ago. But that is when she is scared by a cat and an owl, and soon joined by Paul. Paul takes Rose to the basement and shows her Alex Burgess, the love of his life. Alex was lost to sleepy sickness the day her grandmother, Unity Kincaid, woke up, and Paul still wishes that someday he too will wake up. Rose's ride is here, but before leaving, she leaves her grandmother's amulet by Alex's side, thinking that this is a better place for it. Sandman issue number 63, The Kindly Ones, Part 7, Missing Ravens. A woman named Larissa arrives in a dark part of the town and finds Lita Hall sleeping by the wall after asking around. She picks her up and carries her back to the taxi, while Lita, in her visions, seems to be chasing a white bird. This is when we see Odin confront Dream in the dreaming. He has discovered that he helped Loki escape, and he is more disappointed than angry. Odin's dream that Loki bites the hand that feeds and aids him. That's his nature, but all Dream does in return is talk in riddles. Odin leaves without declaring a war, hoping that Dream can survive the consequences of this, and Dream apologizes to Odin one last time. Dream, meanwhile, is asking Destiny for help in finding Barnabas, but then she notices Dream's statue in the garden. Dream is hiding his face, and she thinks that she should help her brother. Destiny ambiguously states that the choice to help Dream or not is hers, but it might help Dream in some way. And so Delirium and Destiny vanish from the garden, and this is when Larissa brings Lita Hall back to her home. She puts her on the bed, covers her face in some sort of a potion, and then kills a black lamb and uses its blood to draw a circle around the bed. Supposedly, this will protect Lita, and all she has to do now is wait. Lita, meanwhile, is climbing down a cliff using her bare hands and feet. Once down, she sits in front of a mirror where she sees her young self and adult self blame her for what she has become. Ultimately, Lita sees herself as she is right. Her pursuit for vengeance overcomes her grief, and she punches the mirror. As the mirror breaks, we see her arrive at the abode of the Kindly Ones. Her quest is finally over, but she seems to have snakes instead of hair while in their abode. As this is happening, we see Dream meeting with Fiddler's Green, who is the second person today to express their disappointment in Dream. As the two talk, and so does Lita with the Kindly Ones, we see these conversations' repercussions have begun to appear. Ravens from around the world are taking flight and are headed to the same location. We then see Lita make her request to the Kindly Ones, while ravens from across the world begin to go missing. Even the ravens in the London Tower are gone, and this is when the ladies tell Lita that they can only harm someone if they are in a blood debt. They need to have killed someone in their family. Lita, disappointed, begins to leave, but the Kindly Ones then stop her and tell her that Dream has indeed killed someone from his family. He has murdered his own son, and they are talking about Orpheus. Sandman issue number 64, The Kindly Ones. Part 8, A Threat to Dreaming. We see Dream carrying out his daily duties and responsibilities every day like a mindless zombie. He entertains dreaming kids, implants necessary dreams, enjoys the ones he likes, and even visits the ends of his realm. He visits the shores of night, the borders of shifting places, visits the Lake of Dawn, travels to the Mandrake Wood, flies over the Via Lacrimae on a giant owl, and then walks through the love fields to finally arrive in Nightmare. He even visits all those that live in his castle, listens to their woes, and thanks them for their services. He visits the waking world to indulge in some art and music, but most of all to check on his properties. Then one day, when he was reviewing deals and treaties made with Dreaming, Delirium visited him. She wants his help to find Barnabas, just like last time. Unfortunately, Dream is busy, but he conjures up a nightmare that will accompany her on the quest. This is when we see Rose writing a diary entry. She's in love again, and the man is none other than Jack Holdaway, her lawyer. They've spent a steamy night together, and Rose is finally feeling on top of the world again. Corinthian and Matthew, meanwhile, have managed to track down Carol's burnt body, and Corinthian has a trick up his sleeve to find out who murdered her. He takes out her eyeballs and removes his glasses. This is when we see that instead of eyes, Corinthian has two tiny mouths instead, and they open up to house Carol's eyes, which allows him to see what she saw last. Corinthian sees Loki, and he now knows who killed her, and most of all, who took Daniel. We then see that all the ravens that have left the waking world are now in Dreaming, waiting for something big. This is when the kindly ones embodying Lita arrive in Dreaming, and when they are not allowed inside by the Guardians and instead attacked by Griffin, they turn him to dust as a warning. Before more of his Guardians are killed, Dream allows the kindly ones an audience, and though it's only the body of Lita Hall, as she walks through the castle, we see her casting 3 shadows. The kindly ones threaten to destroy the Dreaming for the murder of his son, while Lita Hall blames him for the murder of Daniel. Once Lita is gone, Dream contacts Corinthian and Matthew and informs them that finding Daniel is of the utmost importance. They are headed to Daniel's suspected location, and when a wolf attacks them, Corinthian kills him in an instant, though now they know that Loki is expecting them. In the Lux, we see that Lucifer's patience is wearing thin. He no longer enjoys being the owner of the most exclusive club in LA. Larissa, meanwhile, munches on goat stew while watching over Lita's body, and Nuala struggles with the dichotomy of her existence. Before being sent to Dreaming, she was happy and content with her life, but now she needs meaning, and a new one at that. However, things aren't exactly good for Rose. What she thought was a new love was only a one-night stand for Jack. He has a girlfriend and doesn't want to continue with Rose. The residents of the Dreaming, meanwhile, are attending the funeral of Griffin. Sandman issue number 65, The Kindly Ones. Part 9, God's Eyes. As Rose isn't having a great time, she decides to take Paul up on his offer and visits him for a tour of Burgess's mansion, the Fawny Rig. It's a normal tour until he sits down to catch his breath and allows Rose to wander off on her own. She finds the secret entrance to the crypt where Dream was imprisoned and ends up meeting her grandfather, Desire. Desire explains how he fathered her mother, but instead of listening to all he has to say, Rose goes on her own rant about love and lets it all out. Desire simply smokes and listens to her, and once she is done, he leaves and Rose wakes up from her dream. Paul is here to check on her, and Rose realizes that she was passed out for 30 minutes. But as a proof of her meeting, there's Desire's lighter on the floor, which Paul picks up and hands it to her. We then see Corinthian confronting Loki, who is pretending to be their master, Dream. Corinthian sees through the god's lies, but Matthew doesn't, and despite his protests, Corinthian begins to choke Loki. He continues choking Loki until he has broken his neck, and once Loki passes out, Corinthian reveals that he is going to use Loki's eyes to find Daniel. Lita and the kindly ones are looking for people to kill in order to hurt Dream, and they choose Fiddler's Green as their first target. They start by murdering a bear and then stab Gilbert in the chest. Gilbert is rather stoic in his last moments, but then he ultimately passes out. Some unknown force then pulls Matthew back to the Dreaming, and after talking to his master, learns that his friend Gilbert is dead. Dream vanishes and appears at the house of Larissa, and through their conversation, we learn that she is Thessaly the witch and Dream's long-ago flame. Dream is here to kill Lita's body, but the protective circle prevents him from doing so, and thus he has no choice but to leave. But before he does so, he apologizes to Thessaly for hurting her. We then see Matthew pay his respects to Fiddler's Green, while the other ravens feast on his flesh. He learns that all these ravens are gathered here for a feast, but there is about to be a war, and a war means a lot of bodies. We then see Corinthian fetch Daniel from the air. He is still tied to the silver string, and Loki is now missing his eyes. Sandman issue number 66, The Kindly Ones. Part 10, Out of Dreaming. Corinthian breaks Daniel's thread and then confronts Puck, who has been hiding in the shadows. Corinthian and Puck banter for a while, but the nightmare learns nothing from the trickster. Puck leaves to go back to the fairy realm, and this is when Loki comes back to his senses and begs for death. Corinthian smiles wickedly and leaves with Loki's eyes, and that is when Odin and Thor appear. They take Loki back to his prison, and though he tries to say that he was abducted by Dream, and this was all orchestrated by him, Odin doesn't believe his son. Loki then tries to get under Thor's skin by telling him that he slept with his wife Lady Sif and did horrendous things to her, but before Thor can kill him and give Loki what he wants, Odin stops him, and in the nick of time, and imprisons him once again, tied by the entrails of his son, bound under the earth while the snake drips venom into his wounds. Odin turns to Sigyn and offers her the chance to leave, but Loki's wife decides to stay behind, and so once the poison starts dripping, Loki starts to scream and say the vilest words to his wife. She cries, but then smiles and says that she's glad to have him back once the bowl of poison is full. We then see Lita kill Abel, and Puck arrive back in the fairy realm. This is when Nula shows up to Queen Titania's party without glamour, and, in order to save his sister, Cluracan quickly puts some glamour on her and says that it was a bet between the two siblings. He then sends her dancing with Puck, while he manages to talk his way out of the Queen's wrath. While dancing, Puck reveals to Nula that Dream's life is in danger, and so she takes off running into the woods. In the dreaming, more and more denizens are being killed, and bravely, Merwin Pumpkinhead decides to take a stand and face off against Lita with an automatic rifle. Unfortunately, all the bullets he sends their way are shot right back at him, and he is killed instantly. Merwin's death is the last straw for Lucian, and for the first time he begins to question his master's decisions. Nula, meanwhile, now in the woods, is once again tormented by the boggart that continues to read her poetry. Once she screams for him to go away and turns around, she is met by Delirium and Dream's nightmare, whom she has named Borgul Rantipole. She tells Delirium about Dream being in danger, and Delirium confesses to him that she tried to take him away, but he wouldn't listen to her. Nula then gives her the idea to look for Barnabas where she last saw him, and Delirium thanks her and quickly leaves. Nula, out of desperation for Dream, uses the stone to call upon him, but learns quickly that Dream can only be hurt by the kindly ones when he is not in his realm, and she has helped them do just that. Sandman issue number 67, The Kindly Ones, Part 11. Do what you must. Corinthian and Daniel have now reached the dreaming, and on their way to the castle, they are joined by Cain, who plans on getting his brother back because of the contract as old as time. The Guardians greet them and let them seek refuge in the castle, and once inside, Daniel begins to play with Goldie, Abel's baby gargoyle. Dream, meanwhile, continues conversing with Nula in the fairy realm, and she profusely apologizes for summoning him here. She then confesses her love for him and then sends him away with a kiss without asking for a boon. We then catch up with Rose, who upon returning to America realizes that Zelda has passed away. She pays for her hospital bills, funeral bills, and even pays to retrieve her belongings. And through this process, she realizes that death to humans is just another way to squeeze money out of their loved ones. She gives the roses and chocolates she brought for Zelda to the same homeless man that Lita first shouted at, before all this started, and we see that he now has a dog beside him, a familiar dog, Barnabas. Cain, Lucian, and Corinthian, meanwhile, discuss what's happening in the dreaming. They discuss how their master doesn't seem intent on stopping the kindly ones, and discuss what will happen to the raw dreams and their prisoners once he falls. We then see Destiny's garden full of other versions of himself, and as choices are made in the dreaming and the waking world, they slowly begin to vanish until only one remains. We then see a carriage pulled by black stallions being pulled across the sky. The carriage slowly turns into a train, which speeds towards the dreaming, and stops at the castle, which has now been transformed into a train station. Dream steps out, greets everyone, puts an angry Cain in his place, and then shakes hands with Daniel. This is when the kindly ones show up in Lita's body and use the whip of scorpions to scar his face. But this is when Lita notices that Daniel is alive, and a confrontation between the four ladies begins inside her being. She begs them to stop because Daniel is alive, but that is when the kindly ones explain that they're hunting Dream for killing Orpheus and not Daniel. Around the world, things have begun to stir. In Hell, Duma and Remiel know something big is coming. In the Lux, a patron manages to peek behind Mazakine's mask and loses his mind. And Larissa, though she hates Dream, tonight she misses him with all her heart. Dream, meanwhile, brings Lucien up to speed, dons his helm and battlewear, and gets ready to do what needs to be done. Sandman issue number 68, The Kindly Ones, Part 12, Old Rules. This issue begins by showing us a conversation between Dream and Matthew, and the Lord of Dreams explains to his raven that apart from the ruby, there were a few other stones that he trapped his essence in. He holds an emerald in his hand, which is one of these stones, and tells Matthew that he has already had a lengthy conversation with Daniel about what needs to be done next. Matthew doesn't believe in his master. How can a 3-year-old hold a conversation? But Dream insists that it did happen nonetheless. He then holds out the emerald, hands it to Daniel, and then wears his helm. But just as he's about to leave, Matthew forces his master to take him along, because if Dream's going to die, then Matthew plans on dying with him. Meanwhile, we see Delirium arriving at the Lux, and though she faces hurdles in the form of Mazikeen at first, Lucifer soon summons her inside. We then see Dream making his way to the shores of Nightmare while Rose meets up with Hal, who is now a controversial drag queen in the entertainment world. The two of them aren't on good terms, but Rose convinces him to come to Zelda's funeral because they're the only two remaining friends she had in the world. Matthew and Dream wait on an outcropping for the kindly ones, while Delirium and Lucifer discuss Dream's fate in the Lux. Though Lucifer hated Dream once, he feels sorry for him now after all the Lord of Dreams helped him gain his freedom. He advises Delirium to continue on her path and that she should go and find Barnabas. In the dreaming, Dream finally reveals to Matthew what happened to the previous ravens. Some chose death after hundreds of years, some decided to go back to mortal life, some decided to stay eternally, and one of them is Lucien, his first raven. We then see Nula haunted by the boggart again, and this time he manages to finish his poem. Nula screams at him for she knows this is her brother Cluracan. She blames him for haunting her, and most of all, putting his glamour on her that she can't get rid of. Cluracan apologizes, and Nula asks him to remove her glamour. We then see Dream taking a stand against the kindly ones, but they don't want to fight him. They plan on destroying the dreaming piece by piece until he follows the old laws, and Dream realizes that only paying the blood debt will solve this ordeal. This is when we see Death reaching Dream's castle. She meets Daniel, thanks Lucien for the last book he gave her, and then asks for her brother's whereabouts. Dream, meanwhile, removes his helm, pouch, and hands them over to Matthew after making them smaller. He is to fly these items back to the castle, and he is to tell Death that her brother calls for her. Matthew reluctantly flies away because Dream has asked Matthew to not come back and instead guard the items. Matthew reaches the castle while shirtless Dream makes his stand and delivers the intended message to Death. Sandman issue number 69, The Kindly Ones, Part 13, A Guilty End. Death has now reached Dream, and they have the same conversation they once had in a park long ago. She's worried about him, and for old time's sake, she summons pigeons and bread that they can feed together, just like back at the park. Dream ultimately tells his sister that he's tired, very tired, and this is when we see Corinthian save Matthew's life by throwing a knife at a Nibus that was about to attack him. Lucien Lucian, Cain, Corinthian, and Matthew realize that Dream's trapped enemies have now been set free by the kindly ones, and this is when Death confronts Dream back on the shores of Nightmare. She knows what he's doing. He's letting all this happen. She knows her brother. Thousands of years ago, the dreaming was stolen from him, and yet he managed to get it back. But for some reason, Dream doesn't want to fight back now. He reveals that although he didn't plan for this, for all the freedom dreaming offers, it's still a cage to him. Death screams that he could just leave it all behind like destruction, but Dream knows that he can't do that. Death sighs and hugs her brother, and the end of this conversation sends ripples through all the worlds. Dreaming experiences an earthquake. Lita Hall screams in all her three beings. The nightmare accompanying delirium on her quest dies, while Nula desperately races away to leave the fairy realm behind on her mare. Loki laughs in his prison, while thousands of ravens patiently wait in various dreams. The kindly ones return to torture Dream through their words again, but Death screams at them and sends them away. Death knows what needs to be done, and Dream finally confesses that he has made all the necessary preparations for this. Death laughs because she knows that her brother has been making preparations for quite a few years now, and this is all a part of his plan. And so, with a smile, she reaches out, and when the two of them touch fingers, a huge bright explosion engulfs the dreaming. It's done, and both Death and Dream are gone. Nula is stopped from leaving by Queen Titania, but suddenly the Queen winces in pain and knows that her past lover is no more, and she lets Nula leave the fairy realm. Delirium is dejectedly walking through the streets when suddenly she comes across the homeless man and finally reunites with Barnabas. Turns out Barnabas lost sight of her in Disneyland after she ran off to get a chocolate-covered banana 2 weeks ago. The two of them leave after thanking the homeless man, and we then see Lucifer closing down the Lux for good because he no longer enjoys it. Hal and Rose attend Zelda's funeral, and Rose reveals to Hal that Chantal had a kidney replacement long ago, and that's how she contracted AIDS and transferred it to Zelda. Rose also reveals that she's pregnant, and Hal takes solace in the fact that though there's death around them, so is life. We then see Alex Burgess finally wake up from his sleep, and this is when Lita wakes up as well. She is finally herself, and Larissa advises her to start running because forces from around the world are now going to hunt her down, including Larissa herself. The ravens in the dreaming are ready to feast, but that is when Daniel magically turns the emerald into a necklace, and when he wears it, he transforms into the new Master of Dreams, only this time he is entirely white. He explains to Corinthian and Lucian that he is no longer Daniel, and they quickly realise that this is their master, Dream. The three kindly ones return to their abode now that their job is done, but when they crack open a new fortune cookie, it reads, "Flowers gathered in the morning, afternoon they blossom on, still are withered by the evening. You can be me when I'm gone." None of them knows what it means, and so they toss this piece of paper away and continue winding on the thread of fate. Sandman issue number 70, Assembling the Broken Pieces. And so all of the Endless are summoned to the funeral procession, and everyone meets under the stony crossroads near the Quincy Mountains. They make their way to the necropolis and then to the catacombs to fetch the book and the cloth for the ceremony. Delirium, destiny, desire, and despair create an envoy out of mud, and Death breathes new life into it. Then the envoy goes into the catacombs, finds the same room where Mistress Veltis encountered the voice, and fetches the cloth and the book required for the ceremony. Meanwhile, in the dreaming, Cain confronts Dream about his contract, and after putting Cain in his place for rudely speaking to him, Dream brings back Abel. Cain thanks Lord Morpheus, but that is not Dream anymore. He hasn't earned that name yet, and only prefers Dream for now. We then see Matthew brooding in Eve's case, lamenting the fact that he left his master's side, still unaware that Dream rules the dreaming once again. Eve invites him to tonight's wake and tomorrow's funeral, but Matthew continues brooding. The Endless have begun their journey back to Dream, and we see that even the restless get to sleep tonight. Nula, after having been on the run, finds peace tonight. Rose is back at her house in Seattle, and even though she is unpacking, she nods off and dreams. Even Richard Maddock is rid of his curse after years. He can form a glimmer of an idea, and with this realization, he too falls asleep. Dream recreates Mervyn Pumpkinhead, while other people associated with his previous life, like Lita Hall, Alex Burgess, and Hob Gadling. He then tries to recreate Fiddler's Green, but Gilbert chooses to stay dead. He had a good life, and coming back would take that away from him. We then see gods, angels, and fairies from around the world making their way to Dreaming. Queen Titania dressed in the deepest black heads to the nearest portal. Duma floats to Dreaming, and Lady Bast uses the last of her powers to head there as well. They are all gathering on the stairs to Dreaming, and when Hob learns that his dear friend Dream is dead, he is inconsolable. Lady Bast eases his mind, and when Hob looks around, he sees the endless Dreams family towering over them. Sandman issue number 71, House of Remembrance. We then see the endless building the House of Remembrance for Dream, while everyone waits outside to enter it until it's complete. Everyone is here. Everyone who was in Dream's life, including us. Delirium gave the envoy created from mud a name, Eblis O'Shaughnessy, and he is here to invite Dream to his funeral, unfortunately. According to the rules, he can't meet his family until the ceremony is complete. Lucien goes in his stead, and Eblis, naturally confused by the funeral because Dream is alive, questions who died, and this is when Abel reveals another secret, a point of view that died. Cain is about to kill him for revealing this, but Lucien stops him, and they continue their journey. All the women that Dream loved tell their story, and Calliope is the first one to go. She remembers their time together, remembers how they eventually grew cold, and when she insulted his family, the gates to the castle were closed to her forever. Matthew finally makes it to the wake, only to realise that people are drinking and celebrating. His anger bursts out when he sees that Mervyn is back, but in his point of view, his friend, the old Mervyn, is still dead. He flies to the castle and finally encounters Dream. But according to Matthew, this isn't his friend. And Dream confesses that even though he has existed since the beginning of time, he is somehow still afraid of tomorrow, for he will be meeting his siblings for the first time. Mad Hetty remembers how Dream would visit her, and every time he would bring her coins from different eras and different civilizations. Nuala reminisces about the consequences of her actions. Maybe if she hadn't loved Dream, she wouldn't have tried to save him, and maybe then he would still be alive. She then tells Cluracan that the poem he wrote did indeed come true, but Cluracan is confused. But that is when a man beside them removes his robe, only to reveal himself to be a doppelganger of Cluracan. This is Cluracan's nemesis, the stag he birthed in the breathing, and the nemesis was the one who disguised himself as a boggart and tried to warn Nuala. Cluracan and the nemesis butt heads, and though Cluracan bravely faces off against him, once the nemesis is gone, Cluracan holds his head and contemplates what he has gotten himself into. However, he decides to drown his sorrows with wine and music, and when it's Queen Titania's turn to tell the others about her relationship with Dream, she doesn't say anything. She will keep all her memories and her secrets because she knows Dream will too. In the castle, Dream tells Matthew that he saved his life by having Corinthian kill the Nibus instead of him, but Matthew doesn't believe him and instead requests to go where his friend, his old master, went. Dream promises to do that if he has the same wish after tonight's wake, and we then see that a new Griffon has been sent to the castle to act as the new guardian. Rose and Jed are enjoying the wake when they encounter Lita. Rose tries to catch up with her, but Lita is as bitter as ever. She blames Dream for everything. She hates him, and when Rose reveals that she is pregnant, she begs Rose to kill her child and avoid the pain. Awkwardly, Jed and Rose leave Lita alone, and that is when Jed confesses that Lita and Hector used to live in his head, which Rose chalks up to teenage imagination. Matthew then arrives at the wake and joins Lucien and Eve, and once he has Lucien's ear, he asks why their old master let himself be killed. Lucien, with a sad face, says that as time passes, one must change or die, and he believes there were limits to how much Dream could change himself in the end. Thessaly then tries to articulate her relationship with Dream by saying that she didn't love him, but loved that he loved her. Unfortunately, her face and tears betray her, and by the end, she is weeping despite having sworn that she would never shed another tear for him. We then see that the superheroes are attending the wake as well. Clark Kent, Batman, and Martian Manhunter are here alongside John Constantine, Dr. Occult, and Phantom Stranger. We then see Matthew meeting up with Death and the others. They are all dressed formally, and Death is dressed in red for the first time. They reveal to him that this House of Remembrance is going to be another heart of the Dream, and that is when Matthew learns that apart from the castle, dreaming has many more hearts. The Endless then ask Matthew to say a few words at the memorial today because he was the closest to Dream, and though the Raven hates it, he is unable to say no. Sandman, issue number 72, The Procession. And so, the wake ends, morning begins, and the doors to the mausoleum open on their own. Everyone who has arrived for the procession begins to flow into the building on their own, as though they know where to go, as if they have practiced and prepared for this all their life. And once everyone is seated, the envoy brings forth the cloth he took from the catacombs of Necropolis and places it on the bier, and out of nowhere, Dream's immaterial body, his thoughts silhouette, appears and is covered by it. Destiny, being the oldest, takes charge and begins the procession. He remembers his brother in his own way, remembers his just deeds, and then explains that he can't be whimsical about Dream because Destiny sees things as they are, as they were, and as they will be. However, Dream was the lord of things that are not, were not, and never will be. We then see young Dream spying on his own procession along with his guardians. They say that the new Dream is more benevolent and hands-on with his servants, but that is when a stranger appears in the distance, and well know this is Destruction, their oldest brother, the one they thought had abandoned them. Meanwhile, Bast pays her respects to Dream. She reminisces and regrets that she never got to love him. Rose and Jed discuss her pregnancy, and Jed can't wait to be an uncle. And then it's Desire's turn, and in his own twisted way, Desire paints Dream as one of his worthiest adversaries. For if they were not family, they would have never bothered each other. But because they were, Desire bantered with him every now and then, yet he regrets that his never came out of the rain that comes after the temptation of desire long enough. Dream and Destruction, meanwhile, visit the pantry for some food, and Dream now remembers that Destruction is his brother. Destruction nods and says he is here to offer advice and not join the procession. Despair's words in the mausoleum wash over the crowd like a cold wave of sadness, and for the first time, everyone truly understands what despair is. She has lost a second brother, and her pain is unbearable. She uses her ring to stab herself, and after a few more words, leaves the podium. Then Wesley Dodds takes to the stage and dedicates his entire life to Dream. Doomer comes next, and as his tears hit the ground, all that are present become privy to mercy, miracles, and the knowledge that everything has a purpose. It's Delirium's turn next, and she's nervous. Barnabas helps her gather the courage, and so like a little child, she walks up to the stage, declares Dream to be the brother she used to be scared of, but now he's the brother that makes her sad, and then walks away. Destruction, meanwhile, offers Dream the same advice. He could leave this all behind if he wanted to. The dreaming would continue to function without him, but just like himself, Dream denies the offer, and Destruction continues his journey through the worlds. However, he warns Dream that he shouldn't mention this meeting to his siblings. It's Matthew's turn to talk about his master, and the Raven tells them that through this entire ordeal, he has learnt one thing. You can't kill dreams, because he knows that despair may follow hope, but hope continues to exist. He then ends it with the line, "What's in my heart? A lot of sorrow, a little regret, and the memory of the coolest, strangest, most infuriating boss I ever had." And the other gods continue to pay their respects throughout the day. And then, just like a changing dream that you never question, the mausoleum transforms, and everyone is standing on a bridge, and down below is the river full of stars. What once used to be the bier is now undoubtedly a barge. And as the barge begins its journey, Death remembers Dream, and her words make sense to everyone. They offer peace and understanding. But because it is a dream, nobody will remember them once they wake up. And while the gods and friends watch the barge flow, we and many other dreamers float above the river, bodiless, witnessing it all. Nada, the boy from Hong Kong, bids goodbye, and as the barge travels, it constantly changes shape. The figurehead becomes Dream's helm, and then the ruby, and back again. Just like a dream, all you can do is watch. Watch as the barge travels into the night sky, explodes into a flash of white, and then turns into the brightest star in the sky. The others make their way back to the castle, while Matthew lingers behind to stare at the star. Lita confronts Dream, who once used to be Daniel, but isn't anymore. She struggles to accept this fact, and thinks that Dream will exact his revenge for killing him, but instead, he embraces her, puts his mark on her, and asks her to start a new life. With his mark, no one will dare hurt her. Matthew then returns, and just like an uncle, barges in and tells Dream that though he doesn't like it, he will stay and offer him some advice on how to deal with being the Lord of Dreams. His first advice? A warning about his dysfunctional family in the dining room, and that he should ask Taramis to fill the table with food. This way he will have something to play with when things get awkward, which they surely will. On their way, they encounter a young Alex Burgess, and no longer angry with him, Dream wakes him up pleasantly, and then wakes up all those who were present for his procession. Everyone wakes up reinvigorated and energized in the waking world, while the older siblings explain to Delirium what's happening. Once the task is done, Dream says everyone is awake except one, and then enters the dining room. All the Endless turn to us, and though we fight to stay asleep, fight to continue this dream, knowing that it will never happen again, we wake up too. Sandman issue number 73, Hobb's Last Stand. We start our story with Hob Gadling and his new flame, Guinevere. The two of them are driving to a make-believe Renaissance festival where Guinevere is an employee. Hob, having lived through the past couple of centuries, finds this make-believe festival appalling. Not to mention the fact that Guinevere is African-American and feels guilty of having been a slave trader long ago. Upon reaching, Guinevere gets dressed in her outfit of Lady Constance du Lac and orders Hob to treat her like it, and before they head inside, Hob gives her a final kiss. She tells him about the bookmaker in the festival, who is surprised to learn Hob's name, for he knows of a book publisher from the olden days by the name of Sir Robert Gadling. They continue walking. Hob gets a spinach pie and then begins to talk about the slave trade and the horrific reality of it, how their owners would ship humans like resources and dump them in the water if a British man-o'-war was spotted on the horizon. Though Britain had outlawed the slave trade, traders always found a way around the laws. These memories haunt Hob, but Guinevere consoles him and then goes off to be a part of the parade. Hob visits the bookmaker, and upon learning about his passion for the art, leaves him with the message that Sir Robert Gadling would have been proud of his skills. He then finds an inn and continues to day drink until the threat of an impending Renaissance music band sends him scurrying off into an abandoned building. As Hob drinks inside the building, he is visited by a familiar woman whom he doesn't recognize. This is Death, and as they continue to talk, he slowly remembers who she is. He saw her at Dream's funeral, and though he was hoping it was all a dream, this confirms his suspicions. His friend is dead. They talk about death. Hob confesses that he sees it as an eternal cycle of reincarnation. However, he then begins to remember Dream again and laments the fact that he was the only constant in his eternal life. Death offers to take him away, but Hob refuses after some deliberation, partly because he isn't ready yet, but mostly because Guinevere would kill him. Guinevere calls out to him, and Hob wakes up to realize that it was just a dream. The festival is over, and Hob has renewed appreciation for this shoddy imitation of the past. He decides to rest beside a tree while Guinevere parties with her friends. And this is when he has another dream, a dream in which he meets his old friend and Destruction. They make jokes, walk off into the sunset, and then live happily ever after. Hob tells this to Guinevere, confessing that he has grown to love the festival, and the two drive off. Sandman issue number 74, Live As I Have. This is the story of Master Li, a respected counselor of the Chinese emperor, until his son decided to pursue the forbidden White Lotus magic, for which Master Li has now been exiled. His son was executed in front of him, and he was only allowed to live due to his years of service to the emperor. This story is told through a letter Master Li is writing to one of his friends, telling him about his travel to the city of Wei through a grey desert that must not be named, for its name is an ill omen. Master Li has a guide along with him, and the previous town in which he found this guide, he also took another companion, a little kitten that the townspeople would have killed, for they can't afford strays right now. Food is scarce. Master Li carries the kitten in his robes, and though it occasionally scratches him, Master Li doesn't mind. They are one day from the town of Wei, and that is when a sandstorm hits them. His guide has bells tied around his waist and to his horse, so that they can be heard when visibility is low. And this is when Master Li confesses that he misses having a cup of wine, fine wine in his favourite porcelain cup. Alas, all he has now is sand. After this brief stop, when Master Li tried to get on his horse, sand got into his eye, and he momentarily lost his vision. When it returned, his guide was nowhere to be seen. Master Li has experienced mirages in the desert before, but the vision before him is different from them, for his dead son has come back to haunt him. Master Li is angry with his son, and when the kitten gets out of his robe and runs into a nearby tent, Master Li follows it despite his son's warnings. Inside, Master Li is greeted by a meditating dream. He knows Li's name and returns the kitten to him. He tells Li that this is one of the soft places that still remain on Earth, and realizing that Dream rules this realm, Master Li decides to ask for a boon. He asks for a cup of wine that he dreams of, and Dream grants his wish. Master Li drinks it and is surprised that it tastes just like the wine of his dreams. Master Li takes his leave and then continues to travel the desert alongside the kitten until one day he hears maniacal laughter on the horizon. A dummy sailor in a glass case stands before him and an infinitely deep cavern beyond it. Master Li turns back and the glass case turns into a claw machine. He uses it to get a bridge and it miraculously becomes big enough to cross the cavern. But upon crossing the bridge, he is back at the tent and Dream meets him outside it this time. According to the Lord of Dreams, a lot of time has passed since their last meeting, and they need to take a walk. Master Li follows Dream, and they are soon greeted by the lost Roman legion that is lost in these lands. Their leader requests Dream to send them back where they came from, and this is when Master Li notices dancing flames in his robes. Dream turns around to Master Li, and the legion is gone that very instant. The two of them then talk about cages, and Dream expresses that one day he knows he needs to destroy the emerald, and it is revealed that this is the young Dream that took over the dreaming recently. He then offers Master Li to become his counselor, but with the utmost respect, Master Li denies the offer. He has served the Emperor's wishes all his life, and thus he isn't about to deny the last one of being exiled. Dream sends Master Li back, and he returns to the waking world, albeit asleep. This is when the kitten bites his hand. Master Li screams, and this is how his guide finds him. They continue their travels, and Master Li manages to reach Wei. The letter finishes, and in the end he writes, "Only the phoenix arises and does not descend, and everything changes, and nothing is truly lost." Sandman issue number 75, The Last Play. William Shakespeare is in his home in Stratford, writing his last play Tempest when his daughter inquires him about it. She hopes it's a comedy, because she loves her father's plays, and through their conversation we learn that Shakespeare's creative endeavours aren't exactly supported by his family. His wife comes in and chides him for telling his daughter tall tales about the world while they can't even meet their basic needs. But Shakespeare simply leaves and decides to visit the local pub. There, he learns that his daughter is courting the pub owner's son, Tommy, and before he can process that, two men walk in with a dead body, claiming it to be a savage Indian. They gather pennies from everyone in the bar for the viewing, and Shakespeare is the only one who refuses to spend the money. They call him a miser and reveal the decomposing body, which is greeted by the shock and horror of the patrons. Shakespeare continues drinking, and when he reaches home late at night and tries to sleep, he hears the voices of the same men from the pub outside his home. He peeks out and sees the men singing drunkenly, and watches them dump the body into the mud. This is contrasted by Prospero confronting Miranda in The Tempest, and the next day he is visited by his so-called friend, Ben Jonson. Ben chides Shakespeare's work, critiques it heavily, but praises and compliments just enough so that he can pretend to be Shakespeare's friend. The two drink, eat, and then finally take a walk into the town after they are done. A pyre is being built in the middle of the town to burn Guy Fawkes for treason, and Shakespeare and Ben both decide to create a sonnet that will help the people remember this day for all time to come. Once they are done, they head back, and though Shakespeare discovers his daughter in the arms of Tommy, he doesn't make a scene out of it. That night, Judith comes to Shakespeare and expresses how, as a kid, she hated his absence. She always wished that he pursued a normal job rather than being a playwright, because for her entire childhood he was absent. Only Hamnet got to be with him, and that too only for a few months. She leaves, and then his wife, Anne comes in to make him realise the same. His pursuit of the creatives has only brought their family down. That night, Dream visits Shakespeare on his desk, and we learn that The Tempest is being written for the Lord of Dreams. It's the second play he has requested according to their deal. The play isn't done yet, and so, after letting Shakespeare rant a bit, Dream leaves, and the next day, Shakespeare is thanked by the representative of God for rewriting the Psalms. This was a small side gig Shakespeare took on the side, and he used this opportunity to discuss God and hell with the holy man. According to the man, Shakespeare is doing the work of the devil by including magic in his play, and the only way to repent would be to have his magician forsake magic at the end and take up the will of God instead. That night, Shakespeare writes a beautiful monologue in his opinion and decides to recite it for his wife, Anne. Anne, however, is more focused on the bird she is skinning and, above all, the missing firewood they desperately need for the winter. Shakespeare is busy concocting fake tales, while in reality his family is at the risk of starving to death. The next day, Shakespeare has finished the play and Dream instantly visits him. As a gesture of good faith, Shakespeare hopes that Dream would offer him wine in his own abode now that their deal has ended. So Dream takes Shakespeare to his castle in the Dreaming. There, they share wine, and after a few minutes of banter, Shakespeare asks what would have happened if they hadn't made the deal. Dream can't tell the future, he doesn't know destiny, but he can make an educated guess. Shakespeare would have given up the life of a playwright early on. He would have settled in Stratford and would have found wealth through the trade of properties. Upon learning this, Shakespeare struggles with his current existence and whether his talent is even worth it, and Dream assured him that Shakespeare always had the talent, he merely opened a door in his heart. The writer then questions why Dream wanted this mystical play and why it was not something more substantial and moving, like a tragedy. And Dream confesses that though he is the Lord of Stories, he has no story, and an eternity of ruling over the Dreaming slowly begins to feel more and more like a cage as you continue. He thanks Shakespeare for the play, and the playwright wakes up in the waking world knowing that the task is done, the deal is over, and that his last play has been written. But although the play belongs to Dream, Shakespeare makes sure that the epilogue comes from his heart and does his best to give Dream a happy ending. And with his last word, we learn what happened that year in 1616. Judith married Tom, but they had a dysfunctional marriage. Shakespeare died on April 23rd, 1616, on his birthday out of the blue. Everyone thought it was due to a mysterious illness he contracted due to his excessive drinking. Tempest was his last play, and Anne, she died 7 years later, the same year her husband's first folio collection of plays was published.